Quest 1, Meet and befriend Furuda and Rise. Quest reward, 10 attribute points. Based on the name of this hidden quest, Bayakuya already had a general idea of its content. This was because Furuda and Rise were not only childhood friends but also pivotal figures in the tragedy of the Washu clan. My name is Uchiha Bayakuya, Bayakuya replied calmly. Brother Bayakuya, you must be a ghoul investigator by now, right? Furuda asked with a bright smile. When he noticed the white dove badge on Bayakuya's chest, he had already confirmed it. That's right, Bayakuya nodded. At this point, Furuda was still a cheerful and refined child, not yet the psychologically twisted individual portrayed in the original story. If he remembered correctly, Furuda was only about 11 years old at this time. Brother Bayakuya. Furuda, that's a bit cringy. Rise teased, clearly put off by Furuda's affectionate tone. However, Furuda was unfazed by the comment. This big brother is already an investigator. I want to become one too. Rise rolled her eyes and said dismissively, an investigator. Sounds boring. If you're interested, Furuda, you can come to the CCG in the second ward to find me. I'm the branch chief there, Bayakuya said. In the sunlit garden, the half-human children could leave once they reached a certain age. Most of them joined the CCG as ghoul investigators, while some also worked covertly for the V. Bayakuya had already decided to recruit Furuda as a member of his future Squad 0. However, before that, he wanted to prevent Furuda from becoming the psychologically distorted person he would later become. Among the children of the sunlit garden, Furuda's potential was second only to Arima's, and he was also a clever master manipulator. Most importantly, Furuda shared a desire to change the world, though his later psychological distortions led to extremism. To Bayakuya, Furuda was a resource worth cultivating. The branch chief of the second ward. That's amazing. Furuda exclaimed in awe. Bayakuya exchanged a few more words with Furuda and Rise before taking his leave. After all, the quest required them to become friends, which couldn't be achieved in a single conversation. For now, he wasn't in a rush to deepen his contact with these two. Shortly after, Bayakuya departed from Sunlit Garden. He wasn't in a hurry to select the third member for the Squad 0. Second Ward, CCG Branch. Now serving as the branch chief, Bayakuya had a lot to handle. However, he delegated most of the work to the former branch chief, Kimura, and his staff. As for the two Kagun arms of the owl, they had already been sent to the CCG experimental building in the first ward for the creation of the SSS-rated Quinqua owl. Upon completion, the ownership of the Quinqua would belong to him. Returning to his role as an editor at Shueisha, Bayakuya resumed work on the publishing process of Dear Kafta, which had made new progress. At night, as usual, he discussed the manuscript with Ido. Miss Takatsuki, the publishing process is going smoothly. At this stage, there shouldn't be any major issues going forward. That's great, Ido said happily. When they had nearly finished refining the manuscript, Ido didn't leave immediately. Instead, she sprawled on Bayakuya's bed to rest. By the way, didn't the second ward CCG get attacked by a dangerous ghoul today? Ido suddenly brought up the topic. Yes, it was an SSS-rated ghoul known as the One-Eyed Owl, Bayakuya replied. Huh? An SSS-rated ghoul? That sounds terrifying. Ido feigned fear, her expression exaggerated. Bayakuya watched her with an unchanged expression, finding her act surprisingly endearing. However, this confirmed to him that Ido already knew the owl who attacked the CCG today was her father. Indeed, its strength is formidable. We barely managed to protect the second ward branch, Bayakuya said, playing along with her words. But, we've obtained some clues about the One-Eyed Owl's whereabouts. Once we confirm its location, we'll launch a capture operation. This was a deliberate move on Bayakuya's part to gauge Ido's reaction. That's good. It's better to get rid of such a dangerous ghoul as soon as possible, Ido said, clapping her hands in apparent approval. However, deep inside, she couldn't help but worry. Although her father's evasive and self-preserving attitude had disappointed her, he was still her father. A child's concern for their parent needed no justification. This time, her father had disguised himself as her to divert attention from the CCG and V. This act softened and shook her previously intense resentment toward him. Even though the CCG wasn't as strong as the V, its strength exceeded Ido's expectations, especially with powerful investigators like Bayakuya in its ranks. If her father were to be found by the CCG, it would mean taking responsibility for her own past actions. Though Ido controlled her facial expressions well, a subtle shift in her eyes didn't escape Bayakuya's notice. As he suspected, Ido still cared about her father's safety. This meant there was still a significant chance of reconciliation between them. Just 2 days after becoming a cleaner, Bayakuya received his first mission from Keiko. The organization led by the One-Eyed Owl, which attacked the 2nd Ward CCG branch twice and breached Cochlea in the 23rd Ward, has been located. You and Arima are to eliminate them, Keiko ordered. Keiko was still investigating the One-Eyed Owl. The third attack on the CCG by Yoshimura had left Keiko puzzled because it resulted in no casualties and was carried out alone. Eventually, Keiko uncovered the organization's hideout, conveniently located in the 2nd Ward, where Bayakuya was stationed. This made Keiko suspect even more that the previous One-Eyed Owl wasn't Yoshimura, since the latter was known to run an inconspicuous coffee shop in the 20th Ward. Understood. Bayakuya responded calmly. Internally, however, he couldn't help but sigh. This was his first mission as a cleaner, and it was already proving to be challenging. The organization Keiko referred to was undoubtedly the Aogiri tree. In other words, he and Arima were tasked with taking down Ido and the Aogiri tree. 13th Ward, Seishin High School. You've become the cleaner already? Standing by the edge of the rooftop railing, Arima asked Bayakuya. Yes, Mr. Keiko required me to assemble a Squad 0, and I've already appointed you as vice captain. Sorry for not consulting you beforehand. Bayakuya said calmly. It's fine. Even if you had asked, I wouldn't have refused. Arima responded with his usual impassive demeanor. The fact that someone had taken on the role of cleaner in his place was already a significant favor to him. Mr. Mustard has conveyed the mission. The base of the organization led by the One-Eyed Owl who attacked the CCG has been discovered. We've been ordered to eliminate it. Bayakuya shared the details of the mission with Arima. Let's go. Without a word of hesitation, Arima immediately prepared to carry out the mission. Back at the 2nd Ward CCG branch. The facility was still under repair following the destruction caused by the owl attack a few days earlier, but investigators continued their work as usual. The Squad 0 had officially been established within the CCG system, albeit currently consisting only of Bayakuya and Arima, operating directly under the CCG's authority. While Arima donned his signature white combat gear, Bayakuya retained his black trench coat. Branch Chief. The investigators of the 2nd Ward greeted Bayakuya with respect. Now the youngest branch chief and a rising associate special class investigators, his reputation surpassed even some of the special class investigators. Most believed it was only a matter of time before he ascended to the rank of special class, especially after demonstrating his prowess by severing both arms of the owl and forcing its retreat. The last time the CCG had driven away an SSS-rated Ghoul, it was during the capture of the Dodgy Mother under Tsuneyoshi's direct leadership. Bayakuya acknowledged the investigators with a nod. Since the Quinqua owl was still under development, he had to rely on his worn Quinquas, Moon Shadow, and Wind Spirit. This high-risk operation required both Bayakuya and Arima to leave written wills before departing. Though Arima typically turned in a blank page for such cases, this time he wrote something. While Uchiha couldn't see the content, he could guess it was likely addressed to Minami, given that Arima's previous blank pages stemmed from having no one to write to. Bayakuya, too, penned a letter, his addressed, of course, to Tosen Takatsuki. With preparations complete, the two set off for the Aogiri tree's base of operations. Inside an abandoned, dilapidated house. The ghouls of Aogiri tree gathered in a somber huddle, their numbers limited to a few dozen elite members, each at least A-rated. Ido had yet to expand the organization due to financial constraints. It's strange. Who was that one-eyed owl who attacked the CCG last time? Ido was with us the whole time, wasn't she? No idea. Must have been someone impersonating her, but the resemblance to her Kagun is uncanny. Do you think it might be a relative of Ido's? Shoo. Don't spout nonsense. Ido has said she has no family. Frightened of angering Ido, the group fell silent, though some privately speculated that such similar Kagun traits could only exist among close kin. To conceal her identity, Ido refrained from using her family name, Yoshimura, in the presence of her subordinates. The name Kyuzan Yoshimura was infamous among ghouls, known for carving a bloody legacy. As a natural half-ghoul, Ido could perfectly masquerade as a human, which was how she had revealed her name to Bayakuya to secure the publication deal, before knowing he was an investigator. Lost in thought about her father Kyuzan, Ido was interrupted by a scout bursting into the room. Bad news. 2 doves are here. What? The doves found us? Was our location compromised? Prepare for battle. Don't let them leave alive. The ghouls braced themselves. Ido, too, threw her personal concerns aside, cloaked herself in a black hood to hide her identity, and prepared for combat. She couldn't fathom how their base had been discovered but resolved to relocate immediately after eliminating these doves. In hindsight, she regretted not relocating sooner. Her dealings with that Lulicon investigator had delayed her plans. And just as she cursed him mentally, Bayakuya and Arima stepped through the door. The sight of Bayakuya left her momentarily stunned. Stand down. As the ghouls prepared to attack, Ido halted them. Confused, they looked to her for guidance, hesitant to act without her command. All of you, retreat, Ido ordered in a voice altered to avoid recognition. Facing him would be suicide for her followers, and she wouldn't let them throw their lives away. She turned to Tatara. Tatara, take them and leave. Tatara, a white-haired ghoul wearing a red mask, who served as Aogiri's strategist. Understood. Tatara hesitated but obeyed, leading the others to safety. As Tatara led the group away, Ido transformed in her full Kakuja form, attacking Bayakuya and Arima to buy time. Arima had already discerned that the petite figure in the black cloak before him was likely the one-eyed owl, which was why he refrained from making any rash moves earlier. Noticing the owl preparing to enter Kakuja form, Bayakuya and Arima, with impressive coordination, simultaneously opened their Quinqua briefcases. Bayakuya wielded Moonshadow and Wind Spirit in his hands. Not only that, he immediately allocated his attribute points. Current attribute points, 248. Ding! Attribute points allocated successfully. Physical strength plus 100. RC cell count plus 148. The points accumulated from completing system quest and daily check-ins were all used up in one go. As always, Bayakuya focused primarily on enhancing RC cells, with physical strength as a secondary priority. Physical strength, 40. RC cell count, 821. After the upgrade, Bayakuya's physical strength reached 4 times that of an average human, but his RC cell count was nearing the threshold. The so-called threshold referred to the point where one's RC cell count approached that of a ghoul's. If it surpassed the threshold, he would lose the ability to consume normal food. Bayakuya resolved to save attribute points in the future to purchase an RC cell reservoir, ensuring he wouldn't face dietary issues later. At the same time, Arima, confronting a formidable enemy, wielding 2 Yukimura 1/3 Quinquas. Ido deemed Bayakuya the greater threat and aimed to quickly eliminate the blue-haired man first, planning to focus on Bayakuya afterward. Her initial target was Arima. However, Arima easily evaded her attack and countered by slashing at the one-eyed owl's Kagun arms with his Quinqua. When dealing with Kakuja-form ghouls like the owl, whether it was the one-eyed owl or the non-killing owl, Bayakuya and Arima's strategy remained the same. The Kagun arms, combining offense, defense, and speed, were the most critical targets to neutralize first. Given that Yukimura was AB-rated Quinqua, its damage was limited, and Arima couldn't sever the Kagun arm in one strike. However, Bayakuya swiftly followed up, using dual-wield techniques to deliver significant damage to the owl's arm. Screech! The Kagun arm was severed at the elbow. But this injury wasn't fatal, the Kagun regenerated quickly from the shoulder's Kakuho. Ido realized that the blue-haired man was just as strong as the Lulicon investigator she previously despised. Facing these two simultaneously, she felt unprecedented pressure. Still, with the other Aogiri tree members not yet fully evacuated, she had no choice but to hold her ground. Bayakuya, with two prior battles against the owl, one against Ido and the other against Kyuzan, found the experience invaluable. Father and daughter shared nearly identical Kakuja forms and combat styles, making this fight much more manageable for him. He soon precisely struck and damaged the Kakuho on the right arm. Immediately after, Arima damaged the left arm's Kakuho. Both Kagun arms hung limp, barely attached and rendered nearly useless. At their current strength, either Bayakuya or Arima alone could defeat the one-eyed owl. Together, their victory was swift and inevitable. Bayakuya didn't stop there. Using his Quinquas, he broke through the Kakuja's armor with precision, extracting Ido from its core. Realizing her defeat, Ido abandoned her usual coy and gentle demeanor. Instead, she displayed a wry smile, speaking playfully. "So surprised, Mr. Bayakuya?" Even in her final moments, she couldn't resist teasing the Lulicon investigator. "Yeah, it's quite the surprise." Bayakuya's expression remained calm, his tone indifferent. Arima, who had initially intended to deliver the finishing blow, paused when he noticed a peculiar familiarity between Bayakuya and the one-eyed owl. He decided to observe silently. Seeing Bayakuya's lack of reaction, Ido's playful interest faded. She suddenly realized his earlier sweet words had been lies. Whether or not he found her cute were meaningless. Even after discovering her identity as the one-eyed owl, he could still kill her without hesitation. "You're just a deceitful investigator. Go ahead and kill me. That way, you'll get your promotion to special class." Ido, resigned to her fate, sought a quick death at Bayakuya's hands. Escaping was impossible, and death seemed far preferable to imprisonment in Cochlea. Her ideals had barely begun, yet they would end here. At least her father would be spared further danger as the CCG's pursuit of the one-eyed owl would cease with her death. Still, she felt no regret for her rebellion against the Washu clan and the V. "Before you die, is there anything you'd like to say?" Bayakuya asked indifferently. "Let me think. I guess I regret not realizing my ideals," Ido replied with a self-deprecating smile. "What ideals?" "To change this broken world, of course," she answered with a bitter laugh. "Though it seems ridiculous now, dreaming big with such meager strength." "Is that so?" "I think it's admirable." Bayakuya had been waiting for this moment. As long as Ido confessed her true thoughts, with Arima as a witness, his goal was achieved. "What about you, Arima? What do you think?" Bayakuya asked casually. Arima's eyes flickered briefly, and for the first time, a faint smile appeared on his face. "I think it's admirable as well," he replied. Bayakuya, Ido, and Arima all shared similar ideals, to change the world, so they quickly reached a consensus. Hearing Bayakuya and Arima's conversation, Ido opened her eyes in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "I'll explain it all to you once we get back. For now, focus on taking care of your organization's matters," Bayakuya replied, avoiding an immediate explanation. He was aware that if they delayed further, the V might send someone to monitor the situation. Before this, he had carefully surveyed the surroundings and confirmed that there were no members from V nearby for the time being. His confidence in the perceptive power of his Mangekyo Sharingan was absolute. Thus, he aimed to ensure Ito and the members of the Aogiri tree evacuate before V discovered them. Ito froze for a moment, finding Bayakuya increasingly enigmatic. In her mind, he remained a bastard, a liar, and an inscrutable lolicon. Then, a sly smile formed at the corners of her mouth as she spread her arms toward Bayakuya. "What's this?" Bayakuya was momentarily puzzled, unsure of what Ito was trying to do. "Isn't it obvious? Carry me out of here." "I'm too weak to move on my own," Ito said without hesitation. Bayakuya could instantly tell she still had plenty of strength left. After all, he and Arima had only disabled her Kagun's arms, leaving her main body unscathed. Nonetheless, he didn't refuse her request. Reaching out, he lifted Ito from her Kakuja's shell. As he held her, Ito leaned close to his ear and murmured in a teasing tone, "Even if you're a liar, you really are a lolicon. And where am I a liar?" Uchiha Bayakuya retorted immediately. Ito smirked but didn't clarify. "A liar is a liar." Nearby, Arima watched the exchange between Bayakuya and Ito with an impassive expression, remaining silent throughout. After a moment, Bayakuya set Ito down. She landed softly and reabsorbed her Kakuja's shell, ensuring no traces were left at the scene. Ding! The host has defeated the SSS-rated Ghoul One-Eyed Owl and earned 200 attribute points. Bayakuya immediately reaped a significant reward of attribute points. Notably, the One-Eyed Owl was still rated as SSS rather than SSS+, a level she would only reach in the events of the original timeline. As for Furuda from the late stages of the original series, his power had far surpassed the SSS+ rated. With their mission complete, Bayakuya and Arima prepared to leave, stowing their quinquas back into their briefcases. "See you tonight," Bayakuya said to Ito before departing. She murmured, watching his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Even now, she couldn't fathom just how many secrets this enigmatic, infuriating liar and lolicon was hiding. Something about him felt off. He wasn't an ordinary human, nor a typical Ghoul investigator. And the blue-haired guy who appeared today only deepened her suspicions. He seemed to be Bayakuya's partner, and the combined strength of the two far exceeded that of CCG's special class investigators, clearly abnormal. Ito speculated that they were likely both half-humans and possibly even members of the V organization. Based on her parents' experiences and the notes her mother had left behind, Ito inferred that nearly every member of the V possessed strength equivalent to a special class investigator. Bayakuya and the blue-haired man were likely elites among them. This explanation seemed plausible. But speculation was futile for now. Tonight, she would wait to see what that bastard, liar lolicon had to say. Sunlit garden. In a certain courtyard, Keiko asked, "Bayakuya, Arima, how did it go?" Bayakuya shook his head slightly. "We were a step too late. By the time we arrived, the One-Eyed Owl and her organization had already relocated." "Is that so?" "What a pity," Keiko said, showing no sign of suspicion when Arima didn't refute Bayakuya's report. Keiko trusted Kishu deeply, even if Bayakuya was unreliable, Arima certainly wasn't. "We'll shelve this matter for now. Once we locate the organization again, we'll proceed," Keiko said. "I'll inform you if there are any new assignments." Bayakuya and Arima both nodded slightly before leaving. On their way back to the second ward, Bayakuya and Arima began to converse. "What's your plan, Bayakuya?" Arima suddenly asked, his question clearly referencing how to realize Ito's goal of changing the world. "First, we have to topple the Washu clan. Only then can we proceed with the rest of the plan," Bayakuya stated decisively. The Washu clan, creators of the CCG, were secretly ghouls themselves, a fact known only to a select few. Their goal was to maintain a balance where neither humans nor ghouls became too dominant. Any ghoul who grew too strong would be swept away by the V, which the Washu clan had established for this purpose. From their perspective, ordinary ghouls were of no consequence. The existence of the Washu clan was precisely why Ido described the world as utterly flawed. Overthrowing them was a necessary step. For instance, developing food substitutes for ghouls had been possible for a long time, but the Washu clan consistently sabotaged such research. If peace between humans and ghouls were achieved, the CCG's purpose would diminish, and so would the Washu clan's control over Japan, something they couldn't allow. This was why, in the original timeline, once the Washu clan was eradicated, substitutes for human flesh were quickly developed. But it won't be easy, especially given our short lifespans. Arima expressed doubt. Not only was the Washu clan a formidable obstacle, but the entire V would also be a significant challenge. In contrast, Bayakuya exuded unwavering confidence. "Don't worry. We'll win," he said assuredly. Night. Ido arrived at Bayakuya's house as usual. "Mr. Bayakuya, should we revise the manuscript first, or talk about today's events?" she asked. "How's your injury?" "Nothing too serious, I hope." Bayakuya showed concern for her condition. "You were so ruthless with me back then, and now you're worried?" Ido replied with a slightly bitter tone. Bayakuya wasn't sure how to respond. If he hadn't acted that way, it would have been difficult to get Ido to open up about her true feelings, let alone align Arima with his own plans. "Anyway, can you finally tell me what's going on?" Ido sat in a chair, her feet swinging back and forth as they habitually did. Bayakuya decided it was time to reveal a few things. "Actually, Arima and I were both born as half-humans raised in the birdcage of the Washu clan. Our lives have always been tied to their service." "So, it's true. You're both half-humans." Ido wasn't surprised. This matched her earlier suspicions. "So, you're still part of that organization, right?" she asked. "That's right. Just like your father once was, I became a cleaner for V," Bayakuya admitted without hesitation. At the mention of her father, Ido fell silent for a moment. Hearing that Bayakuya was now a cleaner for V struck a chord. "So, as a cleaner, are you really willing to ally yourself with me, the leader of a hostile organization?" Ido asked, still finding it hard to believe. After all, she knew that cleaners for V lived well, they simply followed orders, eliminating threats, with no material concerns. To Ido, who had long become indifferent to killing, this aspect didn't seem particularly significant. "Of course. You want to change the world, just like Arima and I do," Bayakuya replied. "I see. That explains why you cared so much for that ghoul girl before. By the way, what's her name again? I'd like to visit her sometime." Ido's interest was suddenly piqued by the thought of the girl. "Her name is Yuruka Minami. She's currently attending Seishin High School and receiving help from the 20th Ward's Antiku. As long as she refrains from harming others, she can live a normal life there, under your father's care," Bayakuya replied. "That old man. Just hiding away and playing the nice guy," Ido muttered, slightly pouting. She had never agreed with her father's ideology. What was the point of running a coffee shop in a place like that? No matter how kind he was, he could only help a small fraction of ghouls. Without changing the world itself, there would always be ghouls born into a life of suffering and tragedy. Bayakuya remained silent, knowing it was not his place to speak casually at this moment. While he deeply respected Yoshimura's kindness, he couldn't ignore the truth. Yoshimura, as a former cleaner for V, had killed many humans and ghouls, including Ido's mother, Yukina, under the organization's orders. The matter of Yukina was an unhealed wound for Ido. Yoshimura knew the enormity of his sins, which was why he sought death during the final battle at Antiku. Bayakuya, merely an observer, understood Ido was the true victim here. He didn't feel entitled to ask her to forgive her father. Even if it was necessary for his quest, such an attempt would likely backfire. "I've learned a bit about your father's past. Given the circumstances, he truly had no other choice, Bayakuya said cautiously. I know that. Of course, I know he had no choice. These members are all incredibly strong, Ido murmured, her head slightly lowered. But he killed my mother. That's something I can't accept. And you know, my mom originally approached him to investigate V. I was nothing more than a byproduct of that mission. This was the source of her deepest sorrow. Realizing she had said too much, Ido abruptly changed the subject. Anyway, I don't want to end up like him. I'll do everything in my power, even if it kills me. I understand how you feel. But it's also true that Yukina forced herself to eat human flesh for your sake, and Yoshimura attacked the CCG for you this time, Bayakuya pointed out. Ido fell silent for a moment. I know. That's why, after my first book is published, I want to visit Antiku and meet him. This was it. Bayakuya immediately realized this moment was crucial. In the original storyline, Ido visited Antiku after publishing her debut novel Dear Kafka. However, upon seeing Yoshimura laughing and chatting with Koma and Irimi, Ido, who had endured so much tragedy, was overcome with negative emotions. He had abandoned her to suffer in the 24th ward while living peacefully here. She couldn't accept it. Ido crumpled her novel in anger and left without speaking to her father. Later, Yoshimura found the discarded book outside the cafe and realized Ido had been there, but it was too late. This deepened their estrangement, and Ido's faint hope for her father eventually shattered. In time, she lost all faith in the world. I'll go with you, Bayakuya said firmly. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. At the very least, he would ensure that father and daughter could meet face to face. You want to come with me? Ido was slightly surprised. What is this guy up to? Yeah, actually, I really respect Senior Yoshimura. Last time, I injured him, so I wanted to go and offer my apologies. Bayakuya offered an excuse to explain himself. It made sense to call Yoshimura as senior, as he was the previous cleaner. Although Bayakuya's main goal was to ensure Yoshimura and Ido could meet, he genuinely did want to check on him. But my work isn't going to be published that soon, is it? Ido questioned, uncertain about the timeline. True, it'll take at least another 2 or 3 months, Bayakuya replied. But I don't think we have to wait for the novel to be released to visit him. Even so, I'd rather wait until I'm more self-sufficient before I see him, Ido said, shaking her head lightly. Fair enough. Then let's focus on perfecting the manuscript for now, Bayakuya agreed. By the time the publishing process is done, we'll have the most polished version ready. Respecting her wishes, he didn't push the matter further. But before that, there's something else, Ido said suddenly, her tone turning serious. Our Aogiri tree needs a one-eyed king. My original plan was to take that role myself, but my strength doesn't compare to yours or that blue-haired guy's. Since you're the new cleaner, you're likely stronger than him. I want you to be the one-eyed king, she said. But you're a half-human, and your lifespan is too short. We need to prepare for the next one-eyed king to inherit the throne. Though she was the only natural-born half-ghoul, Ido lacked the overwhelming strength expected of the one-eyed king. On the other hand, Bayakuya was the strongest half-human she had ever encountered, but his limited lifespan made it unlikely he could bring lasting change to the world. Ido believed the hope for revolution lay in grooming the next one-eyed king. The next one-eyed king, huh? I don't think that's necessary, Bayakuya replied calmly. If we can work together to change the world now, there's no need to wait for another king. He was well aware that, in the original story, the next one-eyed king, Kaneki, wouldn't assume the position for another decade or so. But Bayakuya didn't have the patience to wait that long. With the immense power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, changing the world wouldn't take him years, it would be effortless. So confident, aren't you? Just a shameless lolicon, Ido remarked, surprised by his confidence. Though she still doubted whether she, this shameless lolicon, and that blue-haired guy could change the world within a half-human's short lifespan, she felt an inexplicable trust in him. Perhaps it was the air of mystery surrounding him. She even suspected that he had yet to reveal his true strength. For now, she decided to trust this shameless lolicon. Aogiri tree has already moved to its next base, right? Bayakuya asked. Yes, in the 24th ward. It's the best place for us to grow stronger, Ido answered honestly. She had already accepted Bayakuya as the first one-eyed king of Aogiri tree. Not trusting their king would make no sense, so she didn't hide anything. I see. Bayakuya was already forming a plan. In the original story, Barima, the cleaner, spent years leading the Squad Zero in the 24th ward, engaging in a whack-a-mole game with Aogiri tree. Though it seemed like he was busy, nothing substantial came from it. This strategy worked because the labyrinthine structure of the 24th ward made it nearly impossible for even V to monitor the area effectively. If Aogiri tree's base was in the 24th ward, Bayakuya could pretend to be leading an assault while secretly playing whack-a-mole with them, or even use the opportunity to focus on other matters. The night grew late as Bayakuya and Ido continued polishing the manuscript together. When it was time for Ido to leave, she stopped at the door, a playful expression on her face. Mr. Lolicon, not walking me home this time, she teased. Your nicknames for me are getting out of hand. Bayakuya sighed, unable to hold back a complaint. Lolicon, Lolicon editor, shameless Lolicon, shameless lying Lolicon, and now, Mr. Lolicon. He had lost count of how many nicknames she had given him, all tied to the same theme. Are these nicknames wrong? They're obviously well-deserved, Ido replied, clearly enjoying herself. Despite constantly calling him a Lolicon, her tone was never harsh or dismissive, it was almost cheerful. I can't argue with that, Bayakuya admitted, maintaining a straight face. But I must correct you. I'm not a Lolicon. It's just that the person I like just happens to be a loli. He had no control over the fact that he'd been transported to 10 years before the events of the original story. Even if this was before Ido became the Ido of legend, she was still the person he liked most. He wasn't joking. Ido, hearing this, froze for a moment. Her small, adorable face turned slightly red. It was clear what he meant by, the person I like. Who else could it be but her? However, it could also be that ghoul girl named Yuruka Minami. Ido felt that this possibility couldn't be completely ruled out. She had a sense that Bayakuya seemed quite interested in that ghoul girl. Thinking of this, Ido became even more curious. Sooner or later, she would have to visit this ghoul girl. You're a bold one to say something like that, you shameless Lolicon. Ido teased. Flattered, Bayakuya replied, unfazed. That wasn't a compliment, Ido muttered, feeling a bit speechless. Speaking of which, did you already know my true identity? Ido's tone shifted as she posed the question. She wasn't entirely sure, but she strongly suspected that this shameless Lolicon had long since figured out that she was the one-eyed owl. Thinking back, his reactions had been odd. When he first saw her as the one-eyed owl, he wasn't surprised at all. At the time, she thought it was because he simply didn't care about her, but something about it still felt off. Yes, Bayakuya admitted, when I learned that your surname was Yoshimura, I began to suspect. Then, when I saw the one-eyed owl in the 24th ward, I was pretty much convinced it was you. Even with your face covered, I could tell from your figure. Although he admitted it, his explanation sounded reasonable and didn't reveal his identity as a transmigrator. And you've just been pretending all this time, playing along with this make-believe game, haven't you? Ido said, her tone laced with an eerie undertone. Well, I enjoy it. Bayakuya's bluntness momentarily stunned Ido. Before she could fully react, he clarified, I enjoyed Miss Takatsuki's work, so it wasn't a make-believe game. Ido's face darkened with frustration. This bastard Lolicon didn't finish his sentence properly. She was almost misled just now. Well, then, let's go. I need to head back. But, Mr. Lolicon, please also make your way to the 24th ward. We at the Aogiri tree must welcome our new king, the Lolicon One-Eyed King. Ido's tone was playful, clearly mocking him. Please don't actually give me that nickname. Bayakuya sighed in defeat. The title of One-Eyed King sounded cool enough, but with Lolicon tacked onto the front, made it sound perverted. Got it, Lolicon King. Or should I say, One-Eyed Lolicon. Ido chuckled, clearly enjoying her mischief. Realizing her intent to provoke him, Bayakuya decided not to care. After all, reacting would only mean losing. Once satisfied with her teasing, Ido returned to her usual demeanor. Then, the two set off for the 24th ward. The underground labyrinths of the 24th ward. The Aogiri tree was preparing to establish its dominance in the 24th ward, aiming to defeat rival groups and recruit willing ghouls to expand its numbers. However, Ido had yet to give the order to move. She lacked sufficient resources to act on her plans just yet. Currently, the Aogiri tree had settled in a relatively hidden area deep within the 24th ward. Though Ido was absent, the strength of the two remaining leaders, Tatara and Noro, second only to hers, ensured the group's safety. Tatara, in particular, was a rare case. Despite being rated as SS, he was a fully developed Kakuja, unlike the incomplete half-Kakuja most ghouls managed. Most half-Kakujas were rated SS, logically, a full Kakuja deserved at least an SSS rating. Perhaps because Tatara rarely killed in Japan, the CCG didn't raise his danger level too high. After all, their ratings were based on perceived threat, not purely on power. As for his later defeat by the half-Kakuja Takizawa, it could be chalked up to plot necessity. A plausible explanation might be that Tatara was already worn down from fighting the CCG, allowing Takizawa to deliver the finishing blow. Bayakuya and Ido took a taxi to the 23rd ward, then entered the underground labyrinths of the 24th ward from there. Though Ido could have carried Bayakuya through high-speed movement or flight in her Kakuja form, her current circumstances didn't allow her to casually expose herself to the CCG or the V's surveillance. What do you think of my outfit? Doesn't it feel novel? This bandage ensemble cost me quite a bit, you know. Ido had changed into an entirely new look, wrapped head to toe in white bandages and covered with a large cloak. The bandages accentuated her petite figure, making her appear even smaller than usual. Note, during this period, Ido didn't actually wear full-body bandages and interacted with her organization members in her true form. However, for convenience, let's skip over these details. The original story also had inconsistencies, such as early Aogiri tree members knowing Ido was the one-eyed owl, but by the main storyline, only Tatara seemed aware, perhaps because the early members all died. It makes you look even more petite and cute, Bayakuya said after a moment of thought, speaking honestly. Ido clicked her tongue in mock annoyance. All you ever say is, cute, and yet you insist you're not a lolicon. I really am not, Bayakuya replied casually. He figured Ido wouldn't know that, even 10 years later, she'd have the same petite figure. So, whether now or in the future, her appearance was always, cute, and that had nothing to do with being a lolicon. The two made their way through the chaotic, dangerous 24th ward as if they were simply returning home, bantering all the way. Soon enough, they encountered a group of hostile ghouls blocking their path. Well, a human in our territory? And that little one wrapped in bandages looks odd. Who cares? Human or ghoul, it's all food. Exactly. Haven't had a proper feast in ages. My kagun's starting to wither. The group of ghouls, seemingly part of a small organization, had cornered them. Underneath her bandages, Ido let out a delighted laugh. Looks like we've got some blind fools here. Leave them to me, my king. These ghouls blocking the path were hardly worth mentioning, with only their leader barely reached S-. Still, that wasn't weak by any means. After all, S-rated ghouls were rare, and such a level typically matched Associate Special Class or even Special Class Investigators in terms of combat prowess. Bayakuya, not carrying his quinqua, wasn't inclined to waste the RC cells and ocular power required for Kamui on these ghouls. He decided to leave them to Ito instead. Ito wasted no time unleashing her Kakuja form. Her petite form transformed instantly into a towering, monstrous figure that dwarfed the ghouls before her. A Keikakuja? Wait, is this, the owl? The owl? Why would it be here? Isn't it supposed to be locked in combat with the CCG in Second Ward? The ghouls were paralyzed with terror. A Kakuja ghoul against ordinary ghouls was nothing short of absolute domination. Before they could even muster the will to flee, Ito impaled them with devastating precision using her Akaku projectiles, leaving them lifeless on the ground. In mere moments, only the leader, barely clinging to life, remained. Ito darted toward him with unsettling speed, letting out a strange, gleeful laugh. Whenever she entered a fight or indulged in carnage, her excitement was palpable, almost uncontrollable. She finished the leader with a swift, decisive blow using her Kagun arm. Once the battle was over, Ito remained in her one-eyed owl form. Without reverting, she consumed the kakuhu of the ghouls she had just slain. This act of cannibalism, however, was selective. She only devoured their kakuhu, leaving their bodies untouched. The injuries she had sustained during her previous confrontation with Bayakuya and Arima were yet to fully heal. Through cannibalism, she could accelerate her recovery, sometimes even reaching full health. Ito, well versed in this gruesome practice, skillfully located and consumed the kakuhu of the fallen ghouls. It wasn't long before she completed the grim task. Afterward, she reverted from her Kakuja form. However, the transformation process, where Kagun emerged from multiple kakuhu to envelop her body, had shredded most of the bandages tightly wrapped around her. Now, only a few strips of white fabric clung to her, and underneath, she wore nothing else. Though her vital areas remained modestly covered, the glimpses of her skin beneath the tattered bandages carried an alluring, almost teasing quality. What's the matter? Stunned, are we? Ito was fully aware of her current appearance. Yet, there was no trace of embarrassment on her face. Instead, she smirked, playfully teasing Bayakuya. Bayakuya said nothing. Silently, he removed his black trench coat and draped it over Ito. His much larger frame meant the coat hung loosely on Ito, easily covering her from head to toe. What's this? Don't tell me you're worried about a ghoul catching a cold. Idiot lolicon. Ito's tone was rife with sarcasm as she mocked him. Let's go. We need to head deeper into the 24th ward. Bayakuya ignored her jibes, his expression stoic as he resumed walking. What seemed like a small act only deepened Ito's curiosity. The less he explained, the more intrigued she became. She chased after him, pressing, So, why did you do it? Just to be clear, I can't catch a cold, and you should know that, right? When Bayakuya still refused to answer, Ito pouted slightly. She poked his side with her fingertips, attempting to provoke a reaction. Effortlessly sidestepping her, Bayakuya finally replied, I instinctively see you as an ordinary human girl. His tone was neutral, but the statement carried his honest thoughts. Ito froze momentarily, caught off guard. Then she laughed mockingly. What are you saying to a ghoul, you fool? No. You're a half-ghoul. And there's a fundamental difference between half-ghouls and full ghouls. Bayakuya's correction was firm. Is that so? Honestly, being a half-ghoul feels worse than being fully human or fully ghoul. At least then, there's no inner conflict. Ito's tone grew reflective. If she were born purely human or ghoul, she could wholeheartedly destroy the enemy. But as a half-ghoul, she was trapped, forced to see the darkness and despair of both worlds. This duality made her struggle uniquely painful, a key reason behind her desire to reshape the world. As a half-human, I could at least share some of that pain with you. Bayakuya's voice was calm but genuine. Sweet talker, aren't you? You're really solidifying your status as the Lolicon king. Ido chuckled softly, though this time her laughter wasn't mocking. It was warm, genuine. At least now, she wasn't walking alone toward her seemingly unattainable dream. I'm not a Lolicon. Bayakuya's rebuttal was, as always, feeble. Sure thing, lowly king. Got it, creepy king. Unbothered by his denial, Ido happily added new titles to his growing list of nicknames. By the way, you can't show your true face to the rest of Aogiri tree, right? Since you're also a cleaner for the V, the more people know your identity, the greater the risk. Ido finally shifted topics from her teasing. Correct. That's why I've prepared something. Bayakuya walked toward a nearby corner. With a thought, the crimson tiger-striped mask he had purchased from the system store materialized in his hands. He also summoned the accompanying nine-tailed demon fox's attack outfit, instantly donning it via his Kamui dimension. His hairstyle also shifted to resemble Obito's, or perhaps Madara's. The transformation was seamless, though Bayakuya had deliberately hidden it from Ido's view to avoid unnecessary complications. When he stepped back into view, Ido let out an impressed gasp. Whoa! She barely recognized him. The detestable Lolicon was gone, replaced by a mysterious figure. This will do. Bayakuya spoke in a deliberately lower tone, vastly different from his usual voice. Looks good. This should definitely work. Honestly, that mask is pretty cool, kind of handsome, actually, Ido remarked, nodding approvingly. The single-eye hole design of the mask perfectly complemented the identity of the one-eyed king. At this moment, Bayakuya and Ido had already reached the location of the Aogiri tree members. Although the 24th ward was an underground labyrinth, it was ultimately constructed by ghouls using their Kagun. Modifying a specific area to create a base that could house dozens of people was not particularly challenging. Ido is finally back. But, who is the person standing next to her? Is he one of us? Must be. Ido wouldn't bring someone here unless they were on our side. The members of the Aogiri tree began murmuring among themselves. Seeing the mask on Bayakuya's face, they naturally assumed he was a ghoul. In truth, as a half-human, Bayakuya did possess ghoul blood, specifically from the Washu clan. Everyone should be present, right? Ido halted her steps and cheerfully announced to the group, I have an important announcement tonight, the one-eyed king of our Aogiri tree has appeared. The one-eyed king. The members exchanged confused looks. In their understanding, Ido, dubbed the one-eyed owl by the CCG, was their leader. So, how could there now be another one-eyed king? Even Tatara, who stood nearby, was visibly puzzled. Ido, what's going on? Noroi, on the other hand, remained silent as always. No need to panic, everyone. Ido raised her right hand, gesturing toward Bayakuya beside her. This is our true king. The moment Ido's words fell, Bayakuya activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. The scythe-like tomo of the double Kamui spun momentarily before locking into place. Ido hadn't noticed Bayakuya's eye transformation until the next moment. Suddenly, there was a change around Bayakuya. A massive, blue skeletal rib cage formed around him, towering over 2 meters in height. For reference, it resembled Madara's initial Susanoo form. This was the initial stage of Susanoo. Normally, Susanoo was formed through chakra materialization. However, in Bayakuya's case, it consumed RC cells instead, leading to a mutation. Unlike the usual semi-transparent appearance of Susanoo, Bayakuya's was fully solid, resembling a ghoul in its Kakuja form. Under his intentional control, 2 large, blue skeletal arms grew from the sides of the ribs, fully corporeal as well. Is this a Kakuja? Just like Ido. The members stared in shock at Bayakuya, whose form mimicked that of a Kakuja. Although his Susanoo didn't envelop his entire body like a proper Kakuja, it was far more developed than a half Kakuja. For context, Kyuzen Yoshimura, in his weakened state, couldn't fully manifest his Kakuja form, yet he was still recognized as the SSS rated. The faster reacting members immediately knelt in submission before the one-eyed king. The rest soon followed suit, fearing for their lives. Although they didn't fully grasp Bayakuya's strength, the fact that Ido, whom they regarded as their strongest, acknowledged him as the king was more than enough. Even Ido herself was momentarily taken aback by Bayakuya's sudden Kakuja form. Isn't this guy supposed to be a half-human? Without a Kakuho, when did half-humans start manifesting Kagun like ghouls? Or, was this bastard lying to her again? That seemed like the most likely explanation. Meanwhile, Tatara was still struggling to process the situation. Out of nowhere, a one-eyed king had appeared, and he was also a Kakuja. After a short while, Bayakuya dispelled his initial Susanoo form. His reason for using it was simple: to intimidate the Aogiri tree members into unquestioning submission, avoiding unnecessary complications. As expected, the tactic was highly effective. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, even the initial form of Susanoo was enough to leave an impression. Moreover, maintaining its initial form was not overly taxing for Bayakuya, allowing him to sustain it for brief periods without issue. As long as he avoided recklessly advancing to higher stages, such as the first, second, third, or final forms, there was no risk of overexertion. The members of Aogiri Tree unanimously accepted their one-eyed king, without a shred of doubt. Now, Bayakuya stood in a private meeting with Aogiri Tree's leaders. Originally, there were only two executives, Tatara and Noroi. However, with Ido now claiming the role of an executive, their numbers had increased to 3. Ido, can you explain what's going on now? Tatara couldn't help but ask. He's the black-haired, black-eyed ghoul investigator who attacked us in the second ward. He's also a cleaner for the V, Ido explained. Tatara and Noroi were trustworthy, so Ido didn't hide the truth from them. Bayakuya, understanding this, made no effort to stop her. At this point, he casually removed his mask, revealing his normal black eyes, as his Sharingan had already deactivated. It's you. Tatara immediately recognized him from the earlier encounter. I told you before, if it weren't for him letting me go, I wouldn't be alive now, Ido continued. His ideals align with mine, and his strength surpasses mine. He's the only one fit to be our true king, the one-eyed king. I see, Tatara finally understood. Knowing Ido wouldn't lie about something like this, he accepted it completely. And he willingly submitted to the one-eyed king. Tatara knelt on one knee before Bayakuya. A king whose strength surpassed Ido's would undoubtedly surpass his own as well. Noroi, silent as ever, followed suit. Afterward, Tatara and Noroi left the room. Only Bayakuya and Ido remained. At this point, Ido tore off the white bandages on her face, revealing a dangerous smile. Care to explain, Mr. Liar? What exactly was that just now? Bayakuya could tell that Ido was asking about his Mangekyo Sharingan, which resembled a Kakugan, and the Susanoo, which looked strikingly similar to a Kakuja transformation. He promptly explained, it's true that I'm a half-human, but I don't have a Kakuho. You can think of it as my eyes undergoing a mutation. Aside from the absolute secret of the Kamui, which he couldn't reveal under any circumstances, Bayakuya was fairly transparent with Ido about everything else. The Kamui, like his identity as a transmigrator, was something he could never let anyone know. I don't believe it. Without a Kakuho, there's no way you can release Kagun. What you just did was clearly a Kakuja transformation, Ido said, convinced the Lullicon bastard was trying to fool her. Indeed, in the world of Tokyo Ghoul, it's basic common sense that only a Kakuho can release Kagun. But Bayakuya had unintentionally broken this rule. Even he was surprised by the Susanoo, which bore a striking resemblance to a Kakuja transformation. He hadn't expected his Susanoo to mutate due to the influence of RC cells. Simply put, his Susanoo was formed by Kagun, as RC cells solidify. However, since he didn't have a Kakuho, This phenomenon could only be explained as a mutation caused by the fusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan with RC cells. Let me show you my eyes first. With a thought, Bayakuya activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. See? Doesn't it look completely different from a normal ghoul's Kakugan? Ido leaned closer for a better look and confirmed that his eyes were indeed very different from her Kakugan. Although both were blood red, the patterns were entirely distinct. What exactly is this? Ido murmured, utterly baffled. This was the first time she'd encountered such a mutated half-human. And as I said, I don't have a Kakuho, nor can I freely release Kagun. If you don't believe me, take a look, Bayakuya offered, removing his shirt to reveal his back to Ido. There are 4 types of Kakuho, and their locations vary, but they are always found on the back. While it wasn't immediately visible, Ido's strength and experience were sufficient to sense, through her Kakugan in close proximity, that Bayakuya truly lacked a Kakuho. There really isn't one. Despite her disbelief, Ido couldn't deny the evidence before her eyes. That's why I said I'm a mutated half-human. If anything, you could say I'm somewhere between a half-human and a half-ghoul, Bayakuya explained. Perhaps you're unaware, but the Washu clan has long been conducting experiments on combining humans and ghouls. I know about that. Half-humans like you are the result of those experiments. Ido began, only to be interrupted. Before she could finish, Bayakuya interrupted, I'm not talking about that. I mean surgical experiments to directly turn humans into ghouls. In the original timeline, a company called Sphinx was run by Kurona and Nishiro's father, Nanao Yasuhisa. The company appeared to supply CCG with RC fluid, an essential material for quinquas and RC suppressants. However, hidden in its underground laboratory, Nanao collaborated with the CCG to conduct experiments on turning humans into ghouls. This secret was known only to members of the Washu clan within the CCG. In the original timeline, Ido was aware of these experiments, but evidently, she hadn't learned of them in this timeline. Turning humans into ghouls. They really go to any lengths to create half-ghouls, Ido sighed. She had only known of the Washu clan's attempts to create half-ghouls through interbreeding humans with ghouls. The half-humans of the Sunlit Garden were the result of these experiments. She had no idea the Washu were also conducting secret surgical experiments. Exactly. The Washu clan's ultimate wish is to become human, and half-ghouls represent the ideal result of that wish, Bayakuya said. Half-ghouls like Ido, with immense strength and the ability to blend perfectly into human society, were the Washu clan's crowning achievement. As for artificially created half-ghouls like Kaneki, those were incomplete experiments carried out in secret by Akihiro Kano. By the time of the original story, the Washu clan had already abandoned such experiments, and Nanao had been silenced for his efforts. Ido chuckled coldly. Makes sense. If they could become human, the Washu would have even more freedom to control the world. The greatest fear of the Washu clan was their true nature as ghouls being exposed, which would undermine their dominion over society. Anyway, I believe you now. In some ways, you're even more unique than me. A half-human who can use Kakuja-like abilities without a Kakuho. The Washu clan once produced a natural-born half-ghoul, but what you are is unheard of. Finally convinced, Ido added, by the way, you're aware of the Washu clan's greatest taboo, aren't you? Yes, Bayakuya replied. The Underground King, or the original One-Eyed King. Bayakuya was only the first One-Eyed King of Aogiri tree. The original One-Eyed King, in the true sense, was a naturally born half-ghoul from the Washu clan many years ago. However, that half-ghoul despised the Washu clan despite being one of their own. He opposed the clan and even underwent dragonification. Ultimately, this individual was banished to the underground depths of the 24th Ward, where they were known as both the One-Eyed King and the Underground King. The remains of that dragonified form are still deep within the 24th Ward. Come to think of it, if you could also dragonify, you might have a real chance at overthrowing the Washu clan, Ido mused. You do have Washu blood, don't you? Theoretically, you could transform into a dragon, she added. The Washu clan's long history of cannibalism had strengthened their bloodline to the point where modern Washu members were born as natural Kakujas. This also made it possible for those with Washu blood to dragonify, transforming into massive, city-spanning creatures. Yeah, I'd rather not. Bayakuya muttered, feeling speechless. Instead of becoming a dragon, he'd prefer to use his perfect Susanoo to destroy anything in his way. At least that way, he could return to being human whenever he wanted. Ido had only been joking and quickly dismissed the idea. True. I wouldn't want you to turn into that kind of monster either. What if you couldn't return to normal? Ding! The host has become the king of the Aogiri tree, activating the hidden quest, One-Eyed King. Quest 1, expand the Aogiri tree's members to 1000. Quest reward, 100 attribute points. Bayakuya had now activated the One-Eyed King quest. Though this system task seemed troublesome, it was essentially a welfare quest. There was no need for him to handle it personally, the executives of the Aogiri tree could take care of it. Given some time, he was confident he'd obtain the 100 attribute points with ease. From now on, treat the 24th ward as your long-term base, Bayakuya commanded the Aogiri tree's leadership in his role as the One-Eyed King. Neutralize enemy factions completely, and recruit anyone suitable, Ido added. Yes, Tatara acknowledged with a simple nod, speaking no further. Noroi remained silent. This was because the real Noroi had long since died. The current Noroi was nothing more than a Kagun-based creature with rudimentary consciousness, likely created by Ido using Noroi's Kagun and her own Kakuho. If one removed his white, gaping-mouth mask, they'd see the face of a corpse. I suppose I should return now. I'll leave this place in your hands, Bayakuya announced, preparing to leave the 24th ward. Tatara gave a nod of understanding. He knew that their alliance with this king could only operate in the shadows to avoid detection by the V. Yoshimura Ido decided to escort Bayakuya to the 24th ward's exit, not because he needed protection, but because she had something to discuss. We need to start recruiting the ghouls in the 24th ward, but the Aogiri tree's funds are far too limited. This was the main issue Ido wanted to bring up. Currently, the Aogiri tree had only a few dozen members, and they were already struggling financially. There were plenty of ghouls in the 24th ward. Soon enough, the Aogiri tree could expand into hundreds or even 1,000 members. But funding this expansion was a serious challenge. Don't worry about finances. As an associate special class investigator for the CCG, my salary is quite high, not to mention the compensation I get from V, Bayakuya replied. Besides, once your Dear Kafta is published in a few months, it's bound to sell well. Your royalties should also help significantly. It suddenly dawned on him that the entire Aogiri tree was becoming his financial responsibility. Thankfully, his dual roles with the CCG and V came with generous paychecks. Although I feel a bit guilty, we don't have many other options right now. Previously, Ido shamelessly treated Bayakuya as her cash machine. Now, for some reason, she felt a twinge of guilt, perhaps because their ideals aligned. No problem. I don't have many personal expenses anyway, Bayakuya replied nonchalantly. As they made their way out of the depths of the 24th ward, they encountered several ghouls. However, Ido easily dealt with them, consuming their Kakuho to recover her strength. At the exit, Ido stopped and said, I'll leave you here. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. With a simple farewell, Bayakuya returned to the second ward. During the day, Bayakuya still had his duties with the CCG and V. It was only after work that he could meet Ido privately. As for his editing job at Shueisha, he had long taken a casual approach to it, only stepping in for important matters, such as handling the publication of Ido's Dear Kafta. Now, Bayakuya needed to start selecting the third member of his Squad 0. The best candidates were the half-humans from the Sunlit Garden since they were the most obedient. However, their obedience depended on his position as the cleaner for V, revealing his identity as the one-eyed king was out of the question, and thus, he could not trust anyone besides Arima. In the original story, Squad Zero included several highly capable and adorable half-human boys, Shioihei, Yusa Arima, and Rikai Suzu, all from the Sunlit Garden. Unfortunately, at this point in the timeline, Shioihei might not have even been born yet. Before he could finalize his choice for the third member, the CCG assigned him a new mission, under the directive of V. The existence of the clowns poses a threat to us. Recently, the clown's leader, the Dodgy Mother, escaped, and we've yet to locate her. Meanwhile, a group called Clown Mask has been active in the 4th Ward, which is likely tied to the clowns. As usual, Keiko summoned Bayakuya and Arima to the Sunlit Garden, this time for a new mission. Bayakuya, Arima, your task is to eliminate the clowns, Keiko instructed. Both nodded in agreement. Ding! The host is about to head to the 4th Ward to eliminate the Ghoul group, Clowns, activating the hidden quest, King of Clowns. Quest 1, defeat the clown member Uda. Quest reward, 50 attribute points. Uda, the mask shop owner and Shizukiyama's friend, was also a member of the clowns and a potential candidate for the title of the second-generation leader of clowns. In the original story, the only confirmed clowns leader were the first generation the Dodgy Mother, Roma Hoito, and the third generation, Donato Porpora. As for the second-generation king, it remained unclear. Uda was merely a possibility, given his strength as an SS-rated half-Kakuja. Defeating Uda wouldn't be too difficult, making these 50 attribute points fairly easy to earn. More importantly, the Kurushima and Yomo families were likely in the 4th Ward, Tuka, Ayato, their parents, and their uncle, Renji Yomo. These significant characters from the original story might trigger additional system quests, granting more attribute points and allowing Bayakuya to resolve some of his own regrets. With that, a plan began forming in his mind. Ding! The host has completed the daily sign-in and received 1 attribute point. Bayakuya never misses his daily sign-in. After all, free attribute points are not to be wasted. Accumulating enough consecutive sign-ins can even earn extra points. At this moment, he had already arrived at CCG Experimental Building in 1st Ward. Earlier that morning, he received news that his Quinquas, Moonshadow and Wind Spirit had been repaired, and the SSS-rated Quinqua, Owl, had finally been completed. Guided by the research staff, Bayakuya retrieved the Quinquas that belonged to him. We noticed that Investigator Bayakuya tends to favor dual-wielding techniques, so we've made Moonshadow and Wind Spirit more conveniently portable, a researcher explained. We also designed the Quinquas, Owl with this in mind. However, their cases are slightly larger than usual. Essentially, the 2 Quinquas, which were typically stored separately, were now consolidated into a single case. Thus, Bayakuya received 2 slightly larger cases, one containing the Moonshadow and Wind Spirit, and the other holding the 2 Owl Quinquas. To help him distinguish them, the researchers had even embedded gold detailing on the case holding Owl. Thanks, Bayakuya said habitually. This arrangement was indeed more convenient for him. The larger cases didn't matter, as he could store them in his Kamui space, retrieving them whenever needed. Which Quinqua he would use in battle would depend on the strength of the opponent. Although in the original series, Owl didn't seem particularly impressive, it eventually became a crucial weapon in the hands of Keiko, serving as a significant boss-like figure leading the dragon's orphans. Bayakuya was determined not to let one of the Owl Quinquas fall into the wrong hands again. In the original story, one had likely been given to Ido by Arima. After all, Arima himself only used the other owl once before his death. 1st Ward, CCG Headquarters. Bayakuya, Arima, you'll be working with the Inaba squad on this mission, said the CCG Bureau Chief, Yashitoki Washu. The squad leader, Inaba Warabe, and 3 of the other 4 members are half-humans. Train them well. Understood, Bayakuya nodded. Arima gave a slight nod as well. Though Bayakuya wasn't too familiar with the Inaba squad, he recognized Inaba Warabe. During their time in the Sunlit Garden, War Abe had been known as a prodigy and one of the most outstanding among the half-human children of his cohort. Now, it seemed Inaba had just graduated from the Sunlit Garden and formed the Inaba squad with 3 other half-humans and an unidentified human member. The CCG chief specifically assigning Bayakuya and Arima to train them clearly indicated high hopes for the Inaba squad. Shortly afterward, Bayakuya and Arima met the 5 members of the Inaba squad. Bayakuya recognized all 4 half-human members, including Inaba, as well as the human member. The latter turned out to be Kori Ui, a future special investigator in the original story. Not only was Kori exceptionally skilled, but he was also highly intelligent. With his long hair and delicate features, Kori could easily be mistaken for a girl, but he was indeed a boy, likely in his teens at this time. Investigator Bayakuya, Investigator Arima, said Inaba War Abe. Despite looking fatigued, with perpetually tired eyes and the occasional yawn, he adhered strictly to protocol. After a brief introduction, Bayakuya learned that the 5 members of the Inaba squad had recently been promoted to second-class investigators. Prepare your wills. Once they're ready, we'll head out, Bayakuya said bluntly, skipping any small talk. The Clowns Ghoul organization they were tasked with investigating had at least 2 confirmed SS-rated ghouls, making it a highly dangerous mission. Bayakuya was keenly aware that those 2 SS-rated ghouls were Uda and Renji Yomo, both formidable in their own right. Each time he wrote his will, Bayakuya found himself addressing it to Ido. Who else could he write to? Writing to Arima seemed absurd. Arima already had 3 Minami to worry about. So once again, Bayakuya addressed his will to Ido, filling it with trivial updates about recent publication progress. Squad 0 and the Inaba squad departed 1st Ward for 4th Ward. The investigation into the Clowns Ghouls was officially underway. For now, the operation was classified as reconnaissance. The CCG hadn't ordered an outright assault on clowns as the group's numbers made them a formidable foe. Squad 0 and the Inaba squad's primary task was to gather intelligence on the group's operations in 4th Ward. Eventually, the CCG would send reinforcements to aid in their efforts to eliminate them. 4th Ward has a high ghoul population. Stay vigilant at all times, Bayakuya advised the others. Understood, the 5 members of Inaba squad responded with firm nods. Initially, both squads stationed themselves at the local CCG branch in 4th Ward, using it as a base of operations for their investigation. Since the operation had not yet transitioned into active combat, Squad 0 and the Inaba squad worked separately for now. Bayakuya moved alongside Arima, which made it easier to handle his own objectives. Ostensibly, they were investigating the clowns, but Bayakuya was also searching for the Kurushima family. However, the first day yielded little progress. Neither Bayakuya nor Arima wore the White Dove badge, avoiding unnecessary ghoul attacks and keeping their investigation discreet. Nightfall. After dinner, Bayakuya returned to the apartment arranged by the CCG branch for temporary lodging. As he stepped into the unfamiliar space, his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a call from Ido. She had likely gone to his home in 2nd Ward, only to find it empty. Bastard Lulicon, where the hell did you go? Why aren't you home yet? It was clear from Ido's tone that there was a hint of complaint in her voice. Apparently, she had been waiting at his door in 2nd Ward for quite a while. Ahem. Bayakuya coughed lightly. I forgot to tell you earlier, I've been reassigned to a temporary mission. I'm currently in 4th Ward. You could have mentioned that earlier. I wasted a trip and had to wait around for nothing. Her tone carried even more annoyance now. My apologies. It was my oversight. Bayakuya replied, slightly embarrassed. So, where exactly are you now? I'll come to meet you. Ido wasn't the type to stay upset for long. After a couple of complaints, she dropped the matter. Bayakuya quickly shared his exact location, figuring he'd likely be working in 4th Ward for the foreseeable future. I'll meet you at the subway station later. All right. Just don't keep me waiting again. Shortly after, Bayakuya headed to the subway station to wait for Ido. Ido was quick, she didn't keep him waiting for long. With a light green shoulder bag slung over her back, she emerged from the subway station. So, what brings you all the way to 4th Ward? Let's talk somewhere else. This place isn't exactly private. The bustling crowd at the subway station wasn't the best setting for a sensitive discussion. Once they reached a quieter street. A group called Clowns, you've heard of them, right? Bayakuya asked in a moderate tone. Of course. The first leader of the Clowns is still locked up in Cochlea, Ido replied. Naturally, Ido knew about them. She'd once attacked the Ghoul detention center in 23rd Ward, aiming to recruit powerful ghouls, including the first leader of the Clowns, the dodgy mother, Roma Hoito. However, the raid wasn't entirely successful, they didn't breach the level where Roma was held. Author note, correction to earlier context, Roma was still in prison at this point. The Clowns have become one of the V's biggest nuisances, Bayakuya explained. And there's a ghoul group in District 4 called the Clown Mask, that's connected to them. Their activity has been growing increasingly rampant, and I'm investigating them now. The Clown Mask. I know a bit about them. Need my help? Ido offered. The Clown Mask aren't my main concern. I'm just following orders on the surface. My real target isn't them. Bayakuya shook his head slightly. The group was of little importance, at most, their leader might be useful. Defeating him would earn attribute points. Though Yomo was close to their leader, he wasn't a member of the group. He was a lone wolf. So, who are you after? Another girl? Ido asked almost instinctively. Not exactly. There are several people I'm looking for, ghouls, to be precise, Bayakuya answered honestly. The Kurushima family and the Yomo family. Can't help you there. I don't know much about them, Ido admitted. As informed as she was, Ido wasn't omniscient. Hikari Kurushima and Arita Kurushima, parents of Tuka, weren't particularly powerful ghouls at this point in the timeline. In fact, they likely hadn't even been officially named by the CCG yet. In the future, Hikari's desperation to protect her children would lead her to extensive predation and cannibalism, eventually drawing the attention of the CCG, or possibly the V organization, and resulting in her defeat at the hands of Arima. In the original story, Arima's S+ rated Quinqua, Narukami, was crafted from Hikari's Kagun and Kakuho. Its destructive power was unparalleled. There's no rush on that. Let's buy a laptop first. Otherwise, I won't be able to edit manuscripts while I'm in 4th Ward. With that, Bayakuya set off toward the mall. Must be nice to have money, buying whatever you want. Ido glanced down at her outfit, a dress she'd worn for ages. It was old and worn. Though she identified more as a ghoul, she was still a girl. It was natural to want to look beautiful. Even pure-blooded ghoul girls like to dress up. For example, Mayu, Nutcracker, had once desperately wanted to be beautiful but couldn't afford it as a child, leading to her eventual descent into madness. For Ido, lack of money was always an issue. Even if she had funds, they prioritized her organization, Aogiri Tree, over personal expenses. Recently, she'd managed to buy a relatively cheap bag, but that was a rare luxury. With his sharp observational skills, Bayakuya quickly noticed Ido's subtle gaze. He had a pretty good idea of what was going through her mind. He tactfully suggested, after we buy the laptop, let's check out some clothing stores. It seems like you've been wearing that outfit for quite a while. Ido was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected him to bring up the topic. It felt as though he'd completely read her mind. But mind reading was something that only existed in fiction, novels or manga. It couldn't possibly be real. So, Ido dismissed the thought as a coincidence. In that case, I won't hold back. I'll definitely pick out a couple of pretty new outfits. She smiled. As many as you like. It's not a problem, Bayakuya said casually. Compared to the operational costs of Aogiri tree, a few new outfits were a trivial expense. Oh. You said it. Surprised by his generosity, Ido felt a twinge of joy. If he hadn't brought it up, she wouldn't have spent his funds on clothes. Now, she finally had the chance to pick out some beautiful, stylish outfits. When buying the laptop, Bayakuya wasn't picky. He grabbed a mid-range model, good enough for writing and editing. There was no need for anything high-end. Next, it was time to hit the clothing stores. They found a well-decorated boutique that specialized in women's clothing. As they walked in together, a staff member at the entrance stopped them. At the entrance, a female clerk stopped them. I'm sorry, sir. Are you a couple? If not, men aren't allowed inside, as this is a woman's-only store. Bayakuya was about to suggest going elsewhere when Ido turned to him with a teasing smile. So, are we a couple? Comment. Bayakuya was momentarily caught off guard by Ido's unexpected remark. But since she had already taken the conversation in that direction, he couldn't back down now. Otherwise, she'd just seize the opportunity to tease him further. Yes, we're a couple. May I go inside now? Bayakuya said to the female clerk with a completely serious expression. As he spoke, he reached out and took Ido's hand. For a brief moment, he felt her soft hand stiffen slightly in his grasp. Although she quickly returned to normal, it didn't escape his notice. Ah, of course. Please, come in, the clerk replied, seeing that the girl beside him didn't deny it. Once they entered the clothing store, Ido whispered teasingly, How long do you plan on holding hands, Mr. Lolicon? Only then did Bayakuya let go of her hand. You were the one who started teasing me first. He was simply returning the favor. Even so, Mr. Lolicon is pretty bold, huh? Imagine the scandal if a respected, associate special class investigator got caught by the authorities for this. Wouldn't that be humiliating? Ido chuckled softly. It's fine. Worst case, we'll both go down together, Bayakuya replied casually. If he exposed Ido's identity as a ghoul, he'd have all the justification he needed as an investigator to handle the situation however he pleased. Ido knew he was joking, so she didn't take it to heart. On another note, since we're pretending to be a couple, shouldn't we make it look more convincing? Like what? Bayakuya asked. For starters, maybe we should keep holding hands. It'd be suspicious otherwise. This time, it was Ido who took the initiative to grab his hand. Prepared this time, she showed no signs of stiffness. With that, Bayakuya stood by as Ido picked out clothes. He had no experience shopping for women's clothes, so he didn't interfere. However, after trying on a few outfits, Ido insisted on getting his opinion. How about this one? Does it give off a strong, independent vibe? She asked. I'm not sure about strong, but it suits you, Bayakuya commented. Given Ido's petite frame, pulling off a strong, independent woman look wasn't easy, but he refrained from saying so outright. Really? Then I'll take this 1-inch, Ido said. She tried on 2 more outfits, and each time, Bayakuya's response was the same, it suits you. Is that all you can say? It suits you. How unoriginal, Ido complained, sensing he wasn't putting much effort into his comments. It's not that, Bayakuya said, slightly embarrassed. I'm just not used to helping girls pick out clothes. I honestly don't know much about this. So this is your first time? Ido asked, her expression a mix of surprise and amusement. Yes, Bayakuya admitted. Besides, I think a good-looking girl won't look bad in anything. So, Miss Takatsuki, just pick whatever style you like. Oh. Mr. Lolicon sure knows how to flatter, she said with a smirk, though she was visibly pleased. Realizing he wasn't just brushing her off, Ido chose 3 new outfits. Bayakuya paid for them without hesitation. As they left the mall, Bayakuya carried a laptop bag in one hand and 3 shopping bags in the other, while Ido walked beside him, holding a few lollipops and a small toy from a store promotion. She occasionally blew bubbles with the gum she was chewing. "Carrying stuff for your girlfriend is perfectly normal, isn't it, Mr. Lolicon?" Ido said matter-of-factly. Bayakuya was about to retort when he spotted a familiar group approaching them. It was a young couple with 2 small children, a boy and a girl, not older than 10. The man was Arata, and the woman was Hikari. The children, of course, were Tuka and Ayato. As they passed by, Bayakuya couldn't help but notice how much Hikari resembled Tuka from the later parts of the original timeline. The resemblance was uncanny, unsurprising, given they were mother and daughter. Arata, on the other hand, had a warm and gentle appearance that belied the tragic fate awaiting him. Noticing Bayakuya's gaze lingering on the family, Ido seemed to grasp the situation. At the same time, young Ayato, likely only 4 years old, was drawn to the toy in Ido's hand. "Do you want this?" Ido asked, crouching down with a friendly smile. "Yes." Ayato nodded shyly. "Then it's yours." "What's your name?" she asked, handing him the toy. "Ayato." "Kurushima." The boy answered haltingly. Hearing his name confirmed Ido's suspicion. This was the Kurushima family Bayakuya had been looking for. "Say thank you to the nice lady," Hikari gently reminded Ayato. "Thank you," Ayato said, bowing politely. "Me too. I want one too," Tuka said, tugging at her mother's sleeve. "Tuka, you need to share with your brother when we get home," Arata said gently. "Okay," Tuka replied reluctantly, her disappointment visible. "It's fine. I don't really need them. It's better to give them to someone who does," Ido said with a smile, handing another toy to Tuka. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience caused to your sister." "Thank you," Arata said, directing an apologetic smile at Bayakuya. Ding! The host has encountered a key character, Arata Kurushima. Hidden quest, Kurushima family, activated. Quest 1, encourage the Kurushima family to join either Antiku or Aogiri tree. Reward, 20 attribute points. Hearing the word sister, Ido couldn't help but feel irritated, though she maintained her smile. "I'm not his sister," she said pointedly. "Oh, sorry. That was presumptuous of me." Arata apologized hastily. But as he looked at the appearance of the two before him, they really did look like siblings. There was no way they could be husband and wife, right? And father and daughter? Impossible. So, perhaps they were a couple. In any case, Arata dared not openly speculate about their relationship anymore. Ido didn't bother explaining what exactly her relationship with Bayakuya was. As far as she was concerned, as long as they weren't mistaken for siblings, that was good enough. The Kurushima family was just about to head home after their shopping trip. "Big brother, big sister, goodbye," Tuka and Ayato said in unison. "Goodbye," Bayakuya responded. "Bye-bye," Ido waved with a bright smile. At that moment, Ido appeared especially cheerful, though it was entirely part of her act. Then, she took the initiative to grab Bayakuya's hand, intentionally trailing behind the Kurushima family. Her movements were natural, maintaining just enough distance to avoid suspicion. It didn't look like they were following but merely heading in the same direction. This subtle approach kept Hikari from becoming overly wary, though she did notice their presence. Tuka, still young, also took note of the pair. She tugged at her mother's sleeve and said, "Mommy, those big brother and sister are still behind us." Let's go say hello again," Hikari suggested, turning back to greet Bayakuya and Ido. "Ah, we meet again. It seems we're headed in the same direction," Hikari said warmly. "Yes, we happen to be taking this route too," Ido replied with a smile. "Then why don't we walk together?" Hikari offered, feeling reassured by their seemingly kind demeanor. Arata, even less suspicious by nature, readily agreed. Bayakuya immediately understood what Ido was trying to achieve. Of course, he knew they weren't genuinely on the same route, continuing down this path would only take them further from his home. Her real intent was to pinpoint where the Kurushima family lived. Without a doubt, she was trying to help him. As they walked together, the group shared pleasant conversation. "So, big brother and big sister, what's your relationship?" Tuka asked innocently. Tuka. Arata was about to scold her for asking such an impolite question when. "What do you think our relationship is?" Ido interjected with a playful grin. Boyfriend and girlfriend?" Though still young, Tuka had read some romance manga and had a basic understanding. Bingo! Tuka got it right, Ido confirmed without hesitation. Bayakuya thought to himself, so this pretend couple act still isn't over. Arata now understood why the woman had denied being siblings so quickly earlier. "That's amazing," Tuka said, looking impressed. Ido laughed. "But Tuka, you're still too young to imitate your big sister, okay?" "Okay." Tuka nodded obediently. What she didn't realize was that this beautiful and mature-seeming big sister wasn't actually much older than her. Eventually, they arrived at the Kurushima household. After exchanging simple farewells, the Kurushima family went inside. "Well, what do you think?" "You found the Kurushima family you were looking for," Ido said smugly, clearly expecting praise. "You did well," Bayakuya acknowledged, even patting her head as he spoke. Regardless of how much this actually helped, he appreciated her effort. But Ido immediately slapped his hand away. "Don't touch my head," she said flatly. It was clear she didn't like anyone touching her head. If it had been someone else, it certainly wouldn't have ended with just a slap. Best case scenario? They'd lose a hand. Worst case? They wouldn't leave alive. By the way, is there something special about this family? They just seem like an ordinary ghoul family to me, Ido asked, puzzled. Nothing special, really. I just have a friend who hopes they can live peacefully, Bayakuya replied, half-truthfully. That friend was, of course, himself. Completing his system's quest, to guide the Kurushima family into either Antiku or the Aogiri tree, would ensure their safety. In the original story, if the Kurushima family had encountered Yoshimura earlier, their tragic fate might have been avoided. Hikari wouldn't have been killed, and Arata wouldn't have been captured and turned into the Kakuja Quinqua, Arata. Yoshimura was a powerful ally. He may not have been able to defeat Arima, but he could escape unscathed. Even Ido herself admitted it would take significant resources from the V to take him down. Ido seemed skeptical but didn't press further. By the way, about this Yomo family, is that another of your friend's requests? Actually, it's connected. That young woman, Hikari Kurushima, was originally named Hikari Yomo before marriage, Bayakuya explained. Oh, right, women change their names after marriage. Ido nodded, but an odd thought suddenly crossed her mind. Uchiha Ido. The name popped into her head unbidden, making her eyes widen slightly in surprise. She quickly dismissed the thought, feeling a bit embarrassed. She blamed that bastard sweet talk for corrupting her subconscious. Her expression remained unchanged, so Bayakuya didn't notice anything amiss. Still, he sensed something and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just thinking about what a jerk a certain lolicon is," Ido replied, her face emotionless. Bayakuya was thoroughly confused. How had this suddenly become about him? Bayakuya spent the entire way home puzzling over one question: what exactly had he done? After returning home, he decided not to dwell on such trivial matters. He opened his laptop and logged into his document account, allowing all his meticulously edited drafts to sync automatically. Even if the synchronization failed, it wouldn't be an issue, he had backups saved in his email as a precaution. Meanwhile, Ido borrowed his bathroom, took a quick shower, and changed into clean clothes. "I'm done. Let's get back to editing, she said as she walked over and sat down. As they continued editing late into the evening, Ido placed her old clothes and 2 other sets of new outfits aside. Since she currently had no fixed residence, leaving her clothes in the chaos of the 24th ward would risk damaging them. To this, Bayakuya asked, "How about I help you rent a place?" Ido paused for a moment before a faint smile graced her lips. "I don't think you need to waste money on that. I can just stay here, right?" "Stay here? If you don't mind, then I certainly don't," Bayakuya replied nonchalantly. "Great. Don't mind if I do," Ido said, immediately flopping onto his bed. Lying on the soft mattress felt incredibly comfortable. In the 24th ward, there was no such thing as a bed. However, she couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. No matter how much she teased him, Bayakuya remained utterly unaffected. Bayakuya, on the other hand, was busy on his computer, handling CCG matters such as filing reports on their investigation. Once he was done, he decided to take a shower before bed. When Bayakuya emerged from the bathroom, he saw Ido already settled under the covers. It seemed she hadn't been joking earlier, she truly intended to stay here. After drying his hair with a blow dryer, Bayakuya also got into bed. At that moment, Ido poked her head out from under the blanket. "Just so we're clear, if you try anything funny tonight, I'll cut that thing off while you sleep." "What nonsense are you even thinking about? Just go to sleep, we have work tomorrow morning." Bayakuya sighed, feeling exasperated. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. Ido, however, struggled to fall asleep, her mind heavy with thoughts. Although things were gradually heading in a positive direction, her ultimate goal still felt out of reach. Nevertheless, she finally had a glimmer of hope, the man lying beside her, this incorrigible lolicon. The night passed uneventfully. When Bayakuya woke up, he quietly went through his morning routine without disturbing the still sleeping Ido. He then headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, simple fare, eggs, bread, and milk for 2. "Miss Takatsuki, time to wake up for breakfast," Bayakuya called out. Ido let out a soft groan as she slowly sat up, rubbing her eyes. She had stayed up late pondering things, so she was still a bit groggy. After washing up, she joined him at the table and saw the prepared breakfast. "This is quite thoughtful of you," she remarked. "Well, I can't exactly just make breakfast for myself," Bayakuya replied. "Regardless, thank you." Ido tasted the simple meal. Despite the many hardships her half-ghoul identity had brought her, she felt grateful for one thing, being able to eat normal food. It had been years since anyone prepared a meal for her since her foster father's death. Bayakuya was the first to do so. After breakfast, the two left the apartment together. Bayakuya needed to join Rima to continue investigating the clowns, while Ido had to lead Aogiri Tree in a sweep of the 24th ward. As they prepared to part ways, they ran into Rima, who lived in the same apartment building. After all, the CCG had arranged for both Bayakuya and Rima to stay in the same complex. Seeing Bayakuya and Ido together in such a place, Rima seemed to understand something. "Congratulations, you two," he said expressionlessly. "Wait, no. Never mind," Bayakuya began, then decided it wasn't worth explaining. Sensing Bayakuya's discomfort, Ido added, "You must be his partner, Kishu Rima, right? If he flirts with anyone else, make sure to secretly tell me, okay?" "That's not part of my duties," Rima replied flatly, lacking any sense of humor. "Tch." Ido clicked her tongue, finding him boring. She then turned to Bayakuya, said goodbye, and walked off in the opposite direction. During their investigation in the 4th ward, Rima suddenly spoke up. "Investigator Bayakuya, I didn't expect you and the one-eyed owl to have such a close relationship." Clearly, he was surprised by what he perceived as Bayakuya's connection to Ido. "It's not what you think. She's essentially homeless, so she's just staying at my place temporarily," Bayakuya explained. "I see." Moments later, Arima's tone shifted. The clowns group appears to have their eyes on us. Indeed. I've already notified the Inaba squad, Bayakuya replied, transmitting a message to Inaba and his squad via radio. This was a perfect opportunity to train them. Earlier, Bayakuya had noticed several murderous gazes fixed on them, detected through his Mangekyo Sharingan. They were in a relatively desolate area with abandoned buildings and factories, ideal hiding spots for ghouls. However, the lurking ghouls seemed to be waiting for something and hadn't attacked yet. Soon, Warabe and his squad arrived. Investigator Bayakuya, Investigator Arima, what's the situation? Warabe asked. There are at least 20 ghouls lurking nearby. Be prepared, we're moving out, Bayakuya replied. As he finished speaking, a brief distortion in space occurred before a Quinqua briefcase appeared in his hand. The mission begins now, he announced. Although using the Kamui for spatial transfer would reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan, the transfer lasted only a brief moment. His eyes quickly reverted to his regular black pupils, leaving almost no one able to notice the change in his eyes. Standing behind him were Arima and the members of the Inaba squad. As soon as Bayakuya commanded, they immediately sprang into action. The ghouls lurking in the shadows realized they could no longer stay hidden and charged out to attack Bayakuya and his group. However, the strongest ghoul present was merely an S-rated one, and it just so happened to face Bayakuya. This ghoul wore a clown-like mask, a signature of the clowns group. Bayakuya swiftly retrieved his Quinqua's Moonshadow and Wind Spirit from his briefcase. Die, you damn dove. The ghoul unleashed a dark green Rinkaku and lunged at Bayakuya's head. However, Bayakuya's Sharingan had already read the ghoul's moves. Leaning back to a near horizontal angle, he flawlessly dodged the attack and countered with the Wind Spirit, driving it upward into the ghoul's abdomen. His strike precisely damaged the ghoul's Kakuho, temporarily preventing it from using its Kagun. What? The ghoul felt intense pain in its abdomen and was stunned by the human's speed. It was unimaginable that a human could not only evade its attack but also counter with such precision and swiftness. The ghoul, though critically wounded, was not entirely incapacitated, but its injuries were severe enough to hinder regeneration. An SSS-rated ghoul might have healed from such wounds in moments, with the Kakuho requiring more time. But as an S-rated ghoul, recovery would take much longer. Bayakuya gave it no chance to recover. Using both Quinquas, he pinned the ghoul's arms to the ground. Aya! The ghoul screamed in agony. Even with their resilience, ghouls were not immune to pain. Call your leader here, Bayakuya said coldly, intending to lure Uda to this location. Ding! Host has defeated an S-rated ghoul. Reward, 15 attribute points. The system confirmed the ghoul's incapacitation. Meanwhile, Arima quickly finished off several A-rated ghouls with ease, even using only a B-rated Quinqua. However, instead of killing the ghouls, Arima destroyed their Kakuhos, leaving them incapacitated. He had always disliked unnecessary killing and, as he wasn't a cleaner, had no need to force himself into that role. The Inaba squad struggled, facing B-rated and a few A-rated ghouls, due to their lack of combat experience. Eventually, Warabe and Kori combined efforts to defeat 2 A-rated ghouls, turning the tide. With only B-rated ghouls remaining, the squad gained the upper hand. Arima observed from the sidelines, ready to intervene if necessary but refraining to allow the squad to gain practical experience. Despite waiting, Uda did not appear, suggesting he wasn't nearby. Changing tactics, Bayakuya addressed the subdued ghoul, tell me your leader's location, and I'll spare your life. Refuse, and you'll face the harshest torture in Cochlea. Coincidentally, the ghoul was a recent escapee during the Aogiri tree's recent assault on Cochlea. The ghoul vividly remembered the horrors of the interrogators there and was unwilling to return. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The ghoul's immediate surrender surprised Bayakuya, but he got the intel he needed. Keeping his word, Bayakuya released the ghoul but moved swiftly to prevent any warnings being sent. "Arima, let's go," Bayakuya instructed. "Inaba squad, stay here and secure the area." "Yes, sir," Warabe acknowledged on behalf of the squad. On the way to Uda's location, Bayakuya made a call to Ito. In a derelict church in the 4th Ward, the clowns had established its base. Uda and Yomo were both present. "It seems the doves from other wards are gathering in the 4th Ward. Looks like they've set their sights on us," Uda remarked. Though appearing gentle and harmless, Uda's tattooed body and permanent kakugan, created through tattooing his scara, were far from ordinary. "What do you plan to do?" Yomo, with his striking silver hair and composed demeanor, asked plainly. "More doves are bound to arrive. It's better to strike first before they consolidate their forces," Uda replied. "I'm not joining you. I have no intention of provoking the doves," Yomo stated firmly, intent on protecting his family and maintaining peace in the 4th Ward. "Well, it seems you may not have a choice," Uda noted, sensing the approach of 2 intruders. Yomo also became alert to the nearing presence. "Everyone, put on your masks. It looks like the doves have arrived," Uda nonchalantly to the others, as if the approaching threat meant nothing to him. Soon enough, 2 humans entered the church. To be precise, they were half-humans. "Arima, I'll leave the rest of the ghouls to you. Let me handle the 2 SS-rated ones," Bayakuya said as he stepped into the abandoned church alongside Arima. "Understood," Arima replied with a slight nod. He seemed indifferent about dealing with any level of ghouls. At that moment, Bayakuya passed his left hand in front of his eyes, briefly masking the appearance of his Mangekyo Sharingan, while his right hand caught the Quinqua briefcase that emerged from a spatial vortex. This time, he opted for the golden briefcase, indicating the SSS-rated Quinqua owl. Perhaps it was overkill, but he wanted to finish this quickly. Seeing Bayakuya draw this Quinqua, Arima raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that Bayakuya had some personal history with the leader of the ghouls here. As the 2 stepped further into the abandoned church, ghouls began emerging from all directions, surrounding them. "Good afternoon, gentlemen doves," came a voice. A figure wearing a featureless, white mask stepped forward from the crowd of ghouls. This mask was the source of his alias, No Face. Beside him stood a ghoul wearing a crow-shaped mask, Renji Yomo. Bayakuya immediately recognized Uda, not only by his mask but also by his distinctive tattoos. "Good afternoon," Bayakuya replied calmly. With those words, he launched himself toward Uda and Yomo, simultaneously drawing one of the owl blades from the golden suitcase. Arima, already prepared with his Quinqua, Yukimura 1/3 moved to handle the other ghouls. Initially, Uda seemed to treat the fight as a game, refraining from activating his Kagun. Yomo, too, believed Uda could easily handle these seemingly young investigators, sparing him the effort. But in the blink of an eye, Bayakuya had already closed the distance between them, and the ominous power of his Quinqua became evident. Oh! Uda finally realized his opponent was no ordinary investigator. Yomo reacted swiftly, releasing his Ukaku and firing crystalline projectiles toward Bayakuya, much like the owl. However, compared to the non-killing owl and the one-eyed owl, Yomo's attack lacked power, speed, and density. For someone like Bayakuya, who had faced the owls multiple times, dodging this was child's play. "Don't underestimate him," Yomo warned Uda as he noticed how effortlessly Bayakuya evaded. "I understand, Raven," Uda replied, adopting a more serious tone. Raven was Uda's nickname for Yomo, derived from his crow-shaped mask. As the 2 exchanged words, the Quinqua came slicing toward them. Uda unleashed his Rinkaku to block. The Rinkaku Kagun was renowned for its powerful regeneration and offensive capabilities. Rinkaku ghouls often possessed exceptional physical strength and agility, but their weakness lay in their defense. This vulnerability was evident as Bayakuya's Quinqua easily sliced through Uda's 3 Kagun tendrils in one swift motion. Feeling the overwhelming power of the Quinqua, Uda realized this weapon was at least SS rated, if not SSS rated. Could its wielder be a special class investigator? Yomo, recognizing the threat, quickly pulled Uda aside to avoid a lethal blow from Owl. His tone turned grave. Go all out, or we won't stand a chance. You're right. Uda muttered, discarding any further carelessness. When Uda fought with everything he had, it meant activating his half-Kakuja form. In an instant, multiple Kagun arms sprouted from his back, each bearing the same tattooed patterns as his body. These Kagun extended from his head but didn't cover his entire body, signifying his half-Kakuja state. Uda needed a brief moment to fully complete the transformation, and Yomo stepped in to buy time, releasing purple electric currents from his Kagun to strike Bayakuya. Like Hikari, Yomo's Kagun was unique, possessing an electrical attribute, a rare and formidable power. However, the purple electricity had no effect on Bayakuya, as his Quinqua absorbed the attack completely. Though not the most defensive among Quinquas, the Owl could withstand Ikaku Kagun attacks with ease. Yomo's interference gave Uda just enough time to finish his transformation. Come and fight, investigator. Uda growled, his voice tinged with madness as he teetered on the edge of sanity. Gladly, Bayakuya replied coolly. Feigning an opening, he baited no face into attacking. One of the tattooed Kagun arms stretched out, grabbing Bayakuya's ankle and pulling him into a massive Kagun mouth. Uda attempted to devour Bayakuya but instead ended up swallowing his Quinqua. Bayakuya thrust the blade into Uda's Kagun mouth, piercing through and destroying one of his kakuho located in the back. For Rinkaku ghouls, the primary kakuho was typically near the waist. However, Kakuja ghouls often developed additional kakuho in other locations. With his head temporarily disabled and one of his kakuho heavily damaged, Uda's partially berserk state made him lose all sense of reason. Forgetting his true enemy, he turned on Yomo, driven by an insatiable hunger. I want to devour you, he. You idiot. Yomo shouted in anger. Dealing with Uda in his Kakuja state was already challenging. Fighting both him and an elite investigator was a death sentence. However, before Yomo could act, a flash of steel crossed his vision. Uda was cleaved in half at the waist, his kakuho further destroyed. Uda lay motionless, grievously injured and unable to regenerate for the time being. Ding! Host has successfully completed Quest 1, defeat the Clowns member, Uda. Reward, 50 attribute points. Quest 1 completed. Activating Quest 2. Quest 2, raid the 23rd Ward Ghoul Detention Center, Cochlea, and release the Clowns' first leader, the dodgy mother, Roma Hoito. Quest reward, 100 attribute points. Ding! The host has defeated the SS-rated ghoul, Uda, and received 40 attribute points. Yomo initially assumed the black-clad investigator would take advantage of Uda's loss of reason and use him as a distraction. To his surprise, the investigator dealt with Uda first. It seemed the investigator did not take Yomo's strength seriously at all. At this moment, Yomo pushed himself to his limits. He couldn't leave Uda behind, nor did he want Uda to die here. When fighting at full strength, Yomo's combat ability was on par with a half-Kakuja Uda, thanks to his lightning-based Kagun, which compensated for the inherent disadvantage against a half-Kakuja. Still, this only underscored how outmatched he was against Bayakuya. It didn't take long before Yomo's Kakuho was severely damaged. However, Bayakuya deliberately held back, avoiding inflicting fatal damage on Yomo's Kakuho. For a ghoul with only one Kakuho, severe enough damage renders it incapable of regeneration, leaving death as the only outcome. Ding! The host has defeated the SS-rated ghoul, Renji Yomo, and received 40 attribute points. At this point in the story, both Uda and Yomo were still young and had not reached SS+. Their peak would come roughly 3 years later, after being taken in by Yoshimura to Antiku. After settling there and consuming only spoiled food, Yomo's strength stagnated. Throughout the fight, Bayakuya's Quinqua Owl remained intact, a testament to its unmatched durability. He prepared to feign delivering the final blow to Yomo. Although Yomo lay prone and barely able to move, he raised his head, glaring fiercely at Bayakuya without fear of death. "Nice spirit," Bayakuya remarked indifferently. He raised the quinqua for the finishing strike. At that critical moment, a massive crash erupted above as the ceiling of the abandoned church caved in. Boom! A gigantic figure descended amidst the rubble and dust, hurtling toward Bayakuya. Bayakuya calmly retreated a few steps, avoiding the ambush. The figure was none other than SSS-rated Ghoul Owl. But it wasn't the non-killing owl, it was the one-eyed owl. "It's here. Hee hee." The owl let out a bizarre, gleeful laugh and launched a barrage of okaku shards at Bayakuya. Bayakuya dodged effortlessly, his expression calm and unsurprised. After all, she was there at his invitation. He had arranged for Ido to help stage this scene. Taking advantage of Bayakuya's evasive maneuver, the owl grabbed Yomo and the critically wounded Uda in one swift motion. Yomo, already gravely injured, groaned in pain under the owl's rough grip. Uda, barely clinging to life, made no sound. Ido quickly fled the scene with the two, disappearing into the night. Could have been gentler. Bayakuya muttered softly to himself, not giving chase. Meanwhile, any ghoul daring to face Arima was effortlessly dispatched. With the loss of their two leaders, the ghouls were utterly defenseless before Arima. Even if Uda and Yomo were at their best, Arima could have single-handedly decimated the entire group. Realizing the overwhelming strength of both the black-clad investigator and the white-clad Arima, the remaining ghouls lost their nerve. If even Uda and Yomo stood no chance, what hope did they have? Most fled, though a few were too slow or hesitant. Bayakuya, unwilling to overdo his act, gave them ample time to escape. Still, he and Arima needed captives to report back. "Apologies," Bayakuya said, his words sounding cryptic to the remaining ghouls. Those who failed to flee fast enough were sent to Cochlea. Ding! The host has defeated an A+ rated ghoul, earning 8 attribute points. Ding! The host has defeated AB rated ghoul, earning 3 attribute points. In the end, Bayakuya and Arima captured numerous members of Clown. Including those detained earlier by Inaba squad, they apprehended over 50 ghouls ranging from B to S ratings. "Let's head back," Bayakuya said. Returning to the CCG headquarters in the First Ward, the mission was declared a success. Though the leaders had escaped, the group suffered devastating losses. With their leaders critically injured, and many members captured, the clowns would remain inactive for some time. The operation's efficiency also earned commendation. The CCG confirmed evidence of the one-eyed owl's presence, and Bayakuya's flawless performance avoided any suspicion. Arima's efforts earned him a promotion to first-class investigator, granting him access to S-rated quinquas. Within Inaba squad, Warabe and Kori were promoted to first-class investigator, while the rest remained second-class. As for Bayakuya, he was promoted to special class investigator. He was assigned to the Fourth Ward to continue operations, specifically investigating the one-eyed owl and clown's leader. Little did anyone know, the one-eyed owl spent every day at Bayakuya's house. Time rewound to when Ido rescued Uda and Yomo. Following Bayakuya's suggestion, she casually tossed Uda and Yomo into the second floor of the Antiku. In fact, Bayakuya gave her two suggestions: either have the two ghouls join Aogiri tree or join Antiku. However, she specifically asked for Bayakuya's honest opinion and learned that he hoped Uda and Yomo would go to Antiku. Thus, she followed through with that choice. As it was broad daylight and people were on the streets, Ido had already reverted from her Kakuja form, relying on her regular Kagun form to move quickly. She threw Uda and Yomo into the second-floor lounge through an open window and left immediately without staying in Antiku for even a moment. She didn't want to meet her father at that time. Downstairs, Yoshimura, Koma, Irimi, and Minami heard the commotion upstairs and even detected the scent of blood. Yoshimura quickly motioned for them to stay put, saying he'd check on the situation himself. When he reached the second floor, he saw Yomo unconscious and Uda, reduced to only half his body. He stood in silence for a moment before fetching preserved human flesh from the refrigerator to feed them. With RC cells replenished, even inactive human flesh could greatly accelerate regeneration. Ugh, cough. Yomo woke up first, coughing weakly. Meanwhile, Uda's half-body had already started regenerating slowly. As Yomo regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a sofa and saw Uda nearby. The environment was entirely unfamiliar. Holding his head, Yomo tried to recall what happened. He remembered being defeated miserably by that black-clad investigator and then being rescued by a massive figure. He had no idea who that figure was or why they had saved him. "You're awake," came a calm voice. Yoshimura walked into the lounge holding a cup of coffee. Seeing the kind-looking older man, Yomo immediately asked, "Did you save us?" "Not exactly. I don't know who brought you here, but I'm the owner of this cafe." Yoshimura smiled gently and said, "I just fed you some human meat to help you recover. As I suspected, you two are ghouls." Yomo didn't deny it, sensing that this man was also a ghoul. "Do you have any idea who brought you here?" Yoshimura asked. Yomo shook his head slightly. "I only remember that it seemed to be a Kakuja who rescued us. I've never seen one so massive. It wore a dark red cloak and had a mask with only one Kakugan." "Got it." Yoshimura instantly realized who Yomo was describing. Based on the description, aside from himself, it could only have been Ido. Moreover, it wasn't surprising that Ido knew about Antiku. Ido. Yoshimura sighed inwardly, puzzled about why Ido had left these two ghouls with him. He then spoke to Yomo and learned about what had happened to him and Uda. Although he still couldn't discern Ido's true intentions, Yoshimura decided to take in Yomo and Uda, perhaps as a way to alleviate his guilt toward Ido. "There are likely investigators searching for you in the 4th ward right now. Why don't you stay here for the time being?" Yoshimura offered. Yomo hesitated, as his sister and family were still in the 4th ward, and he couldn't leave them behind. "Is there something else holding you back?" Yoshimura asked. "Yes. I have family in the 4th ward. I can't abandon them," Yomo admitted. "Then why not bring them here? Antiku welcomes all ghouls," Yoshimura suggested candidly. Antiku? The name rang a bell for Yomo. "Is this the 20th ward?" "That's right. This is the Antiku Cafe in the 20th ward. I'm the owner and the manager of this ward." Yoshimura revealed his identity. "I see." Yomo was surprised. Although rumors often depicted the 20th ward as home to weak and timid ghouls, he knew more than most. He had heard of two powerful ghoul groups in the past, Devil Ape and Black Dog. After the new manager took over, both groups suddenly disappeared. This suggested that the new manager was stronger than either group. Although he didn't know the specifics, this place seemed like a safe haven. Moreover, Yoshimura had helped him. If his sister's safety could be assured, he'd gladly work for someone like this. "I'm willing to join Antiku, but first, I need to bring my sister here," Yomo stated his condition. "Of course. I'll ensure your safety during the process," Yoshimura readily agreed. "I'd like to leave now. Uda is still unconscious and won't cause trouble even if he wakes up." "That's fine," Yoshimura said warmly. "But before you leave, let me introduce you to your new colleagues." "All right." Yomo replied hesitantly, unsure of what tasks lay ahead. He followed Yoshimura downstairs. "These three will be your co-workers. Why don't you introduce yourself first?" Yoshimura said to Yomo. Originally, the Antiku only had 2 employees, but recently Minami started working there after school. She received help from Antiku, relying on preserved human flesh to stave off hunger and refraining from hunting humans anymore. "My name is Yomo." Renji Yomo, he said, hesitating briefly before introducing himself. Ding! The host has successfully completed Quest 1, encourage the Kurushima family to join either Antiku or Aogiri tree, earning a reward of 20 attribute points. At that moment, Bayakuya heard the system notification. It was easy to guess that Yomo must have convinced the Kurushima family to go to Antiku. Ultimately, it was Bayakuya's actions that facilitated this outcome. Yomo would undoubtedly mention both him and Arima, leaving Arita and Hikari with no other choice if they wanted to protect their family. Given the precarious situation of ghouls in the 4th ward, they had few alternatives. I sent those two to Antiku immediately after saving them. They should be out of danger now, said Ido. Thank you for your hard work, replied Bayakuya, speaking to Ido while preparing dinner. It's no trouble at all. By the way, do you need my help? I've never cooked myself before, though. Ido offered. I think you should give it a try, Bayakuya said with a hint of curiosity, wondering what Ido's cooking might turn out like. Are you serious? Don't regret this later, Ido teased. No worries. Worst case, I'll help eat it, Bayakuya replied calmly. Encouraged by his nonchalance, Ido decided to give it a shot. She stepped into the kitchen, her strawberry-patterned slippers padding softly on the floor. Bayakuya suggested she start with something simple. Ido's knife skills turned out to be impressive, though that wasn't surprising. Bayakuya refrained from interfering, allowing her to experiment freely. Soon, Ido had finished preparing a dish. Visually, it looked acceptable, at least not a culinary disaster. Dinner was ready. Bayakuya and Ido sat at the table. Itadakimasu, they both said before beginning their meal. Ido tasted her own cooking first, chewing thoughtfully, only to find the flavor unsatisfactory. It doesn't taste good. It's nowhere near as good as what you make, she admitted, a bit disheartened despite it being her first attempt. Bayakuya also took a bite and offered his honest opinion, it's not great. You used too little salt, and it's unevenly distributed. The vegetables are slightly overcooked, but for a beginner, it's a decent effort. His feedback was fair, the dish was edible, though far from delicious. Don't bother trying to comfort me. That just makes it feel like you're pitying me, Ido remarked, unimpressed by his gentleness. You've got it wrong. As long as it's made by Miss Takatsuki, I wouldn't complain even if it tasted worse. So there's no need for pretense, Bayakuya replied earnestly. Ido blinked in mild surprise. You're such a hopeless lolicon, aren't you? Wrong. I've never been into lolas, Bayakuya retorted firmly. Come on now, Mr. Lolicon, you can't fool anyone, Ido teased, a playful grin on her face. Despite her banter, Ido felt a warm, sweet sensation in her chest from Bayakuya's words. After dinner, the two relaxed. How's the situation in the 24th ward? Bayakuya asked. It's going smoothly. The competitors there aren't particularly strong, and the Aogiri tree has grown to over 200 members, Ido reported. Once we've fully taken control, we can begin expanding into other areas. Good. But there's no rush to expand territories yet. I have a plan. Bayakuya began, preparing to discuss their next move. I intend to attack Cochlea, under the guise of the One-Eyed King. Aren't you worried they'll recognize you? Ido asked with concern. No. As of now, the Washu clan and V are unaware that I'm a mutated half-human. A bit of disguise, like last time, and they won't suspect a thing, Bayakuya reassured her calmly. All right. Together, we should be able to completely take over Cochlea, Ido said, her confidence growing. Previously, she had failed to breach Cochlea's defenses due to limited manpower within Aogiri tree. Though she had managed to release some S-rated ghouls, the most critical cells housing SS and SSS-rated ghouls remained untouched. However, Bayakuya interrupted, No, I'll need you to lead a portion of Aogiri tree in 13 RD ward to divert the CCG, the Washu, and V's attention. I'll lead a separate team to raid Cochlea in 23rd Ward. Alright, Ido agreed, though she reminded him, but be careful. Cochlea's defenses have never weakened. I will. Let's move in a couple of days, Bayakuya concluded. After a moment's pause, he added, by the way, when you went to Antiku, did you meet Yoshimura? No. I'm not ready to face him yet, Ido admitted, her expression tinged with melancholy. Even if I saw him, I wouldn't know what to say. Fair enough. When you're ready, we can visit together. Yoshimura makes excellent coffee, Bayakuya offered gently. Is that so? Ido's tone shifted as she picked up on a detail. Wait, does that mean you've been there already? Yes. When Minami sought help, Arima and I accompanied her, and we had some coffee, Bayakuya explained matter-of-factly. Minami? Oh, you mean Yuruka Minami, the ghoul, right? Speaking of which, you should introduce me to her sometime. It'd make gathering material easier, Ido said, her curiosity piqued. Yet, deep down, she couldn't help but notice Bayakuya's apparent concern for Minami, stirring a faint sense of jealousy within her. Creators. Sure, by the way, she's been working in the 20th Ward recently. Let's visit her home someday to find her, Bayakuya casually agreed. Oh. You even know where her house is? Ito narrowed her eyes slightly. Yes, Bayakuya nodded. In truth, he didn't know, but it would be easy to ask Arima for the information. Oh, Ito now felt there was no way she wouldn't visit. The night passed uneventfully. Ward 1, CCG's Sunlit Garden. We've made some progress regarding the investigation into Aogiri Tree and the one-eyed owl, Bayakuya reported alongside Arima to Keiko. Let's hear it, Keiko responded immediately. We've identified that Aogiri Tree, led by the one-eyed owl, is active in 24th Ward. I suspect the leader of the clowns has also been recruited into Aogiri Tree, Bayakuya confidently stated, spinning a plausible story. Then both of you should head to 24th Ward to pinpoint Aogiri Tree's exact location. If possible, capture the one-eyed owl, Keiko ordered. As for 4th Ward, it's just a group of riffraff now, no real threat. Understood. We'll head to 24th Ward tomorrow, Bayakuya agreed. Both he and Arima left their wills in the CCG archives before setting off the next day. The next day, Bayakuya and Arima entered 24th Ward together. As they ventured deeper into the underground labyrinth, Bayakuya asked, Arima, your S-rated quinqua hasn't been completed yet, has it? Not yet, Arima shook his head slightly. Then I'll lend you my Moonshadow and Wind Spirit. Just focus on keeping yourself safe here, Bayakuya said, handing over a briefcase containing the two quinquas. Bayakuya didn't need Arima to do much in 24th Ward, just his presence was sufficient. Arima understood Bayakuya's intentions. It was clear Bayakuya had his own plans, and Arima's role was to act as a diversion, ensuring that V and the Washu clan believed both of them were occupied in 24th Ward. Before parting, Bayakuya explained his plan to attack Cochlea. Arima raised no objections, trusting that Bayakuya had sound reasons and a clear purpose. They then split up. Bayakuya donned his mask and outfit, binding himself to the identity of the one-eyed king. With his transformation complete, Arima simply needed to patrol the underground labyrinth, ready to fend off any reckless ghouls. Current attribute points, 429. Ding! Host has successfully added points. Physical strength plus 100. RC cell count plus 229. Attribute points minus 329. En route to meet with Aogiri Tree members, Bayakuya spent most of his accumulated attribute points but retained 100 for emergencies. He also purchased an RC cell reservoir for 50 points, keeping the rest for emergencies. Now, his RC cell count exceeded 1,000, matching a typical ghoul. He noticed subtle changes in his taste perception, realizing he could no longer consume regular food. Without the storage unit, he would have to resort to consuming human flesh. Ding! Host successfully purchased RC Cell Reservoir, attribute points -50, current attribute points, 50. Activating the RC Cell Reservoir, Bayakuya transferred part of his RC cell count into it, lowering his apparent RC cell count to 500 while keeping an additional 550 in reserve. Host, Uchiha Bayakuya. Race, half-human. Identity, CCG Investigator, Sunlit Garden half-human, cleaner. Age, 18. Physical strength, 50. RC cell count, 500, reservoir, plus 550. Current attribute points, 50. Items, Tiger Stripe Mask, RC Cell Reservoir. 24th Ward, Aogiri Tree Base. At the base, some of Aogiri Tree's members, led by Ido, had been sent to 13 RD Ward to divert CCG's attention. This included Tatara and Noro, who Ido originally wanted to leave with Bayakuya for added protection. However, Bayakuya declined this plan, and she had no choice but to comply. When the remaining members saw the one-eyed king, they immediately kneeled, including new recruits who had been forewarned by veteran members. Let's move out. Bayakuya's voice was low as he led the ghouls out of 24th Ward and toward Cochlea in 23rd Ward. Cochlea was located far from residential areas due to its status as a heavily guarded ghoul prison. Their march attracted no civilian attention. At Cochlea's outermost defenses, Bayakuya left the battle to the Aogiri Tree members accompanying him. His focus, however, was on Cochlea's uppermost entrance. Activating his Mangekyo, a swirl of spatial distortion enveloped him, and he teleported to the facility's rooftop. Susanoo. A massive blue ribcage surrounded Bayakuya, forming two colossal arms that solidified like a ghoul's cocoon under the influence of RC cells. With immense force, the Susanoo arms began prying open Cochlea's fortified main gates. Boom! Inside Cochlea, CCG investigators were shocked as they looked up to see two gigantic blue hands tearing apart what was supposed to be an impenetrable gate. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Approximately 100 ghouls, suspected to be part of the Aogiri Tree, are attacking Cochlea. All personnel, immediately prepare for combat. Do not let go of your quinquas. All outside units, retreat to Cochlea. An alarm blared throughout Cochlea. The investigators stationed there, known for their exceptional composure, showed no panic despite the sudden attack. After all, this wasn't the first time Cochlea had faced a ghoul assault. The largest attack in its history involved over 1,000 ghouls. As both a prison and an impenetrable fortress, Cochlea's investigators retreated within its heavily fortified walls. For any ghouls outside, breaking in was a near impossible feat. But in the next moment, the investigators noticed an unusual commotion overhead. Two massive blue hands were tearing open the fortress's top gate. Clearly, this was a Kagun, one so large it likely belonged to a Kakuja ghoul. Moreover, this Kakuja was not listed in the CCG's records. Don't worry, this is the sturdiest gate there is. Just as an investigator tried to reassure themselves, the gate was forcefully ripped apart. Even in its initial form, Susanoo's strength was overwhelming for this world, as if it defied the laws of reality. A towering blue figure descended through the now shattered gate. Boom! The massive form landed on the ground. However, thanks to the unique materials used to construct Cochlea, the impact caused only minor cracks. The investigators immediately launched an extermination effort against Bayakuya. Stationed at Cochlea were one special class investigator, several associate special class investigators, and a substantial number of first-class investigators. However, Bayakuya ignored the investigators around him, instead heading straight for the central control room. Breaking into the control room would allow him to release all the imprisoned ghouls, making it unnecessary to waste time clashing with the investigators. Despite their attempts to strike him using long-range Ukaku quinquas, none of their attacks could even slow him down. Their strikes failed to breach the defenses of his Susanoo. Not even a scratch appeared on its armor. And this was only Susanoo-OS initial form. Likely, only an SSS-rated Quinqua could pose a threat to it. In fact, Bayakuya's initial Susanoo had already surpassed the SSS Plus rated. Stop him. His target is the control room. The more perceptive investigators had quickly realized his objective. The control room was Cochlea's most critical point. If it fell, the entire prison would be overrun. With countless S-rated, SS-rated, and even SSS-rated ghouls released, Cochlea's current defenses would stand no chance. Only a full mobilization of the entire CCG could hope to regain control. Naturally, the control room had the strongest defensive force. Defending it was the Warden of Cochlea, a special class investigator, accompanied by several associate special class investigators. As Bayakuya approached the control room, several associate special class investigators moved to block his path. A half Kakuja? No, a full Kakuja. What a headache. We must stop him here. If he breaches the control room, it's over. Exactly. The investigators frowned as they observed Bayakuya's Kakuja-like form, his face completely concealed by a crimson tiger-striped mask. Though they'd never seen this type of Kakuja before, its enormous size left no doubt that it wasn't a mere Kakuja. They estimated this ghoul to be at least SS rated, possibly even SSS rated. Let's go together. I'll take the front. One of the sturdier investigators wielding a Kukiku Quinqua charged at Bayakuya, acting as a shield. This investigator carried an S-rated Quinqua, a massive red shield capable of fully covering his 6 feet 3 inches frame. But with a casual swipe of Susanoo-OS arm, Bayakuya sent the investigator flying. Crash! The investigator was thrown over 30 feet away, slamming into a wall. The Kukiku shield he carried showed visible cracks. What? The remaining investigators were stunned. Even an S-rated Kukiku Quinqua couldn't stop that ghoul. Wasn't the one-eyed owl reported to be in the 13th ward today? How can Aogiri tree still be this strong without her? Damn it! This must be at least an SSS-rated Kakuja. Does Aogiri tree have another ghoul of this level besides the one-eyed owl? It seems our intelligence on Aogiri tree is still lacking. And this one is a one-eyed ghoul too. The faces of the investigators immediately turned grim. The first attack on this facility had been led by the one-eyed owl herself. Back then, they had barely managed to repel her with the combined efforts of the warden and their squad. But now, the unknown ghoul before them exuded an even greater aura of menace than the one-eyed owl did back then. With a tacit understanding, they all launched a coordinated attack on Bayakuya. Each investigator wielded an S-rated Quinqua, with a mix of Ukaku, Rinkaku, and Bikaku types. There had also been a Kakuku Quinqua, but it was nearly destroyed, and its wielder was too injured to continue fighting. I'll cover you. Move in now. One of the investigators, wielding an Ukaku Quinqua, fired a barrage of cannon-like blasts toward Bayakuya. The explosive force was formidable, creating a thick cloud of smoke and debris that obscured vision. Assuming the ghoul might be momentarily distracted, the other investigators immediately charged in with their melee-type Quinquas. However, to their shock, their target was entirely unaffected. Not only was the Ukaku attack unable to damage his Kakuja shell, but the smoke had no effect on his vision at all, thanks to his Mangekyo. Effortlessly, Bayakuya manipulated Susanoo-OS massive arms to grab two of the investigators. With a casual toss, he sent them flying, their Quinquas clattering to the ground as he crushed them underfoot, destroying any hope they had of continuing the fight. His gaze then fixed on the third investigator's Quinqua. The man suddenly felt a strange spatial distortion. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his Quinqua twisted and snapped in his hands. Clang! The broken Quinqua hit the floor, leaving its wielder dumbstruck. My Quinqua, how did it just break like that? Frozen in disbelief, the investigator was at a loss. Not everyone could be like Arima. For ordinary humans, unlike half-humans, a quinquo was essential for combating ghouls. And against someone like Bayakuya, a ghoul of a super SSS rated, even Arima would stand no chance without his weapons. The only one still capable of fighting was the Ukaku quinqua user in the rear. But Bayakuya didn't even bother with him, bulldozing his way directly into the control room. Susanoo was a perfect blend of absolute offense and defense. Its only drawback was its immense energy consumption. Not wanting to waste time, Bayakuya accelerated his assault. His RC cell reserves couldn't sustain Susanoo's initial form for too long. Boom! The supposedly impenetrable blast doors of the control room were obliterated as Bayakuya forced his way inside. Without hesitation, he used Susanoo's massive hand to grab at the warden inside. However, the warden, being a seasoned special investigator, reacted swiftly. With a focused gaze, he dodged to the side, rolling away from the attack and quickly opening his quinqua briefcase. Inside was his trump card, an SS-rated Rinkaku quinqua. At this point in time, the warden of Cochlea was a special investigator unfamiliar to Bayakuya, someone he hadn't seen in the original story. "You're not the one-eyed owl. Who exactly are you?" The warden didn't act rashly. To breach the control room in such a short amount of time, the enemy's power had to surpass that of the one-eyed owl. Moreover, this Kakuja ghoul was not recorded in the CCG's database. Realistically, the warden knew Cochlea was likely lost this time. Bayakuya didn't reply. Instead, he directed Susanoo's hand to destroy the control system with a single strike. The warden's heart sank. Damn it! But there was nothing he could do. The system was irreparably damaged. Ding! Quest 2, raid the 23rd Ward Ghoul Detention Center, Cochlea, and release the clown's first leader, the dodgy mother, Roma Hoito. Reward, 100 attribute points. Quest 2 complete. Quest 3 activated. Quest 3, defeat the original leader of clowns, SSS rated the dodgy mother Roma Hoito, and recruit her into Aogiri tree. Reward, 100 attribute points. As the control system was destroyed, all cells in Cochlea opened, including the one holding Roma. The next moment, Bayakuya vanished. In reality, he transferred himself to Kamui's dimension, where he deactivated Susanoo and removed his red tiger-striped mask. In an instant, the one-eyed king reverted to CCG Special Investigator Bayakuya. Meanwhile, the CCG headquarters in the First Ward urgently dispatched both Arima and Bayakuya, stationed in the 24th Ward, to respond to the Cochlea incident. Arima immediately set off, fully aware of Bayakuya's orchestrated plan. By the time he arrived, Cochlea had already fallen. Numerous ghouls, formerly imprisoned, were fleeing en masse. Focused on escaping before CCG reinforcements arrived, they had little interest in attacking the investigators. Outside Cochlea, Bayakuya emerged from Kamui's dimension and reunited with Arima. Unfazed by Bayakuya's sudden presence, Arima calmly said, "It's time to begin." Yeah. The two exchanged only a few words. They both knew what needed to be done: protect the CCG investigators stationed at Cochlea while ensuring a few unfortunate ghouls remained as scapegoats to satisfy the CCG and the V. Elsewhere, Ido, the true one-eyed owl, had appeared, blocking the main escape route from Cochlea. Although Bayakuya had destroyed the control system, he did not open the main gate of Cochlea. As a result, the ghouls had no choice but to escape through specific, restricted routes, with the primary escape route being the underground passage at the lowest level. After all, Bayakuya didn't want the ghouls to flee too quickly, his objectives were not yet fully achieved. At this time, Bayakuya and Arima passed through a biorecognition-enabled entrance and entered Cochlea. Meanwhile, the members of the Aogiri tree who had been attacking from the outside had vanished, having regrouped with Ido. "Everyone, stay calm and focus on protecting yourselves first," Bayakuya instructed upon entering Cochlea, addressing the panicked investigators. "Special Class Investigator Bayakuya is here. We have hope now. The morale of the investigators immediately stabilized with Bayakuya's arrival. They followed his orders, refraining from actively pursuing the escaping ghouls and prioritizing their own safety instead. The investigators gathered together defensively, forming a protective stance. "Arima, those over there are yours," Bayakuya said, pointing to an area with a concentration of S-rated ghouls. Bayakuya, on the other hand, set his sights on the priest, Donato Porpora, a white-haired, white-browed Russian ghoul who appeared to be in his 50s. Donato was the third leader of the clowns and an SS-rated ghoul. Releasing someone like him would undoubtedly cause trouble. Unlike most of the carefree and chaotic members of the clowns, Donato was a figure who had seen through the world's truths in his own way. For this very reason, Bayakuya believed that Donato was better suited to stay in Cochlea, indulging in his twisted games and occasionally rekindling his father-son bond with Amon. Donato was leisurely wandering around Cochlea, seemingly unhurried about escaping. Instead, he appeared to relish observing the investigator's fear. As he strolled, he noticed a black-clad investigator approaching him. Realizing that this person was no ordinary investigator, Donato decided not to flee. "Investigator, we seem to be meeting for the first time, no?" he said with a calm smile, still in the mood for a chat. "Indeed, it's a pleasure to meet you," Bayakuya replied indifferently, opening a golden briefcase to reveal a quinqué, owl. Donato's pupils narrowed sharply. With his extensive experience, he immediately recognized the quinqué's source. It was made from Yoshimura's Kagun. Although Donato wasn't well acquainted with Kyuzan, as the third leader of the clowns, he had an extensive network and access to valuable intelligence. This was why the CCG often sought him out for information. "So, it's Kyuzan's. It seems you must be a special class investigator," Donato remarked, raising his hands in surrender without any intention of fighting. Possessing Kyuzan's Kagun as a quinqué indicated that Bayakuya's strength was at least on par with Kyuzan's. Donato knew well how formidable Kyuzan had been during his time as a cleaner for the V and had no interest in a feudal battle. "Come with me, then. Once I've finished my work, I'll take you back to your cell," Bayakuya said calmly. With Donato surrendering so easily, Bayakuya didn't have to waste time. He still needed to find some unlucky ghouls to report to the CCG. The best candidates, in his eyes, were the ghouls who hadn't escaped through the underground passage. As for having Donato follow him, Bayakuya was unconcerned about any potential ambushes. His Mangekyo provided him with confidence. Besides, Donato wasn't foolish enough to attempt such a suicidal act. "Of course, I'll fully cooperate," Donato replied with a smile, his demeanor exuding the charm of a kindly old man. Elsewhere, Arima was battling several S-rated ghouls. It didn't take long for him to subdue them all, ensuring none escaped. With the quinqué's Moonshadow and Wind Spirit lent to him by Bayakuya, Arima's combat abilities had reached an even greater level. Cochlea, Underground Passage. The already narrow underground passage was blocked by the massive Kakuja form of the One-Eyed Owl and numerous Aogiri tree members. Tatara and Noro, along with their faction of Aogiri members, were still in the 13th ward. Only Ido had come here to execute Bayakuya's plan. The plan was simple: recruit select ghouls from Cochlea into the Aogiri tree to expand its ranks and combat strength. As for Roma, she wasn't initially part of Bayakuya's plan. However, with the system updating his mission to include recruiting Roma into the Aogiri tree, it became a convenient addition to the operation. "Who are you people? Why are you blocking our way? Get out of the way. Don't block the exit." The ghouls, frustrated by the blockade, voiced their discontent. Since the Aogiri tree was still a relatively new organization and the One-Eyed Owl had only gained widespread fame in the past 6 months, most of these ghouls, imprisoned in Cochlea for a long time, didn't recognize them. Even though Ido had previously led an assault on Cochlea, she hadn't opened these ghouls' cells during that operation. Still, the intimidating size of the One-Eyed Owl and its Kakuja form was enough to deter them. They knew the strength of Kakuja and dared not act rashly. "Don't be so hasty, he. I'll give you two choices, submit or die here, Ido said with an eerie laugh, her voice distorted by her Kakuja form. Who do you think you are? You want us to submit? An SS-rated ghoul, rallying several S-rated ghouls, attempted to force their way through. But Ido was faster. In under 3 seconds, the heads of those ghouls were severed by her. Does anyone else want to try? The eerie, gleeful voice of Ido sent shivers down the spines of the remaining ghouls. Witnessing this display of power, they realized they had no chance against the one-eyed ghoul before them. Submission seemed their only option. Meanwhile, Roma was among the ghouls in the crowd, quietly waiting for an opportunity to slip away. She had no interest in joining this organization, finding the idea incredibly dull. Returning to her original clowns group seemed far more appealing. Due to her small stature, Roma was obscured by the other ghouls, making it difficult for Ido to notice her at first. As the ghouls one by one submitted to Ido, Roma suddenly leapt onto the wall and began quickly darting back toward the interior of Cochlea, avoiding a direct confrontation. Ido noticed Roma's actions but didn't pursue her, knowing that a certain lolicon lunatic would be arriving shortly. Creators. Roma thought she had successfully escaped, and as she was quietly rejoicing, a slender figure dressed in black appeared, blocking her path. Judging by the dove badge on his chest, he appeared to be a ghoul investigator. However, Roma didn't take him seriously. She was familiar with the warden and associate special class investigators guarding Cochlea, but this black-clad investigator seemed unfamiliar. His rank didn't appear to be high, so she decided to simply ignore him. She planned to continue evading him by running along the wall. Although the quinqua in his hand looked intimidating, she didn't recognize the owl. When Roma was captured by Tsuneyoshi, it was so long ago that Yoshimura probably wasn't even the cleaner for V yet. At that time, Tsuneyoshi was likely still just the CCG bureau chief, not yet the chairman, a matter from at least a decade or two ago. Bayakuya observed her appearance and quickly identified her. Although she looked harmless and childlike, appearing to be only in her 20s, she was actually about 40 years old. In the original series timeline, she was over 50 yet still didn't look aged. Bayakuya raised the quinqua owl in his hand. He had already predicted her movements and fired blade-like Kagun projectiles in that direction. This quinqua, made from Okaku, had the same projectile capability as Yoshimura's. What? Feeling a sudden and intense sense of danger, Roma was startled. She tried to dodge, but she was half a step too late. Her side was struck by several of the Okaku projectiles, which were extremely powerful. The intense pain threw her off balance, causing her to fall from the wall to the ground. She writhed in agony, seemingly incapacitated. Bayakuya walked over slowly. Just as he stood in front of her, several Rinkaku tentacles shot out suddenly from her abdomen, aiming straight at him. Her closed eyes flew open, revealing ghoul-red Kakugan, and a sly grin spread across her face, thinking she had outsmarted him. However, Bayakuya had already anticipated this move. He knew that Roma often used such tricks to ambush others. He stepped back while leaning his upper body backward. The tentacles grazed just above his hairline. Useless, he said calmly. What a troublesome guy. Roma clicked her tongue in frustration. She realized that this man was undoubtedly a special class investigator. With an unknown ghoul organization behind her and this black-clad investigator in front, she had nowhere to run. Reluctantly, she decided she had no choice but to fight. Suddenly, multiple Kagun sprouted from her body, enveloping her and transforming her into a massive Kakuja, a grotesque being known as the Dodgy Mother. In this form, she had multiple enormous Kagun arms, which she used for movement, and her body was covered with grotesque human-like legs. The Kakuja's hairstyle mirrored her own, and her head and arms protruded from the forehead of the monstrous form. Roar! She let out a furious roar, revealing rows of densely packed teeth in its gaping mouth. It was, without a doubt, the ugliest Kakuja Bayakuya had ever seen. Your Kakuja form is hideous. Try making it more presentable next time, he remarked, offering what he felt was constructive criticism. Advanced Kakuja users could modify their appearance to some extent, and Roma should have been no exception. What do you know, kid? This is art you simply can't appreciate. She sneered at his suggestion. Bayakuya, uninterested in further banter, gripped Owl and charged forward. Despite its massive size, Roma lacked the agility of Kyuzen and Ido and relied primarily on brute strength and size. With the Mangekyo, Bayakuya had no trouble dealing with such ghouls. To him, Roma was nothing more than a punching bag. Roma, even at her peak, wasn't particularly strong for an SSS-rated ghoul. Years of imprisonment in cochlea and subsisting on rotten flesh had further weakened her. At that moment, Bayakuya's quinqua suddenly disassembled. Part of it sank underground unnoticed by Roma, who failed to react in time. The next second, the underground segment of Owl erupted from the ground directly beneath Roma, piercing through her body. The Ukaku shards exploded within her like shotgun pellets, inflicting devastating damage. Bayakuya then grabbed Roma from the forehead of her Kakuja form, forcibly pulling her out. This time, she wasn't feigning injury, she was genuinely on the brink of death. Ding! The host has defeated the SSS-rated ghoul Dodgy Mother. Reward, 100 attribute points. Meanwhile, Donato standing behind Bayakuya merely observed, doing nothing and saying nothing. He knew Roma was the founder of clowns, but she didn't recognize him, as she had been imprisoned long before he joined the clowns and became the third leader. He felt reassured that his earlier decision to surrender had been correct. Otherwise, he'd likely have ended up just like her. Bayakuya called over a first-class investigator and instructed, keep an eye on her. Make sure she's returned to her cell. Yes, Investigator Bayakuya. The investigator nodded solemnly. Bayakuya proceeded deeper into the underground passage, pretending to chase after fleeing ghouls, with Donato obediently following behind him. Shortly after his departure, the one-eyed owl suddenly entered cochlea through the opening Bayakuya had forcibly created earlier, landing near the first-class investigator. The ghouls she had intercepted in the underground passage had already joined the Aogiri tree and retreated. The investigator, shaken by the owl's sudden appearance, fell to the ground in shock. One-eyed owl was supposed to be in the 13th ward, what was she doing here? Ido cast him an indifferent glance before ignoring him entirely. She had no intention of harming him, instinctively considering Bayakuya's potential reaction. Then, Ido used her Kagun arm to grab the barely conscious Roma from the ground and, utilizing her Ikaku's flight ability, flew out of cochlea through the breached roof. Of course, not every ghoul with an Ikaku Kagun is capable of such feats. This level of flight is something only the Kyuzen and Ido can achieve. The investigator on-site lacked both the courage and the ability to stop her and could only watch helplessly as Ido carried Roma away. Meanwhile, Bayakuya had ventured deep into the underground passageway, finding nothing but a few ghoul corpses. It was evident that the remaining ghouls had been evacuated by Aogiri tree. This development suited him perfectly. Looks like they've all escaped. What a pity. At this moment, Donato commented, as if mocking Bayakuya, unaware that everything had been orchestrated by him from the start. Bayakuya ignored his words and returned to the interior of cochlea to deal with the remaining unlucky ones. He assumed Ido had already taken Roma away. Ding! The host has defeated an S-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 attribute points. Ding! The host has defeated an S+ rated ghoul. Reward, 20 attribute points. In less than half an hour, the remnants of the ghouls inside cochlea were cleared out by Bayakuya and Arima working together. Most of the ghouls who escaped were forcefully taken away by Aogiri tree. By this point, Bayakuya finally had a moment to relax. He checked his RC cell count. After utilizing the initial form of Susanoo and his Mangekyos abilities, his reserves were nearly depleted. However, RC cells naturally regenerate, and his RC cell reservoir also replenishes itself over time. The system effectively solved the issue of managing excess RC levels without any downsides. Similarly, his ocular power was also drained considerably, but it, too, would recover thanks to his advanced physical attributes, which now provided a faster regenerative rate. Moreover, the attribute points he earned this time were substantial, making his consumption seem insignificant by comparison. However, Bayakuya and Arima still needed to remain stationed at Cochlea until its control systems were fully repaired, ensuring no further ghoul attacks occurred. The remaining ghouls who needed to be returned to their cells were no longer a threat. Their abilities had been neutralized in the earlier battles, and while they retained regenerative capabilities, RC suppressants could effectively inhibit both their strength and healing. Once the control systems were restored, these ghouls would be securely locked away again. Meanwhile, various CCG branches worked to dispatch additional operatives and technicians to assist with Cochlea's recovery. First Ward, CCG Headquarters, Sunlit Garden. Yashitoki, the current CCG Bureau Director, was conversing with Keiko. Although the one-eyed owl made an appearance, it seems the mastermind behind the attack on Cochlea wasn't the one-eyed owl. Has the Aogiri tree gained a new Kakuja ghoul? Keiko mused. Keiko frowned. The events at Cochlea had taken him by surprise. Yes, based on reports from Cochlea, the one leading Aogiri tree this time wasn't the one-eyed owl, and their strength surpasses even the one-eyed owl. Furthermore, this ghoul is entirely absent from CCG records, Yashitoki remarked with a tone of concern. Aogiri tree having just the one-eyed owl was already troubling enough. Now, they have an even stronger ghoul. A ghoul organization with 2 SSS-rated members simultaneously is an unprecedented threat. I also heard that this new figure is one-eyed as well. Keiko inquired. Indeed, the reports mentioned that the ghoul leading Aogiri tree revealed only a single Kakugan. Could it be another half-ghoul? Yashitoki speculated, his frustration evident. I've always suspected that Yoshimura isn't the one-eyed owl, but I've never been able to prove it. And now, a ghoul more troublesome than the owl has appeared, Keiko said darkly. No matter the truth, Aogiri tree must now be classified as the highest-level extermination target. I'll leave this matter to Bayakuya and Arima. Had that ghoul not damaged Cochlea's control systems and fled, they might have been able to take him down on the spot. This statement revealed Keiko's high confidence in Bayakuya and Arima's abilities, oblivious to the fact that the true mastermind behind the attack on Cochlea was none other than those two. Neither Yashitoki nor Keiko suspected Bayakuya at all. Both men had arrived promptly at Cochlea and played critical roles in its defense. Additionally, Bayakuya's mask completely disguised his identity, and the Kakuja-like form of his Susanoo bore no resemblance to the Washu clan's distinctive features. The Washu clan's ghouls had recognizable traits in their Kakuja forms. Moreover, half-humans couldn't develop Kakuja forms unless they underwent RC organ transplantation, a procedure conducted exclusively under CCG oversight, with thorough records. These factors entirely ruled out Bayakuya as a suspect, leaving Yashitoki and Keiko with no reason to question him. For now, we have no choice but to rely on Bayakuya and Arima, Yashitoki admitted. The V, while powerful, was too covert to be mobilized openly. Even Bayakuya and Arima acted under the guise of CCG operatives. The ghoul we encounter today seems to be the true king of Aogiri tree. Since they also appear to be one-eyed, and their Kagun type remains unidentified, let's temporarily assign them the SSS-rated designation of One-Eyed King, Yashitoki concluded gravely. When Bayakuya earned the codename One-Eyed King, he was also awarded the CCG Special Merit Award in recognition of his outstanding performance in defending Cochlea. Arima, on the other hand, was promoted once more, ascending to the rank of Associate Special Investigator. 24th Ward. Roma had already been taken by Ido to the base of the 24th Ward in Aogiri tree. At that moment, Ido's entire body was once again wrapped in white bandages, and she was wrapped in a red cloak. She was the only one guarding Roma here. Ah, you're finally back. From a distance, Ido heard the sound of approaching footsteps and quickly deduced that Bayakuya had returned. How is her condition? Bayakuya, who wore a mask, had undergone a noticeable change in appearance. I temporarily subdued her with RC suppressants. I was waiting for you to return, Ido replied. It wasn't surprising that she had access to RC suppressants, given her history of repeatedly attacking the CCG. Roma lay on her side, her hands and feet securely bound by Ido. The RC suppressant in particular left her too weak to break free of her bonds by force. So. In truth, Roma had already regained consciousness, but chose to lie there, abandoning any attempt to struggle. Gypsy, that's your code name, isn't it? Bayakuya spoke. Or should I call you the founder of clowns? It was important to note that only the Washu clan and V within the CCG knew Roma's true identity. Otherwise, Tsuneyoshi wouldn't have personally captured her at that time. Even among the CCG's top investigators, Roma was considered nothing more than an SSS-rated target for elimination. When she heard Bayakuya's words, Roma finally reacted. She turned around, sat up and stared at him in astonishment. Only a handful of people knew that she was the founder of the clowns, and she had no memory of the masked man before her. Apparently, Roma hadn't realized that the one-eyed ghoul in the mask was the same black-clad investigator who had defeated her in Cochlea. In fact, she mistook him for the one-eyed Kakuja she had encountered in the underground passage earlier. After all, they were both one-eyed ghouls. This misunderstanding stemmed from the fact that Roma had been knocked unconscious after being defeated by Bayakuya in Cochlea. When she awoke, all she saw was Ido wrapped in white bandages. What exactly do you want from me? Are you trying to recruit me into your Aogiri tree? Roma finally asked. That's right. Serve the Aogiri tree or face death. Bayakuya's tone was indifferent. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. Roma, however, showed no sign of fear. Instead, she smiled nonchalantly. But let me make one thing clear, I may have been the original leader of the clowns, but I've been imprisoned in Cochlea for so long that the current members may not even listen to me. She assumed that their main goal was to integrate the clowns into the Aogiri tree, so she preemptively addressed the issue. And she wasn't wrong. She had no idea how many successors the clowns had or who the new members were. Got it. Bayakuya didn't say much. His priority was to complete his system quest. Besides, it was no disadvantage that Roma worked for Aogiri tree, on the contrary, it was an advantage. After all, she was still an SSS-rated ghoul, undeniably powerful. Besides, she had met the original One-Eyed King in the past and knew some hidden secrets about the Washu clan. Alright, I guess I have no choice but to obey. I'm willing to serve Aogiri tree. Can you untie me now? Roma offered no further resistance, knowing it would be futile. Ito. Bayakuya said quietly. Got it. Ito went over and began to untie Roma. You tied my wrists and ankles so tight, it hurts, Roma said, feigning a pouty, hurt expression. With her relatively cute appearance, this act made her look even more pathetic. You should be grateful that I didn't cut off your hands and feet, Ito replied icily. Huh. Don't be so cruel. Roma exaggerated her reaction, playing up her shock. That's enough, Ito. Bayakuya intervened, not because he sympathized with Roma, but because he had no interest in her theatrics. However, Ito seemed to misunderstand his intentions. Ito fell silent, her expression hidden beneath the bandages. She assumed that Bayakuya's words were meant to favor Roma and so. What should I do next? Roma's cheerful demeanor was completely at odds with someone who had just been subjugated. Bayakuya thought for a moment before answering, for now, you'll be working at the Antiku in the 20th ward. Your job will be to protect the ghouls there if necessary. He wasn't worried about Roma causing trouble at Antiku. Her strength was no match for Yoshimura's, and besides, the cafe was also protected by Renji Yomo, Koma Enji, and Irimi Kaya, all formidable SS-rated ghouls. As for Hikari, she might not always be at Antiku, but she would undoubtedly visit it to see Yomo. Sure, sure. Roma agreed without hesitation, her demeanor compliant. Ding! Host has successfully completed Quest 3, defeat the original leader of clowns, SSS-rated the dodgy mother Roma Hoido, and recruit her into Aogiri tree. Reward, 100 attribute points. Figuring out how to integrate herself into Antiku was easy for someone like Roma. She didn't need to ask Bayakuya for details, she would investigate and handle it on her own. Bayakuya had now achieved another goal. The CCG and the had assigned him and Arima to investigate Aogiri tree's operations in the 24th district. As part of the mission, they were required to go to the 24th ward once a week. This arrangement didn't interfere much with their daily routine. If anything, it gave Bayakuya an excuse to hang out in the 24th ward and conveniently blame the labyrinth and layout of the ward for slow progress when he reported back to the CCG and V. This was, after all, a tactic Arima himself had used in the original story. Dinner's ready, Miss Takatsuki. Bayakuya called after preparing the meal. Ido was still in bed, not bothering to come down. In the past, she had been willing to learn to cook with him. This time, however, she showed no interest. You used to call me Ido, and now you're back to Miss Takatsuki. Ido's voice was slightly cold. Bayakuya noticed that her tone was a bit colder than usual. Was it just his imagination? Had he unintentionally upset her? Could it really only be a problem with the way he addressed her? After all, he had used Miss Takatsuki many times before. Bayakuya felt confused, not sure what was bothering Ido. Alright, I'll stick to Ido from now on, he said. He actually found Ido easier to say, and Miss Takatsuki was just a habit he'd picked up before. That's more like it. Still, Ido's tone didn't improve much. This made Bayakuya even more confused. Was it just a sudden bad mood on her part? During dinner, Ido Yoshimura suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Someone had the audacity to say he didn't like Lolas, but now he's completely in love with that clown. By clown, she meant Roma, of course. Roma Hoido? No, Bayakuya denied immediately. That person is no loli. Her real age is older than yours and mine together. Even if you say that, a lolicon is still a lolicon, Ido replied dismissively, refusing to believe his explanation. Wait, I think you're misunderstanding something. When exactly did I become infatuated with Roma? Bayakuya was genuinely puzzled, unaware of any such incident. Well, you seemed awfully eager to recruit her into the Aogiri tree, Ido listed her evidence. And earlier, you even spoke up for her. Isn't that proof enough? Bayakuya was speechless for a moment before he finally understood. This is a misunderstanding, he explained. I only brought her to the Aogiri tree to increase its strength. There's nothing more to it. He added, besides, I assigned her to work at Antiku. If I had any interest in her, I wouldn't have given her such a job. Of course, he couldn't mention the system mission that required him to recruit Roma. Is that so? Ido replied, her tone still skeptical. She wasn't going to take his simple explanation at face value. In fact, she suspected that Bayakuya's actions were meant to ensure that Roma could protect that girl, Minami. Of course it is. And about me speaking up for her, you misunderstood. I just couldn't stand to watch her exaggerated antics anymore, Bayakuya went on to explain. Oh, Ido replied nonchalantly, still sounding unconvinced. But after thinking about it, she admitted that Bayakuya's attitude towards the clown girl didn't seem to have any special meaning. Well, that's all I can say to clear this up, Bayakuya concluded with a touch of resignation. Fine, we'll leave the clown girl for now, Ido said, shifting her focus. But how about taking me to meet Minami sometime soon, preferably in the next few days? Although she was no longer worried about Roma, Minami was still on her mind. Alright, tomorrow works. It's not a day for me and Arima to go to the 24th district for investigations anyway, Bayakuya agreed. After their earlier conversation, Ido's tone had returned to normal, losing its former coldness. Bayakuya couldn't help but think that her coldness had indeed been the result of a misunderstanding, albeit a rather absurd one. She had actually suspected him of having that kind of interest in Roma. For the record, he wasn't into Lolas. And secondly, he definitely couldn't have feelings for someone older than his own mother. Apart from the usual manuscript editing, Bayakuya and Ido didn't do much else that night. Since their first overnight stay, Ido had stopped returning to the 24th ward late at night. The soft, comfortable bed here was a much better alternative to the harsh conditions back there. Deep into the night, as Bayakuya slept soundly, he suddenly felt something pressing against his waist and abdomen. His sharp senses immediately jolted him awake, only to discover Ido's hand resting there. Realizing it was hers, he relaxed. Ito. He almost called her Miss Takatsuki out of habit, but quickly corrected himself. Ido didn't answer. Ito. He called softly again, but there was still no answer. It seemed that she was fast asleep and had unconsciously used him as a pillow. Not wanting to disturb her with something so trivial, Bayakuya let it go and went back to sleep. The next morning, Bayakuya awoke earlier than Ido. Gently pulling her hand away from him, he got up and went about his morning routine. Ido remained blissfully unaware of what had happened during the night. To fulfill Ido's wish to meet Minami, Bayakuya asked Arima for her address. Minami had recently moved from the 13th ward to an apartment near Antiku in the 20th ward. This made it easier for her to get Antiku's support. She had also joined the body retrieval team, working with Yomo and others to collect human bodies, those who had died by suicide, often in secluded places to avoid inconveniencing others. Given Japan's high suicide rate, this was an unfortunate but necessary task. Bayakuya and Ido accompanied Arima to visit Minami in her new home. Thanks for having us, Ido greeted cheerfully, once again showing her lively side, similar to when she met the Kurushima siblings. Welcome, Arima, Bayakuya. And this is... Minami looked genuinely pleased. It wasn't every day that Arima suggested a visit. But the petite, green-haired girl standing in front of her was a complete stranger. Fortunately, Ido's appearance and demeanor seemed approachable. She's... Bayakuya started, only to stop mid-sentence. He realized that it might not be wise to introduce Ido as Ido Yoshimura. The name could easily connect her with Yoshimura, the manager of Antiku, and complicate their relationship. To be on the safe side, Bayakuya naturally continued, she's a friend of mine. Her name is... Before he could finish, Ido interrupted with a mischievous smile and addressed Minami directly. Hello, I'm Uchiha Ido. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, so it's Uchiha. Minami started to politely respond with a, nice to meet you, when she suddenly paused, realizing something was off about the name. Her expression shifted to one of slight surprise. They shared the same surname, Uchiha, which could only mean they were family. But they didn't look like siblings. While both Bayakuya and Ido had striking features, they didn't share the subtle resemblances typical of siblings. Could they be married? No, surely not, right? Confused and curious, Minami hesitantly asked, Miss Ido, you and Bayakuya, you're not married, are you? What if I said we were? Ido replied with a mischievous smirk. Minami was momentarily stunned. Were they really married? Perhaps Ido just looked younger than she was, her actual age could very well be over 18. It wasn't impossible. After all, Arima was only 18 and looked no different from a high school student. Well, congratulations to the both of you, Minami said awkwardly, forcing a smile. Her discomfort came from initially assuming they were siblings. But to Ido, that hint of awkwardness seemed to carry another layer of meaning. Ido murmured, resting her delicate chin on her hand, her playful gaze fixed on Minami. This girl was cute, sure, but she didn't exactly qualify as a loli. Though Ido had been teasing Bayakuya about being a lolicon, he had consistently denied it. Maybe he wasn't one after all. The thought left Ido feeling a little uneasy. After all, Minami didn't fall into the loli category. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward as Ido's antics complicated the situation. Bayakuya, standing nearby, found himself at a loss for words. He was determined to keep Minami from discovering Ido's true identity. As for being mistaken as a married couple, it didn't bother him enough to argue. Alright, just kidding, Ido finally admitted with a grin. Bayakuya and I are just indulging in some special play. We're neither siblings nor a married couple. While this cleared one misunderstanding, it created an even bigger one, intentionally so on Ido's part. Special play. Minami, naive in such matters, was briefly taken aback. Though she had displayed ferocity when hunting, she was surprisingly innocent about relationships. After a moment, her cheeks flushed as she began to piece together what special play might mean. Well, I don't fully understand, but I guess Bayakuya has his own preferences, she muttered, her face turning red. Bayakuya, finally unable to hold back, interjected, "No, don't listen to her nonsense. I don't have any weird preferences." "Oh. I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood." Minami quickly apologized, embarrassed. Ido chuckled to herself, secretly enjoying Bayakuya's frustration. Meanwhile, Arima, who had been silent the whole time, observed them with his usual unreadable expression. Minami, now thoroughly confused, decided to let the name Uchiha Ido slide without asking further. "Please, come in and have a seat," she said, eager to shift the focus. "Thank you, Minami-chan," Ido replied sweetly. "And not at all," Minami stammered, feeling that Ido was strangely difficult to read. Despite just meeting, Ido had already called her Minami-chan, so casually, as if they were longtime friends. And she seemed particularly close to both Arima and Bayakuya. Could Ido be a ghoul investigator like them? Concerned, Minami quietly pulled Arima aside to ask, "Arima, is Miss Ido also a ghoul investigator? Should I act as human as possible around her?" "No need," Arima replied flatly. "She's not an investigator, and she already knows about your ghoul identity, so there's no need to pretend." "Oh, that's a relief," Minami sighed, visibly relaxing. Pretending to eat in front of human friends had always been a struggle for her, often requiring her to induce vomiting afterward. "By the way, Arima, how long have you known Miss Ido?" she asked, a bit uneasy. Ido's charm and intelligence made her feel slightly threatened. "Not long," Arima replied without emotion. "Ah." Minami's mood dampened. Even though they'd only met recently, Ido seemed to have formed a close bond with Arima. Assuming Ido was human, Minami poured her a cup of tea, despite knowing ghouls couldn't consume anything but coffee. For herself, she brewed coffee mixed with the concentrated nutrition pellets given to her by the manager of Antiku. It was both satisfying and delicious for a ghoul. At that moment, Minami couldn't resist asking Ido a question. "Miss Ido. So, Minami," she teased with a sly grin, "do you already have someone you like at school?" Ido and Minami happened to share similar thoughts, though Ido spoke up first. Me? Well." Minami instinctively glanced at Arima. Even when she was alone with him, she couldn't muster the courage to confess her feelings directly. And now, with Bayakuya and Miss Ido present, she felt even more embarrassed. Ido noticed Minami's gaze but wanted to confirm it. She pressed on, "Could it be Arima?" Pfft. Minami almost spat out the coffee she had just sipped. Although she managed to avoid that, she ended up coughing lightly. Seeing her strong reaction, Ido was convinced that Minami indeed had feelings for Arima. It seemed she had been overthinking things before. Feeling reassured, Ido decided to spare Minami any further embarrassment. "Looks like little Minami is a bit shy, so I won't press further, she said, dropping the topic since she'd already gotten her answer. While Ido had already figured it out, Arima had also pieced it together. Though Arima was rather reserved in such matters, it didn't mean he lacked awareness. Whether he would respond to Minami's feelings was another question entirely, but at the very least, he now knew. Even though Ido had ended the conversation, Minami still felt a little awkward and flustered. Still, if it meant Arima would realize her feelings, she thought it might not be such a bad thing after all. With this in mind, Minami couldn't help but glance at Arima again, only to find him looking back at her. Their eyes met. Embarrassed, Minami quickly looked away, feeling a bit panicked. Meanwhile, Arima's expression remained as stoic as ever. His calm demeanor left Minami somewhat disappointed, making her think he hadn't noticed anything at all. As expected, Arima is just too dense. After the brief interruption, Minami handed the tea she had prepared to Ido. Thank you. Ido accepted the cup with a bright smile. Fortunately, Ido, as a rare natural-born half-ghoul, could enjoy tea just like a human. Pretending to eat usually required some level of acting, especially for someone skilled like Minami, who could often tell if someone was faking it. However, Ido's enjoyment seemed so genuine that Minami didn't suspect a thing. She never even considered the possibility that Ido might be a ghoul, remaining certain that Miss Ido was an ordinary human. By the way, I know your true identity as a ghoul, Minami, but don't worry, I won't expose you. Ido got straight to the point. I'm actually a writer, and I came to Minami for inspiration. That's why I asked if you have a crush at school. Oh. So Miss Ido is a writer? That's amazing. Minami immediately expressed her admiration. You flatter me. I haven't debuted yet, I'm still in the publishing process. Calling myself a writer is a bit of a stretch. Ido laughed self-deprecatingly. She hadn't finished publishing her work yet. Even if she succeeded, there was no guarantee it would sell well. If it didn't, her chances of publishing another book would be even slimmer. After all, without Bayakuya's initial help, she might not have even qualified for a contract. Still, that's really impressive, Minami said earnestly. It'd be wonderful if I could create something I love, just like you. Creating isn't that hard, it's getting a contract and earning royalties that's challenging, Ido replied. Without basic income, it's tough to stay motivated. Most people burn out quickly if they rely solely on passion. That's true. I don't feel confident about getting a contract, so I just write little stories for myself now and then, Minami admitted with a small nod. Balancing her daily efforts to integrate into human society left her too drained to focus seriously on creative work. For now, Minami decided not to dwell on these distant dreams. If you need inspiration, Ido, I'll gladly help out. Great. Let's start with your age, height, and measurements. Ido had already taken out a notebook and pen from her bag. Huh. Minami was caught off guard. She hadn't expected such a question from her. Ido quickly explained, my new story will use you as the template for the main character, so I need a full picture of who you are. Oh, and could the guys step out for a bit? Especially a certain Lolicon Red Heart. Ido added with a pointed look at Bayakuya. Lolicon? Minami asked, confused. Bayakuya silently left the room. Arima followed without a word, stepping out with him. Bayakuya couldn't say anything to defend himself, admitting it would only confirm the accusation. Alright, they're gone. You can share now, Minami. Ido smiled warmly. Well. I'm 16, 161 centimeters tall, and my measurements are. Minami paused for a moment, trying to recall. About 86, 60, and 87, I think. Got it. Thanks, Minami. Ido scribbled the details down. So, your crush at school really is Arima, right? Hearing this, Minami's cheeks flushed red again. It was too easy for Ido to read her in matters like this. Don't worry, it's just us here. As long as we keep our voices low, no one will hear, and I promise to keep your secret." Encouraged by Ido, Minami hesitated briefly before shyly nodding. "Emichim." Since Ido had already guessed, there was no point in denying it anymore. Ido clasped her hands under her chin, looking intrigued. "Now, can you tell me how a ghoul like you fell for a ghoul investigator like Arima?" "This." Minami felt a bit embarrassed but answered cooperatively, "It's because Arima seems so cool and righteous, like a knight who can protect me. Without him, I probably would have died a long time ago." She recalled the mysterious one-eyed ghoul wearing a tiger stripe mask. "What do you mean by died?" Ito's sharp instincts immediately picked up on this. "This happened a while ago," Minami began. "I was suddenly attacked by a mysterious ghoul I'd never seen before, and I was completely outmatched. If Arima hadn't shown up in time to save me, I don't think I'd have survived." "Oh." Ito's curiosity was piqued. "From what I know, Minami-chan is classified by the CCG as being close to S-rated in terms of threat level, right? What kind of ghoul could be even stronger than you?" For some reason, she instinctively suspected a certain annoying lolicon. Minami shook her head. "I don't know. While it's not unusual for ghouls to fight over feeding grounds, having such a powerful ghoul suddenly appear in the 13th ward, and one I've never encountered before, felt a bit odd." "Do you happen to remember what they looked like?" Ito wanted to confirm if her suspicion was correct. "I do remember some details," Minami replied with a nod. She had a vivid impression of the ghoul's mask. They wore a red tiger stripe mask that only revealed their right eye. And their kakugan looked rather unique. As for their build, they seemed about the same as Senior Bayakuya. Even so, Minami didn't connect the dots to Bayakuya. After all, she firmly believed that Bayakuya, like Arima, was definitely human. Besides, the CCG had RC detection gates. Ghouls couldn't possibly become investigators for the CCG. What she didn't know was that the RC detection gates had a special program embedded in them. Anyone with Washu clan blood or a member of the V could pass through without triggering alarms. Kyuzan had once been a cleaner for V. Although he lacked Washu blood, the Washu clan had adjusted the RC detection gate specifically for him. Naturally, this extended to Ido, who inherited Kyuzan's blood. This explained why, in the original story, Ido could have sky-high RC cell counts and still freely move as a human within the CCG. "Alright, that's enough," Ido said with a playful smile. "I already have a pretty clear image in my head." Hearing Minami's description, Ido confirmed her suspicion, it was definitely that lolicon. Considering how Arima showed up just in time to save Minami, it was probably part of his plan as well. With this in mind, Ido completely dismissed the possibility of a connection between Bayakuya and Minami. After all, someone like him wouldn't set up a situation just to let Arima and Minami grow closer. Minami's cheeks turned slightly red. "Ever since then, I've started to notice Arima more and more." "Ah, the beauty of youth," Ido teased, as if playing the role of a wise older sister. Minami had no idea that the sophisticated and intelligent writer sitting before her was actually younger than her. Ido, feeling inspired, jotted down ideas in her notebook. Meeting Minami wasn't just for probing, it was also for gathering material. Minami sat quietly, waiting for Ido to finish writing. Once Ido put down her pen, Minami asked curiously, "So, Miss Ido, can you share your experience with Bayakuya?" "Oh, no, it's not like that. I don't have that kind of relationship with him. Just some bad luck crossing paths. If you're interested, I can tell you about it." "Yes, please." Minami sat up straight, eager to listen. Ido began recounting how she first met Bayakuya, carefully omitting her ghoul identity while throwing in a few jabs at him along the way. A few minutes later, Minami couldn't help but feel that, even if they weren't officially dating, they were probably close. Despite Ido's occasional mockery of Bayakuya, Minami couldn't detect any genuine dislike in her tone. Meanwhile, Bayakuya and Arima, who had intended to return to the living room, stayed outside upon noticing how animated Ido and Minami's conversation was. Speaking of which, we should expand Squad 0. Do you have any recommendations, Arima? Bayakuya asked. None for now, Arima replied with a slight shake of his head. Then we'll scout for candidates when we're back at the CCG. Understood. When Ido finally finished gathering material, she wrapped up her conversation with Minami and prepared to leave. Goodbye, Minami. I'll visit again when I have time, Ido said with a cheerful wave. Goodbye, Miss Ido. Minami waved back. Watching Ido leave, Minami felt incredulous. Ido was so cheerful and accepting. Knowing her true identity as a ghoul and still talking so naturally with her, it felt almost like being friends. Aside from exceptions like Arima and Bayakuya, who were ghoul investigators, this was Minami's first time interacting normally with a human as a ghoul. By now, Bayakuya and Ido had left together, while Arima stayed behind to study with Minami as planned. Walking a short distance from Minami's house, Ido sighed, Minami really is adorable. I got plenty of material today. Does that mean you're planning to include Arima and Minami in your next work? Bayakuya guessed. Yup. Along with a certain annoying lolicon, namely the one who attacked Minami. Ido was openly teasing Bayakuya at this point. She added with a mischievous grin, and beyond the material for my new book, I've also confirmed something else, a certain special class investigator is definitely a lolicon. Ido genuinely found Minami to be quite endearing. Perhaps Minami, as a ghoul, could be ruthless, but during their recent interaction, Ido hadn't noticed a single hint of pretense. In other words, this gentle and polite demeanor was likely Minami's true personality. But as a ghoul trying to survive in this cruel world, Minami had no choice but to adopt cruelty and harshness. Now, thanks to considerable support, not just from Bayakuya and Arima, but also from the Antiku, she could live a life resembling that of a normal human girl. In Ido's perspective, Bayakuya's efforts to support Minami and even facilitate her bond with Arima clearly showed that he held no ulterior motives toward her. Bayakuya had grown tired of refuting the lolicon label, to the point of no longer bothering to deny it. Ding! Host has successfully checked in and received 1 attribute point. Ding! Host has consecutively checked in for 30 days and received a bonus reward, 20 attribute points. Unknowingly, Bayakuya had already spent a month in this world. After spending a wave of points previously, he had accumulated quite a stash again. Current attribute points, 465. Ding! Host has successfully allocated points. Physical strength plus 10. RC cell count plus 300. Attribute points minus 400. Bayakuya allocated some points and left a portion in reserve as usual. Physical strength, 60. RC cell count, 500, reservoir, plus 850. His physical strength stat now reached about 6 times the average human's, and the additional RC cells were stored directly into his reservoir. Now I should be able to use the Kamui techniques more freely. Bayakuya mentally calculated his improved capabilities. Big Brother Bayakuya. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Furuda's voice. That's right, Bayakuya was currently in the sunlit garden. He hadn't forgotten about Furuda and Rise, often checking in on them. Is something on your mind? Furuda asked with some concern. No, just remembering something. It's nothing serious, Bayakuya explained. Oh, I see. But with you being both the leader of the second ward and a special class investigator while also answering to Mr. Keiko, it's no wonder you're swamped. Furuda remarked with a tone that expressed sympathy for the workload. His unique background granted him access to knowledge far beyond the average hybrid child in there. Well, it's not that bad, Bayakuya replied with a faint smile. With your potential, Furuda, I think you'll eventually reach a position like mine. Better prepare yourself mentally. Bayakuya found conversations with Furuda, and even Rise, quite engaging, not purely for Quest's purposes. Big brother Bayakuya, you think too highly of me, Furuda scratched his head modestly. But I'll try my best to take you as my role model. You can do it, Bayakuya encouraged. After spending time with Furuda, Bayakuya had observed that his mindset was still relatively pure. However, due to the Washu clan's unjust treatment, Furuda had a deep desire to prove his worth. Furuda was, in fact, the son of Tsuneyoshi Washu, head of the Washu clan. Yet, because he was born of a mistress, Furuda was denied the Washu name, unable to acknowledge his father, and relegated to the Sunlit Garden, a segregated zone for hybrids. The original story even depicted a scene where Arima noticed young Furuda practicing relentlessly in the garden. The boy's talent and determination left an impression on Arima. Hearing Bayakuya's encouragement, Furuda beamed with a genuine smile. He truly idolized Bayakuya, not just as the CCG's strongest pillar, but also as a most trusted operative of Mr. Keiko. If he could achieve similar greatness, perhaps his father and the clan might finally recognize his worth. So boring. Can't we just stay here and relax? Rise, lying lazily on the grass, muttered in boredom. Well. Furuda hesitated, almost mentioning her role as the womb, but stopped himself. Although Bayakuya likely already knew the truth, revealing it aloud could lead to severe consequences from the clan if word got out. The term womb referred to the Washu clan's childbearers. The Washu clan prized their lineage, valuing those with human-like traits more highly. Pure-blooded ghouls like Rise, ironically, ranked at the bottom. Cast into the Sunlit Garden, she was designated as a womb, tasked with producing the next generation of the Washu lineage, a dehumanizing role as a reproductive machine. Whatever, Rise scoffed. Furuda, no matter how hard you try, you won't change anything. Her tone was indifferent, reflecting her cynicism toward the clan's oppressive system. As long as you focus your efforts in the right direction, things can change, Bayakuya interjected. Big brother Bayakuya is right. If you don't even try, there's no chance at all, Furuda agreed firmly. Fine, suit yourselves, Rise muttered with a slight pout. Although she didn't want to admit it, Bayakuya's occasional favors, like bringing her items from outside, made her less inclined to argue. Bayakuya checked the time and realized it was time to leave. Rising to his feet, he said. Furuda, Rise, I'll see you next time. Leaving so soon, big brother Bayakuya? Furuda asked, disappointed. Yes, there's still a lot to handle outside, Bayakuya replied with a nod. All right then. Goodbye, Furuda, Rise, Bayakuya said before departing. As he bid them farewell, a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully completed Quest 1, meet and befriend Furuda and Rise. Reward, 10 attribute points. Quest 1 completed. Quest 2 unlocked. Quest 2, recruit Furuda and Rise as disciples. Reward for completion, 50 attribute points. This quest surprised Bayakuya a little, as it aligned almost perfectly with his own plans. Previously, he had thought of recruiting Furuda and Rise into Squad 0 after they grew older. However, the system seemed to want him to immediately take the two youngsters as his disciples. The system seemed more eager than he was. That said, this provided Bayakuya with a solid direction. If he could successfully make them his disciples, it would still fulfill his goal. In essence, whether it was recruiting them into Squad 0 or accepting them as disciples, the ultimate aim was the same, to free Furuda and Rise from the Washu clan's control. Additionally, it would facilitate the gradual dismantling of the clan from within. Well, I doubt it'll be too long before we meet again, Bayakuya added. Really? That's great. Furuda said excitedly. Bayakuya, could you bring me another doll next time? I accidentally played too roughly with the last one and broke it, Rise chimed in. Of course, Rise's current name wasn't Rise yet, and she definitely didn't carry the Washu's surname. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in the sunlit garden. Her real name wasn't revealed in the original story either. Sure, but Rise, you should try to take better care of your things, Bayakuya advised. Since Rise carried the Washu clan's bloodline, and hers was the purest, she was naturally gifted with a strong physique and Kagun. Her Kagun was undoubtedly powerful. In the original story, Kaneki and later Furuda had her Kakuho transplanted into them. However, Rise herself wasn't particularly impressive. She only focused on devouring humans, avoided cannibalism, and was betrayed by Furuda before she could fully mature. The steel beams that fell on her in the original story? That was Furuda's doing. By then, he had already changed, no longer the simple boy he was now. Years of mistreatment by the Washu clan, combined with his inherently extreme desire for control, ultimately caused Furuda's drastic personality shift. Furuda had gone to great lengths to help Rise escape the sunlit garden and the Washu clan's grasp. Yet after escaping, Rise completely ignored him, focusing only on destruction and feasting. Worse, Rise would seduce human boys, lure them into dates, and then brutally kill and devour them. Unable to accept this, Furuda descended into madness, or more accurately, into despair over the world. The falling steel beams incident wasn't just revenge on Rise. It was a calculated move to prepare for the ultimate, dragon transformation, which would allow him to reshape the world. Like Roma and Ido, Furuda's true goal was to change the world, and he saw Kaneki, the most successful artificial half-ghoul experiment, as the key. Compared to Roma and Ido, Furuda's actions were even more thorough. He not only overthrew the Washu clan but also orchestrated the dragon transformation of Kaneki and Rise, ultimately reshaping the world with Kaneki's power. Got it, Rise nodded. I'll be off, Bayakuya said, patting Furuda on the shoulder before leaving. To him, Furuda wasn't simply a hero or villain. Especially now, when Furuda was still just an earnest boy trying to overcome his circumstances. After bidding farewell to Furuda and Rise, Bayakuya went to find Arima, who had come to the sunlit garden with him. When Bayakuya arrived, he saw Arima patting the head of a pink-haired little girl, seemingly saying goodbye. He recognized the girl as Haru Ihei. At this time, Ihei was still very young, about 6 or 7 years old. In the original story, this was when she first met Arima and began admiring him greatly. Having her head patted by Arima felt like receiving praise from him, and Ihei's face lit up with a blissful smile. Bayakuya waited nearby until Ihei left happily before approaching Arima. Let's go. I need to report something to Mr. Keiko, Bayakuya said. Understood, Arima nodded slightly. The two soon found Keiko. Mr. Keiko, I've taken an interest in 2 promising children. I'd like to take them as disciples and train them as reserve members of Squad 0-inch, Bayakuya stated directly. Which 2? Keiko asked. Furuda and Rise, Uchiha, Bayakuya replied without hesitation. Keiko paused for a moment before responding. Furuda is fine, but as for Rise, you'd better think it through. If anything happens to her, the Washu clan won't let you off easily. He didn't outright refuse, as Rise was officially a ghoul in the sunlit garden. By their public rules, there was no issue with Bayakuya taking her as a disciple. Rise's true identity as a womb was known to only a select few, Keiko included. He hadn't shared this with Bayakuya or Arima, so his warning was intentionally vague. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility, Bayakuya said firmly. Suit yourself. But Rise's activities will be limited to the Sunlit Garden, CCG headquarters, and nearby areas. Furuda doesn't have such restrictions, but you should still be cautious, Keiko advised. By now, Keiko found Bayakuya increasingly trustworthy. Moreover, he knew that Bayakuya had already interacted with Furuda and Rise several times, so this wasn't out of the blue. Given Furuda's lineage as Tsuneyoshi's son and Rise's status as the purest Washu ghoul, their potential was undeniable. However, due to various circumstances, both were in lowly positions. Even Keiko, a washu puppet raised in the sunlit garden, felt helpless about it. Understood. I'll come back tomorrow, Bayakuya said. Recruiting Furuda and Rise as disciples had been easier than expected. The only challenge was that Rise's activities would remain under the Washu clan's watchful eyes, a minor inconvenience in the grand scheme. Steak, hamburger patties, potatoes. Ido was pushing a shopping cart, strolling through the market alongside Bayakuya, picking out ingredients. Bayakuya mostly let Ido take the lead, buying whatever she chose. After all, most of the things she picked were things he liked as well. Alright, this should be enough, Ido said after selecting the items she wanted. Noticing that Bayakuya hadn't chosen anything yet, she asked, aren't you going to pick anything? Why am I the only one choosing? Because you've already chosen for me, Bayakuya replied. I see. In that case, I guess we don't have enough, Ido said. She had originally restrained herself, thinking Bayakuya would want to buy his own items, but now she unceremoniously grabbed a few more packs of assorted meats. Alright, let's go grab a few apples, and then we can head home. She pushed the cart toward the fruit section. Wait for me by the fruits for a moment. I need to pick up something else, Bayakuya said, remembering the doll he had promised to get for Rise. Okay, Ido didn't think much of it. But a short while later, Ido eyed the stuffed bear in Bayakuya's hands. Initially, she almost thanked him out of habit, but then it struck her, she hadn't mentioned wanting a doll. Is this for me? She asked cautiously. No, Bayakuya replied bluntly. Oh. Ido's eyes narrowed slightly. Then who is it for? A child at the sunlit garden, who will soon become my apprentice, Bayakuya explained honestly. Apprentice? Ido grew a bit suspicious. The kind of child who'd want a stuffed toy was probably a girl. Taking in a female apprentice seemed curious. Why the sudden interest in taking on a girl as your apprentice? She asked pointedly. Because she's special, Bayakuya admitted. Ido's eyes turned sharp at the word special, though Bayakuya hadn't finished explaining. She's the womb of the Washu clan, the ghoul with the purest bloodline, he clarified. Ah. I see. Ido blinked in surprise, realizing she had misunderstood. She composed herself quickly, seamlessly steering the conversation toward the Washu family. I didn't know the Washu clan had something like a womb. It's impressive you managed to take someone so important as an apprentice. Clearly, she wasn't privy to such deep secrets of the Washu clan. Back when Ido's mother, Yukina, investigated V, she uncovered some Washu clan secrets but didn't learn about the existence of the womb. Not really. While the child is important to the Washu clan, her status is surprisingly low. I'm simply taking advantage of their twisted hierarchy. Bayakuya explained Rise's low status and the reasons behind it. Ido sighed. Their obsession with becoming human is downright sick. The purest ghoul ends up with the lowest status. But that works in our favor. Taking their womb away will cause all sorts of trouble for them. Ido's attitude shifted dramatically, she now fully supported Bayakuya taking Rise as an apprentice. Still, she harbored some concerns. After all, Bayakuya had mentioned that Rise was only about 10 years old. But if a certain lolicon does anything inappropriate, I'll report him to the authorities immediately, Ido said sweetly, though her tone was laced with warning. Imagine, CCG's first special class investigator to be arrested by the police. It'd be both unprecedented and unrivaled. Bayakuya instantly understood who she was talking about. I'm not that bad, he muttered, sighing. Let's focus on the main topic. Besides Rise, there's also a boy named Furuda. He's the biological son of Tsuneyoshi and half-brother to Yashitoki, the current bureau chief. But like Rise, he's relegated to a lowly status due to the Washu clan system. You're saying you've taken him as an apprentice, too? Ido asked. Yes, both Rise and Nimura will become my apprentices, Bayakuya confirmed. How interesting. I'd love to meet them, Ido said, suddenly inspired. Furuda and Rise, both meant to be core members of the Washu clan but cast aside to the Sunlit Garden. Fascinating. Characters with tragic backstories and twisted fates were her favorite types for storytelling. Meeting them is easy. I'm picking them up from the Sunlit Garden tomorrow, Bayakuya said as he pushed the cart toward the checkout. With each passing day, Ido's cooking skills improved as she cooked alongside Bayakuya. Here, try this. Tell me if my skills have improved, Ido said, holding a piece of hamburger patty with her chopsticks and offering it to Bayakuya. Say, ah. Bayakuya felt slightly awkward but complied. The perfectly grilled patty released a delightful burst of flavor as he chewed. It's delicious, he said earnestly. The balance of seasonings is spot on, and the slight charring on the outside is just right. You've definitely improved. Ido, though pleased with the praise, wanted more constructive feedback. I'd rather hear about the flaws so I can improve further, she said. She found Bayakuya's critiques honest and valuable. Deep down, she hoped he'd remain her taste tester for life, ensuring her cooking continued to evolve. It's hard to pinpoint flaws, really. After all, no matter how much I critique it, it only reflects my personal taste and can't represent anyone else's preferences, Bayakuya said earnestly. Besides, I'm not exactly a professional taste tester. Why should you care about other people's tastes? Ido immediately countered. Because my opinion isn't all that valuable, Bayakuya explained. Just take it as a casual remark, nothing more. Why should I care about anyone else's taste, then? Ido replied with a playful tone. I only need to know your preferences. What others think is completely irrelevant. Fine. Bayakuya finally commented, from my perspective, the meat was grilled a bit too long, so it's slightly overcooked. The seasoning could be toned down to be lighter. That's about it. Bayakuya wasn't a professional, so his critique was naturally biased toward his own taste. But Ido only cared about his opinion, so he gave an honest answer based on his preferences. Got it. I've made a note, Ido said, pulling out a small notebook and jotting everything down. The next time she made Hamburg steak, she intended to address these shortcomings. Late at night. Bayakuya had been sleeping soundly when a sudden movement woke him up. As before, it was Ito Yoshimura unconsciously clinging to him while asleep. However, this time she wasn't just wrapping her arms around his waist, she had even thrown her legs over him, clinging to him like an octopus. In her subconscious, Ito seemed to have gotten used to treating Bayakuya as her personal body pillow. Bayakuya, now accustomed to these occurrences, simply let her be. He didn't want to disturb her sleep. The next morning, Ito woke up earlier than Bayakuya for a change. This was likely because Bayakuya's sleep quality had been slightly affected after being used as a body pillow the previous night. As soon as she opened her eyes, Ito realized she was hugging Bayakuya in a rather compromising position. Though she didn't want to admit it, it was obvious she had instinctively clung to him while asleep. Only now did she realize her sleeping habits weren't exactly graceful. Maybe it was because this soft, comfortable bed was so much better than the makeshift bedding she had grown accustomed to in the 24th ward. She'd never noticed her poor sleeping posture before. Ito, however, felt neither embarrassed nor awkward about it. Instead, she doubled down, hugging him even tighter and leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Why are you still being so lazy, Mr. Loli-Khan?" To top it off, she deliberately blew softly into his ear. Bayakuya was instantly wide awake. He had been on the verge of waking up naturally, teetering between sleep and consciousness. He'd even heard Ito's teasing words in his half-asleep state. But that breath against his ear. It snapped him fully awake. "First thing in the morning, and you're already causing trouble," Bayakuya remarked in his usual calm tone. He didn't sound the least bit annoyed, no hint of scolding, since he was already close to waking up and rarely got irritated with Ito. "So, your ears are a weak spot, huh?" Ito mused, clearly amused by her discovery. Maybe, Bayakuya replied nonchalantly. After all, wasn't it normal for anyone to be startled awake if someone suddenly blew into their ear? But aren't you going to let go? It's time to get up, he said, noticing that Ido was still clinging to him like an octopus, even tighter than before. Why should I? It's not like there's any rush, Ido replied casually, showing no intention of letting go. Bayakuya was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling slightly awkward. Noticing his silence, Ido's tone turned mischievous as she teased, Are you shy? Don't tell me you're actually embarrassed. Maybe a little, but don't push your luck, Bayakuya shot back before shifting his position so he was facing her directly. If she was going to mess with him, he wasn't going to let it slide without some retaliation. You. Ido's heart skipped a beat, momentarily speeding up. She thought he was about to pull something bold, leaving her slightly apprehensive. But in the next moment, Bayakuya reached out and pinched her cheeks, gently pulling them apart. He was careful not to hurt her, the force he applied was minimal. For someone like Ido, who had spent years battling in the brutal 24th Ward, such mild discomfort was practically nothing. Her expression didn't even waver. You're so boring, Ido sighed, rolling her eyes in what was half a complaint and half an observation. Alright, enough fooling around. Let's get up and make breakfast, she said, finally releasing her grip on him and losing interest in their little game. Bayakuya didn't argue. He knew full well that he could have pushed things further if he wanted to, but he chose not to. In his mind, Ido was still too young. While he didn't consider himself a saint, he did have principles. He might be blunt in his words, but he wasn't the type to take advantage of someone or act recklessly. As usual, Ido headed off to lead the Aogiri tree in their campaign against the 24th Ward. Meanwhile, Bayakuya made his way to the sunlit garden, holding a small bear plushie in his hand. On his way through the route from the first ward to the sunlit garden, it wasn't uncommon for him to encounter some of his fellow CCG investigators, and today was no different. Hey, isn't that the newly promoted special class investigator, Bayakuya? Let's go say hi. Special class Bayakuya. Bayakuya nodded politely in acknowledgement. After he walked away, the group of investigators couldn't help but focus on the plushie in his hand. By the way, why is Investigator Bayakuya carrying a plushie? Doesn't that seem a bit out of place for someone of his strength and status? Maybe it's a gift for his girlfriend. I wonder who the lucky lady is. Hey, don't spread baseless rumors. It's probably for a younger sibling or something. Besides, I've heard that both Bayakuya and Arima are super popular among the women in the CCG. Not long after, Bayakuya coincidentally ran into the Mado family. Kasuka greeted him warmly, first, my apologies, I almost called you first-class Bayakuya out of habit. Having been used to addressing him as first-class Bayakuya, Kasuka instinctively made the mistake. It's fine. It's not a big deal, Bayakuya replied calmly. Maybe not, but it's still a basic mistake that I shouldn't have made, Kasuka said with a smile. Speaking of which, it hasn't been long since we last saw each other, and you've already been promoted to special class investigator. Indeed, your strength is indisputable, but your rapid rise through the ranks is truly remarkable, Kurio remarked in admiration. Standing beside them was Akira, who had come along for a family outing. However, Akira kept glancing at the plushie in Bayakuya's hand, her interest evident. Bayakuya noticed her gaze and asked, "Do you like this? I can get you one later if you want." Akira, who had only been mildly curious, hadn't intended to trouble Bayakuya but was caught off guard by his perceptiveness. "Akira, if you want it, you can just ask your mom or dad," Kasuka said gently, not wanting to inconvenience Bayakuya. "It's not that. I just..." Akira fumbled, unsure how to explain. She had grown used to her parents being too busy to spend much time at home, and despite being so young, she was already mature enough to understand and accept their responsibilities. Generally, she was content with whatever her parents gave her and rarely asked for anything herself. Though she found the plushie adorable, it wasn't something she desperately wanted. After a brief hesitation, Akira finally shared her honest thoughts. I don't want to bother mom or dad, and I don't want to trouble this big brother either, so I don't really need it. Kasuga fell silent for a moment, then sighed. I see. Your dad and I have never really considered what you truly like, have we? The things she usually bought for Akira were based on what she had liked as a child. However, Kasuga had always been a strong-willed and unconventional person, so her childhood preferences were unique. Kurio looked even more embarrassed. He suddenly remembered that the toys he gave Akira were often miniature quinquas, safe, low-grade ones she could use under his supervision. He also frequently taught her about quinqua techniques and their mechanics. Although Akira had never complained, Kurio realized he'd never once asked her what she actually wanted. Sorry for letting you witness this, special class Bayakuya, Kasuga said, somewhat awkwardly. It's nothing. Anyway, I have something to take care of, so I'll be on my way, Bayakuya replied. As he walked off, Bayakuya couldn't help but reflect on how his small interaction had unintentionally prompted the Mato family to reevaluate their dynamic. The sunlit garden. Bayakuya quickly located Furuda and Rise, as the two children often played in this area. Furuda hadn't yet started his training for the day. In the sunlit garden, children were subjected to rigorous training from a young age. Their instructors were typically members of V, who had also come from there. In theory, Bayakuya himself was qualified to serve as an instructor, giving him the authority to take Furuda and Rise as his direct disciples. Bayakuya actually came to see us again so soon. Furuda exclaimed excitedly upon spotting him. Rise, too, sat up with interest. Her coveted plushie had finally arrived. Bayakuya handed the bear plushie to Rise with a smile. This time, try not to break it so quickly. I'll try not to destroy it too soon, Rise replied, cradling the plushie in her arms with a sweet smile, though her words carried a hint of menace. Ha, ha. Bayakuya laughed awkwardly. Rise had always had a streak of violence in her, even as a child. But her temperament wasn't entirely her fault. The tragic fate of the Washu clan and the oppressive environment had undoubtedly shaped her. While she seemed manageable now, Bayakuya knew that things would escalate as she grew older. Her violent tendencies, ruthless nature, and reckless disregard for others were all manifestations of her deep resentment towards her painful existence. He remembered all too well how, in the original timeline, Rise's unchecked hunger and reckless behavior led to chaos. She ignored all warnings, including those from her foster father, Matasaka Kamishiro, and indulged in unrestrained human hunting. This drew CCG's attention to the 6th Ward, resulting in Matasaka's imprisonment in the cochlea. Bayakuya was determined to intervene early, hoping to steer Rise away from that destructive path. Small gestures, like giving her toys, and larger ones, like taking her away from the sunlit garden as soon as possible, were part of his plan. Furuda, Rise, he said, turning to the matter at hand. I've spoken with Mr. Keiko, and I've decided to take you both as my disciples. I'll be personally responsible for your training. What do you think? Really? That's amazing. Of course, I agree. Furuda didn't hesitate, his eyes shining with excitement. He had always idolized Bayakuya, and having him as a mentor felt like a dream come true. Sounds like a hassle, Rise muttered, her reaction the complete opposite of Furuda's. Though this older brother figure was kind to her, the idea of formal training still felt bothersome. If you become my disciples, Bayakuya added, you won't have to stay here every day. You'll be allowed to go outside occasionally, though the range will be limited. Rise. Did you hear that? We can go outside. Furuda exclaimed, practically bouncing with excitement. I heard you. You're being noisy, Rise grumbled, though her resolve was visibly wavering. If that's true, I want to go out today. Her words essentially sealed her agreement. Having spent their entire lives confined to the sunlit garden, both Furuda and Rise were naturally curious about the world beyond its walls. That's fine. I can take you both out later, Bayakuya said with a smile. Ding! The host has successfully completed Quest 2, Recruit Furuda and Rise as disciples. Reward, 50 attribute points. Quest 2 completed. Quest 3 activated. Quest 3, help Furuda and Rise break free from the Washu clan's control. Quest reward, 500 attribute points. 500 attribute points. This was the highest quest reward Bayakuya had ever seen, signaling the monumental difficulty of the task. After all, the challenge was self-evident. If it were simply a matter of secretly helping Furuda and Rise escape from the Sunlit Garden, it wouldn't be too difficult, especially since the Washu clan wouldn't be able to trace the culprit. But Bayakuya had already openly taken Furuda and Rise as his disciples. Should anything happen to them, he'd immediately become the prime suspect. Even if he weren't deemed responsible, the burden of accountability would fall squarely on him. The likely outcome? Being hunted by V, this was what made the mission so daunting. At this point, Bayakuya had no way to turn back. Not that he was considering retreat. With his current strength, he was practically unbeatable in a one-on-one confrontation. At the very least, he was confident in his ability to protect himself. All he needed to do was proceed naturally and complete the quest assigned by the system. More importantly, this mission aligned with Bayakuya's own wishes. He genuinely hoped to free Furuda and Rise from the Washu clan's grasp. As for whether Furuda could successfully win over Rise in the future, that was up to the boy's own efforts. For now, Rise hadn't yet been pushed to the point of developing the twisted, violent personality she displayed later. This meant Furuda still had a decent chance. Let's go. I'll take you both to see the outside world, Bayakuya announced. All right. Furuda exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Rise, too, was caught off guard. She had never imagined a day when she could leave the sunlit garden, a place that had seemed destined to imprison her for life, like a bird trapped in a cage. Before they left, servants helped Furuda and Rise change into ordinary children's clothing. The usual white uniforms worn in the sunlit garden resembled the attire of lab mice and would certainly attract attention outside. Taking their hands, Bayakuya led Furuda and Rise out of there. Only under his supervision were they allowed to leave temporarily. The V members guarding the garden didn't stop them. After all, Bayakuya had obtained approval from Keiko, and there was no objection from the Washu clan. The sunlit garden was located deep within a forest, isolated from the outside world under the guise of a military zone. Ordinary people were strictly prohibited from approaching. Once outside, Bayakuya and the children walked through the woods. The area was filled with plants and trees, with occasional glimpses of small animals. To Furuda, it wasn't particularly impressive, as it resembled the scenery within the garden. Though Furuda tried to hide his disappointment, Rise made no such effort, her face clearly showing her discontent. Is this all there is outside? It's not like what I read in books, she said, her tone filled with disillusionment. Though Rise had been confined in the garden her whole life, she had access to books that offered glimpses of the outside world, even if the servants and caretakers never spoke of it. Don't be so impatient. We've just stepped out. Soon, you'll see something different, Bayakuya assured them, slightly exasperated by the children's eagerness. All right, Furuda nodded, calming himself. Fine. Rise reluctantly agreed to wait a little longer. After some time, Bayakuya finally brought the two to a residential area. However, his first destination was the CCG headquarters, meaning he couldn't let them wander around freely just yet. As they traveled through the city, Furuda and Rise's eyes lit up with wonder. They marveled at the variety of buildings, the bustling crowds, and countless things they had never seen before. Compared to the monotony of the garden, the outside world was dazzlingly vibrant. The two acted like curious children, their heads turning to take in every sight. Big brother Bayakuya, can we go see that? Furuda asked, pointing at a vendor selling skewered candied fruits. Sure, Bayakuya replied with a smile, indulging the boy's request. He led them to the vendor to buy the treat. At first, Bayakuya intended to buy 2 skewers, but he suddenly remembered that Rise, being a ghoul, couldn't eat human food like candied fruits. In the end, he only bought 1 and handed it to Furuda. "Thank you," Furuda said excitedly, eager to try the candy. Just as he was about to take a bite, he noticed Rise's gaze. She was staring at him with a look of dissatisfaction, clearly displeased. For Rise, it felt unfair. She could only consume human flesh, and in the garden, she had been fed nothing but spoiled, rotting meat. Now, Furuda got to enjoy a treat she could never taste. Even prominent members of the Washu family, like Tsuneyoshi and Yashitoki, sustained themselves on the corpses of fallen CCG investigators, often digging up graves for food. Understanding her feelings, Furuda hesitated. After a moment of thought, he handed the candy back to Bayakuya with a sheepish grin. "You can have this instead," he said, attempting to ease the tension. Bayakuya could easily see through Furuda's intentions. His actions were too transparent. Eventually, Bayakuya led Furuda and Rise into the CCG's first ward headquarters. The sight of Bayakuya, a special class investigator, entering with 2 children immediately drew the attention of other investigators in the lobby. "Who are those kids with Investigator Bayakuya?" they whispered. "Maybe they're his younger siblings." Ignoring the curious stares, Bayakuya walked to the door of Yashitoki's office. "Furuda, Rise, wait here for a moment," he instructed, not intending to bring them inside. Given Furuda's complicated relationship with Yashitoki, it wasn't appropriate for them to meet. Moreover, the conversation Bayakuya was about to have wasn't suitable for the children to overhear. He wasn't worried about them wandering off. In a place like this, they were undoubtedly under constant surveillance. "Okay," Furuda and Rise replied obediently, waiting outside as instructed. When Bayakuya entered the office, Yashitoki was already aware of the situation regarding Nimura and Rise. "Bayakuya, you really brought Nimura and Rise out of the sunlit garden," Yashitoki remarked, with a hint of surprise. "You know the rules better than anyone. The children there are not allowed to leave until they reach a certain level of strength or age. From now on, you're entirely responsible for them." From Yashitoki's perspective, Bayakuya was unaware of Nimura and Saiza's true identities. Thus, he used the garden's strict rules to caution him. "I understand," Bayakuya replied calmly. "Good. As long as you're aware," Yashitoki said, nodding. "Also, make sure that Nimura and Rise's activities are confined to the first ward. Avoid taking them to isolated alleys where ghouls are likely to appear." The first ward was home to the headquarters of the CCG, the Sunlit Garden, the V, and even the Washu clan stronghold. However, it was also a dangerous area heavily populated by ghouls. To put it bluntly, only the human members of the CCG were truly fighting against ghouls. The Washu clan, being ghouls themselves, prioritized their own interests. The Sunlit Garden and the V, both under the Washu's control, simply followed the clan's directives. Completely eradicating ghouls from the first ward was not in the clan's best interest. They sought a carefully balanced conflict between humans and ghouls. "There's nothing else to emphasize. I'll arrange for someone to return them to the Darden later," Yashitoki concluded, keeping his warnings minimal to avoid raising suspicions. Afterward, Bayakuya spent the day walking around the first ward with Nimura and Rise, letting them experience the outside world. By late afternoon, Bayakuya began a training session with them. It was mostly for show and involved only light practice. At a CCG training ground, Bayakuya and Nimura each held wooden swords, preparing for a sparring match. "Wow, we're lucky to witness Special Investigator Bayakuya sparring in person," one investigator exclaimed. "But I didn't expect his opponent to be a kid." "Could this be his disciple?" another speculated. "No, I heard that's his younger brother," someone chimed in. "Really? I thought it was his son, another investigator added, shocked. He's so young, yet he already has children. Rumors about Bayakuya had been spreading wildly since he appeared at the CCG headquarters with Nimura and Rise. Some were so exaggerated that even Bayakuya himself was baffled at the suggestion that Nimura was his child. Ignoring the chatter, Bayakuya focused on Nimura. Nimura, attack me, he said. Nimura nodded seriously, gripping his wooden sword tightly. Despite the match being a spar, he approached it with utmost determination. Nimura dashed forward with astonishing speed, drawing gasps from the onlookers. For a boy barely in his teens, his speed outmatched many seasoned investigators. Not fast enough, Bayakuya commented lightly, effortlessly sidestepping Nimura's strike. Nimura pressed on, refusing to give up. As they sparred, Bayakuya critiqued him continuously. Your strength needs improvement. That strike had potential, but your angle was off. Your stamina is nearly depleted. You'll need to work on endurance. As Bayakuya had observed, Nimura was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. He had been giving it his all since the start, but his efforts barely fazed Bayakuya. The older investigator either parried Nimura's strikes with ease or dodged them entirely. This kid is incredible, yet he's still being completely dominated by Special Investigator Bayakuya, one observer muttered. That's why he's the youngest to ever be promoted to Special Investigator, another added. And to think this boy might inherit Bayakuya's talent, he's already extraordinary for his age. Meanwhile, Nimura, though exhausted, refused to give up. But in an unguarded moment, he suddenly felt the tip of Bayakuya's wooden sword resting against his neck. Nimura, you've lost, Bayakuya declared. Reluctantly, Nimura admitted defeat, looking visibly disappointed. Sensing this, Bayakuya offered encouragement, you did very well. Don't feel disheartened. You have every reason to be confident. He wasn't merely being kind, Nimura's performance had indeed been remarkable. Bayakuya, however, had held a distinct advantage, especially with his Sharingan. Understood. Nimura's mood brightened instantly, buoyed by Bayakuya's approval. Meanwhile, Rise sat off to the side, uninterested in training. She had only briefly watched the sparring before returning to her own thoughts. At that moment, a CCG investigator rushed in. Investigator Bayakuya, there's a woman outside claiming to be your wife, he reported. Her name? Bayakuya asked, his expression calm. He already had a good idea of who it might be. She introduced herself as Uchiha Ido, the investigator replied. As expected, it was Ido. Bayakuya wasn't the least bit surprised. Let her in, he said to the investigator. Understood. The investigator promptly left. Wait, Investigator Bayakuya didn't deny it. Does this mean his wife is really here? Is he seriously married? That can't be. I thought the rumors about that boy being his son were just jokes. Maybe he only looks young. Could he actually be in his late 20s or even 30s? The brief exchange had caused a small uproar among the investigators nearby. At that moment, the Mado family, Kasuka, Kurio and their daughter Akira, arrived at the training grounds. Did we just walk in on some shocking news? Kasuka said with a surprised smile. The rumor that Bayakuya had children had also reached the Kurio ears. Naturally, they didn't believe it. After all, they knew Bayakuya was only 18, and the supposed children were said to be around 10 years old. They had also assumed he was single, so this supposed marriage was equally unexpected. It's not true, it's just, Bayakuya began, intending to clear up the misunderstanding, but at that moment, Ido entered the room. Darling, it's about time to head home for dinner, Ido said the moment she walked in, her tone coquettish and sweet. The sight of Ido's petite figure and youthful face, despite her more mature attire, immediately stunned the investigators. While her appearance today was deliberately styled to look older, her small stature and adorably youthful features made something feel off. Was this really Bayakuya's wife? This had to be illegal, right? No, something was seriously wrong here. Could Bayakuya really be that kind of guy? Bayakuya, fully aware of the mix of confused and judgmental stares around him, felt utterly exasperated. He knew Ido had done this on purpose just to mess with him. Even the Mados were looking at him with disbelief. Little Akira, mature beyond her years, immediately hid behind her parents, reluctant to approach Bayakuya. Only Furuda and Rise remained blissfully oblivious to the situation. What's going on? Why are they all acting so weird? Rise asked Furuda. No idea, but it looks like this pretty big sister is Bayakuya's wife. Furuda replied, amazed. A pretty big sister, huh? Do you think she's prettier than me? Rise suddenly asked, her question like a verbal minefield. Furuda froze for a moment, realizing the danger. Thankfully, he hadn't answered too quickly. Of course not. Rise is definitely prettier, he said decisively. Rise smiled, clearly pleased with his response. Ahem. Bayakuya cleared his throat, maintaining his composure despite the chaos. Maybe tone it down a bit, he said to Ido. What's this? Are you mad at me? Ido asked, feigning concern. I'm not mad, but you've created quite a headache for me, Bayakuya replied calmly. Alright, Ido relented, smiling mischievously. Then, addressing the crowd, she said, no need to worry. I'm actually of legal age. Her clarification somewhat eased the tension. Oh. So that's how it is. You really gave us a scare. Does that mean Investigator Bayakuya and she are newlyweds? And that boy isn't Bayakuya's son after all? You all need to stop spreading baseless rumors. Well, this might be bad news for some of the women here. Quite a few were interested in him. Ido's explanation dissolved some of the misunderstandings, though most still believed she was Bayakuya's wife. Some female investigators in the crowd were heartbroken, having harbored feelings for Bayakuya. Of course, Ido had no intention of fully clearing up the misunderstanding. Her prank wasn't just for fun, it also served to fend off any women who might pose a threat to her plans. Apologies for jumping to conclusions earlier, Kasuka said. Yes, sorry for the misunderstanding, added Curio. Even little Akira bowed and said, I'm sorry. It's fine. Honestly, it's Ido's mischief that led to all this, Bayakuya replied, waving it off. Mischief? The Mados looked puzzled, seeing no signs of mischief from Ido. Well, actually, she's just. Bayakuya began to explain. But before he could finish, Ido pinched his side. Bayakuya reacted quickly, dodging her attempt, but Ido had already succeeded in cutting him off. He looked at her, confused by her actions. Was she planning to maintain this charade of being his wife? And why? Ido gave him a subtle glare, silently signaling him to keep quiet. She wasn't about to let this perfect opportunity go to waste. Though he didn't understand her motives, Bayakuya decided to play along. She's just fond of pranks. Today, she's deliberately dressed to look younger, he said smoothly, offering a logical explanation. Oh, I see. Congratulations. Wishing you both a happy union and many children. Kasuka said cheerfully. Upon hearing Kasuka's blessing, Bayakuya felt a bit awkward. It wasn't the wish for many children that embarrassed him, but rather the complicated history between Kasuka's family and Ido. They were practically mortal enemies. If not for Bayakuya's intervention to prevent a tragedy, Kasuka would have been brutally killed, and Curio would have spent his life consumed by hatred for the one-eyed owl. So, hearing her bless his union with Ido naturally brought about an odd feeling. Thank you for the kind wishes, Ido said with a smile. Only then did she notice that the young woman before her seemed familiar. Had she seen this woman before in the 24th ward? The next moment, it clicked, she remembered seeing this woman during her fight with Bayakuya in the 24th ward. This woman had been present, and Bayakuya had fought to protect her. Despite recognizing Kasuka, Ido's expression remained calm and pleasant, showing no sign of the past tension. "Akira, greet her," Kasuka said. Having assumed that Ido was Bayakuya's wife, due to the Bayakuya's kindness toward her family, Kasuka's impression of Ido was naturally very favorable. "Hello," Akira said obediently. "Such a good girl," Ido responded, patting his head. It was a picture of harmony that belied the near-blood feud between Ido and the Mado family. Watching Ido converse and laugh with the Mados, Bayakuya felt a lingering oddness. But wasn't this what he had hoped for? After a moment of reflection, he said, "Speaking of which, Ido, you must have a reason for coming to find me here." This was the first time Ido had sought him out at CCG headquarters, and in the first ward, no less. He instinctively thought it must be important. Fortunately, as someone with Yoshimura's bloodline, Ido wasn't detected by the CCG's RC gates. Additionally, the Washu clan had no knowledge of her true identity. "No reason, really. Can't I just want to see my dear husband?" Ido teased. In truth, Bayakuya had mentioned Furuda and Rise to her the previous day. Knowing he would bring them to the First Ward CCG headquarters, she decided to come check on them. Of course, in such a crowded and watchful place, she couldn't say this outright, it would draw the Washu's suspicion. As she spoke, Ido subtly signaled Bayakuya with her eyes, briefly glancing toward Furuda and Rise. While most wouldn't notice the gesture, Bayakuya's sharp perception caught her meaning immediately. Investigator Bayakuya and his wife really are affectionate. "Youth is truly wonderful," Curio remarked. "Don't make it sound like we're old," Kasuka protested. Ido then turned her attention to Furuda and Rise. "You two must be Bayakuya's disciples, right? He's mentioned you to me." "Why yes," Furuda replied nervously. Being addressed by Ido caught him off guard, making him a bit shy. "You're Furuda, right? And this little one, Rise, is she your girlfriend?" Ido asked playfully. "Wah. No, no. We're not like that. We're just childhood friends," Furuda stammered, his face flushing. "So, it's only a matter of time. Keep it up, little brother," Ido teased. Okay. Furuda murmured softly, his embarrassment evident. Rise, on the other hand, didn't seem fazed. Her personality made her unlikely to feel shy, and she didn't particularly mind others' assumptions. Given her close bond with Furuda, others' opinions didn't bother her. Ido's brief appearance added a touch of humor to the day. Bayakuya continued training Furuda, while leaving Rise to her own devices. She had no interest in training, and he wouldn't force her. By evening, the training session ended. Bayakuya barely broke a sweat, but Furuda was sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. "Don't push yourself too hard. It's better to train in moderation," Bayakuya advised. "It's fine. I can handle it," Furuda replied, panting but determined. Rise crouched nearby, lightly poking Furuda's face with her finger, seemingly showing concern, but only slightly. At that moment, Ido approached with a towel. Even though Bayakuya wasn't sweating, she stood on tiptoes to wipe his face. The gesture was unnecessary, but Bayakuya didn't disrupt the pleasant atmosphere, choosing instead to quietly enjoy it. "Damn! I'm so jealous. This makes me want to fall in love too, but then I remember how dangerous our jobs are. What's the point? Calm down. Even if you tried, you wouldn't find someone as amazing as Ido. Only someone like Special Investigator Bayakuya could manage that." The surrounding investigators couldn't help but feel envious, watching the youthful romance unfold. As Ghoul investigators, relationships, let alone marriage, were a luxury. The dangerous nature of their work made it difficult to pursue such bonds. Meanwhile, Rise observed Ido's actions. Seemingly inspired, she switched from poking Furuda's face to gently wiping his sweat with her sleeve. Furuda, who had grown used to her teasing, was startled by this sudden tenderness. "Rise. What are you? Looks like those two are getting along well. We can't let them outdo us, can we? Ido said cheerfully, planting a light kiss on Bayakuya's cheek. A brief and delicate moment of contact. And that warm, soft sensation made Bayakuya's pupils slightly contract. This sudden gesture from Ido was clearly beyond his expectations. Ito. Bayakuya's gaze carried a hint of surprise as he looked at her. At that moment, a faint redness graced Ito's cheeks. But it didn't seem like it was out of shyness. Her teasing expression made it clear she wasn't embarrassed. That scene had struck most of the investigators present like a bolt of lightning. How did wiping sweat turn into a kiss? This was too much. Could they not be this tormenting? Kiryu and Kasuka had already left with Akira, sparing her from witnessing this inappropriate for children scene. On the other side, Rise looked on, seemingly deep in thought. It seemed she was ready to start mimicking again. Rise brushed aside her bangs with one hand, sitting in a common Japanese pose, and leaned slowly toward Furuda. As her lips drew closer, Furuda's face turned increasingly red. Our eyes. Wait. Just as there were only a few centimeters between them, Furuda could almost feel her breath. But in this situation, he couldn't hold out any longer. Flustered, Furuda covered his face with his hands. What's wrong? Don't you like this? Rise tilted her head in confusion. It's not that I don't like it. It's just that we're not at that stage yet. Furuda stammered, his gaze darting elsewhere, too embarrassed to meet her eyes. That stage? Rise immediately pressed on. Well, like the relationship Bayakuya and Ido have. You need to be like them to do this sort of thing, right? Blushing deeply, Furuda avoided her gaze entirely. Is that so? Rise didn't fully grasp the implications. If it's about marriage, then I guess it's impossible for us anyway. Because of her identity, marriage to Furuda was out of the question. Her nonchalant remark left Furuda in silence. Thinking about the painful and cruel experiences awaiting Rise, and in the bittersweet atmosphere of the moment, Furuda felt a pang of sorrow. The mood between them shifted, though others around them didn't notice. To the onlookers, Furuda and Rise were just naive kids. But it was precisely this innocence that dealt the strongest blow to the onlookers. Bayakuya and Ido's earlier scene had already left them devastated. Now Furuda and Rise had poured salt on the wound. I can't take it anymore. I need some fresh air. Ugh. I just want to fall in love, too. Alright, alright. Tonight I'll take you to a new maid cafe that just opened. It'll cheer you up for sure. At CCG's closing time, Bayakuya prepared to send Furuda and Rise back to the sunlit garden. He didn't need to personally escort them, though, as Yashitoki had arranged for someone else to take care of it. Goodbye, brother Bayakuya. Bye, sister Ido. Goodbye. Furuda and Rise waved as they departed. Alright, rest well when you get back, Bayakuya replied. Once Furuda and Rise were taken away by a half-human working for CCG, Bayakuya and Ido headed home together. Those two kids are really adorable, Ido said, humming a tune as they walked. Yeah. Bayakuya responded. Although Ido's earlier kiss had shocked him, his thoughts were now focused on Furuda and Rise. There was no rush to free them from the Washu clan yet, it wasn't the right time. But it wouldn't be long now. By the way, you're heading to the 24th ward for an investigation tomorrow, right? Ido suddenly asked. Yeah, I go there every week around this time with Akira to deal with certain issues. Bayakuya nodded. Perfect timing, then. You can lend us a hand. We've been having trouble with a ghoul organization in the 24th ward lately, Ido explained. Most of the ghouls unwilling to join Aogiri tree have aligned themselves with that group. Their leader is also the current manager of the 24th ward. It'll be tough to take them down quickly. Though confident in her eventual success, Ido admitted it would take time. Her wounds had healed, but Aogiri Tree was still a fledgling organization, while the enemy had been entrenched in the 24th Ward for years. Alright, Bayakuya agreed without hesitation. It would also give him a chance to strengthen himself, a win-win. Great. I'll leave it to you, my king, Ido said lightly. Back home, as Ido prepared dinner, her thoughts wandered back to the kiss. Looking back, she realized how bold she'd been, acting on impulse. Ido didn't feel embarrassed, though. She concluded that she must really like that guy, which was why her actions had come so naturally. Even after acknowledging her feelings, she wasn't the least bit shy. Glancing at Bayakuya, Ido thought to herself, this idiot is so infuriating. How did he manage to make me feel this way without even trying? Ido, don't get distracted while chopping vegetables, Bayakuya reminded her suddenly. With his Sharingan, noticing Ido's absent-mindedness was inevitable. What's the big deal? Even if I accidentally cut myself, I'll heal right away, Ido replied nonchalantly. With her formidable regeneration, such minor injuries were nothing. That may be true, but it would still hurt, wouldn't it? Bayakuya countered. Hurt. Ido froze momentarily. Pain no longer fazed her. But then she snapped back to reality. Bayakuya spoke again, yeah, that's why I'm concerned about you. So that's how it is. Ido's lips curled into a smile. Well then, Mr. Lolicon, there's no denying it anymore, Redheart. No, I'm not into Lolis. Bayakuya insisted firmly on this point. He wasn't about to let his reputation be tarnished. Your denial won't work. Ido teased, and even if I were careless, there's no way I'd cut myself so deeply. Your worries are a bit excessive, you know. Ordinary knives can hardly injure a ghoul unless great strength or precise angles are applied. This is why ghoul investigators require quinquas to combat them. Of course, there are exceptions. In the original story, Roma once used an umbrella to successfully repel a ghoul, far less effective than even a regular knife. But Arima's absurd physical prowess, combined with his combat skills, allowed him to defeat a ghoul with just an umbrella. True. Bayakuya realized he had instinctively forgotten that it was nearly impossible for Ido to be hurt by something as mundane as a kitchen knife unless she deliberately injured herself. I guess I subconsciously treated you like an ordinary human girl. Bayakuya explained without a hint of embarrassment. This wasn't the first time he'd made such a mistake. Idiot, how do you even make that kind of error instinctively? Though Ido called him an idiot, there wasn't even a trace of disdain in her tone. While she didn't strongly identify with humanity, being seen as an ordinary human girl by Bayakuya secretly made her happy. For most of her life, Ido had lived in the shadows of the 24th Ward, where pain and loneliness dominated her memories. Now that she could live among humans, even if only pretending to be one, she had met this fool who cared for her. Unbeknownst to Ido, her sense of identification with humanity was slowly growing, though she couldn't quite perceive it herself. Well, I can't help it. You're the closest thing to a human, perhaps even surpassing humans, as a half-ghoul. Bayakuya spoke sincerely. He wasn't exaggerating. If humanity could evolve into half-ghouls, it might be considered a form of ascension. Setting aside the immense power gained, the elimination of most diseases and the lack of the short lifespan issue that plagues half-humans would be incredible. You're flattering me too much. But I don't think being a half-ghoul is necessarily a good thing. Ido's tone turned wistful. She would have preferred to be either purely human or purely ghoul, anything to avoid the pain of being in between. Everything has its pros and cons. It can't be all bad, right? Bayakuya offered. I don't care for your philosophical nonsense. All I know is, life isn't bad right now. Ido responded casually. Then that's enough. Bayakuya smiled softly. The final edits for Dear Kafka were nearly complete. Multiple polished versions, along with the original draft, were safely backed up on the computer. All that remained was to finalize the publication details. Meanwhile, Ido wasn't idle. She had already started planning her next work. She'd decided to model the main characters on Arima and Minami. The world building and general framework were already taking shape. She worked on drafting the outline using Bayakuya's computer. Typing was much more efficient than handwriting, but since Ido was just starting to learn how to use a computer, she relied on Bayakuya to type her ideas. She planned to practice typing when she had free time. By the way, you're so fast at typing. Didn't you just start working as an editor a little over a month ago? Watching Bayakuya's fingers fly across the keyboard as he recorded her thoughts, Ido was astonished. She hadn't noticed it as much during the editing process, since they'd mostly been tweaking small sections or words, and she'd often tried typing herself. I've always been pretty good at this, even before becoming an editor, Bayakuya explained casually. In reality, his skills were muscle memory from his previous life as a writer. Ido didn't overthink it. Well, that saves time. With Bayakuya's help, Ido quickly outlined the overarching plot and key storylines. The initial draft of her new work was complete. She avoided overly detailed outlines, as they tended to stifle creativity. Her writing was heavily inspired by sudden bursts of ideas, and too rigid an outline could cause writer's block. Let's stop here for today. A few more days of preparation, and I can start writing the main story. Ido took a sip of water after speaking. I can already see the day this book becomes a bestseller. Having seen her concepts, Bayakuya offered his evaluation. Stop joking around. We don't even know how my first book will do. Ido lacked confidence. She had started writing simply to earn money and still saw it as a modest endeavor. I'm certain, Miss Takatsuki. Dear Kafka and this new work will both be hits. Bayakuya's omniscient perspective gave him unwavering confidence. I don't get how you're more confident than the author herself. Also, call me Ito. Late at night. Bayakuya hadn't fallen asleep yet when he felt Ito cling to him again. He initially thought she was asleep, but then he felt her chin resting on his shoulder. That small gesture told him she was still awake. I thought you were asleep. You usually do this after you've drifted off, Bayakuya said. In a calm, soft voice, Ito replied. Is it a problem? From now on, you're my exclusive pillow. Tokyo, 24th Ward. Currently, the Ghoul organization that virtually rules the entirety of the 24th Ward is known as the Labyrinth. The leader is called the King of the Labyrinth, who also serves as the ward's manager. Due to the limited manpower CCG can dispatch to investigate the 24th Ward, and their frequent failures to make any progress, the ghouls residing in the area have no external threats. This has turned the 24th Ward into a chaotic region. However, the lack of a reliable food source forces the ghouls in the 24th Ward to either take risks and hunt humans in other wards or resort to cannibalism. Even though eating their own kind is revolting for ghouls, survival leaves them with no other choice. As a result, the 24th Ward harbors many extremely dangerous ghouls, especially at the levels of Kakuja and half Kakuja. Inside the Labyrinth headquarters. The one-eyed owl, huh? That brat with just one Kakugan, who would have thought they'd grow so strong, to the point of threatening us? TCH. If it weren't for Noro interfering back then, I would have devoured that kid already. Though, something about her Kagun and Kakuja form reminds me of a certain someone. Someone, significant. Several members of the Labyrinth were discussing the one-eyed owl. It was clear they had encountered her before, but back then, she wasn't yet known by that moniker. By the time they realized her potential, she had grown beyond their ability to eliminate. Now, her organization, Aogiri Tree, posed a significant threat to their dominance. At that moment, the leader of the Labyrinth, the King of the Labyrinth, entered the meeting room. The headquarters of the Labyrinth was a self-built stronghold. Stealing construction materials from human society was much less risky than hunting humans outright. Those Aogiri Tree bastards are likely preparing a large-scale offensive against us. Are you all ready? The King of the Labyrinth, Takashi Ishikari, or a plain black mask without any patterns. A tall and imposing male ghoul, he addressed the member before him. They nodded. Yes, we've replenished our RC cells. As expected, this replenishment came from cannibalism. The rule of the Labyrinth in the 24th Ward had always been brutal. But besides the one-eyed owl, Aogiri tree reportedly has a one-eyed king. It seems it was this one-eyed king who single-handedly breached Cochlea in the 23rd Ward. Their strength cannot be underestimated. One of the members spoke with a heavy tone. Indeed, a formidable adversary. But our base is easy to defend and difficult to attack. We'll use the terrain to wear them down and make them regret ever challenging us. The king of the Labyrinth's Kakugan gleamed ominously, his crimson eyes radiating a murderous intent. Meanwhile, at the Aogiri tree base, Bayakuya, under the guise of the one-eyed king, appeared alongside Ido, ready to lead Aogiri tree's combatants against the Labyrinth. Not all members of Aogiri tree were S-rated ghouls or higher. Many B and A-rated ghouls had joined their ranks, and Aogiri tree welcomed any ghoul willing to fight for their cause. Only A-rated ghouls or higher were designated as combat members for this operation. Those below A rank were instructed to remain at the base. As for Roma, she was stationed in the 20th Ward. Bayakuya saw no need to summon her back, as her combat skills weren't critical to this battle. Our king has finally made his appearance. This time, we'll surely take down that so-called Labyrinth. Wasn't it the one-eyed king who freed me from Cochlea back then? They breached the facility single-handedly, and we barely had to lift a finger. But I didn't get to witness the king's grandeur myself. Maybe this time, I'll have the chance. As Bayakuya made his appearance, morale within Aogiri tree surged. The one-eyed king had become a symbol of hope and strength for all its members. It's time to move out. Tatara, one of the senior leaders, reminded the group. Yes, Lord Tatara. The ghouls responded respectfully. However, an unusual sight caught their attention. Ido was sitting on the shoulders of the one-eyed king, a sight that drew curious glances. This led to a flurry of whispers among the ghouls at the back of the formation. Looks like Ido and our king have a special relationship. She's practically sitting on his head. Could they be related? Maybe father and daughter? Their titles, One-Eyed Owl and One-Eyed King, do suggest something. Nah, their Kagun don't resemble each other at all. If they were related, their Kagun would definitely be more alike. Then it's probably something more intimate. Keep your voices down. If they hear you, you'll be dead meat. Ido heard the chatter but remained indifferent. Deeper in the 24th Ward. As Bayakuya and Ito led the Aogiri tree combatants deeper into the labyrinthine tunnels of the 24th Ward, Ito suddenly leaped down from Bayakuya's shoulder. My king, they're just ahead. Ahead lay a dark, shadowy expanse with faint glimmers of light in the distance, a clear indication of ghoul activity. Prepare for battle, Tatara whispered to the group. Around 100 combatants advanced. Moments later, Bayakuya raised his hand, signaling a halt. The narrow pathway ahead was lined with walls made of Kagun, but something about these walls seemed off. They were thicker and more ominous than the typical Kagun fortifications elsewhere. Suddenly, figures emerged from the shadows. Several ghouls, clearly members of the Labyrinth, stood out with their distinct attire. I knew you'd come. We've prepared a little surprise for you. Let's see how far you can go. As one of members spoke, mechanisms seemed to activate. Heavy Kagun walls extended from the sides, sealing the pathway. The walls bristled with countless sharp spikes. In the next moment, the spikes shot forward in a flurry, clearly a ranged attack from Okaku Kagun. However, Bayakuya remained unfazed. His Mangekyo Sharingan activated, its spiraling design glowing ominously. The countless spikes passed through his body harmlessly, not even leaving a scratch on his clothes. This was the power of intangibility. Bayakuya completely ignored the barrage of Ukaku attacks. Meanwhile, the ghouls behind him reacted quickly. Those with Kukaku immediately stepped forward, using their highly durable Kagun to shield against the Ukaku's assault. That was close. I almost got hit. I didn't expect them to modify this place so extensively. But, why does it feel like our king wasn't hit at all? Those Kagun seem to pass right through him. Yeah, it's strange. What kind of ability is this? I can't wrap my head around it. Many ghouls started noticing something unusual. If it were just incredibly rapid regeneration that allowed him to shrug off damage, they might understand. But he didn't even flinch as the attacks passed through him. The Ukaku pierced through him without slowing down, which was an entirely different concept. This ability was beyond anything they could comprehend. While they were shocked, it also boosted their morale. The stronger their king, the more confident and determined they felt in battle. Even Ido, who was fighting alongside Bayakuya, was puzzled by his power. She had never seen him use this ability before and was suddenly filled with curiosity. That Lolicon bastard is definitely hiding a lot of secrets. After this is over, I'll dig every single one of them out. Ido made a mental note. She had suspected for a while that this guy harbored many secrets, and now it was undeniable. And not just any secrets, they were extraordinary. This power was unlike anything she'd ever seen. It was completely different from Noro's. Noro's regeneration came from being turned into a Kagun monster, with his entire body composed of Kagun. His immense regeneration gave the illusion of being invincible. But Bayakuya's ability wasn't an illusion. It was true, absolute untouchability. This intrigued Ido immensely, and she could hardly wait to figure out how he achieved it. At that moment, Bayakuya began to move. While intangibility allowed him to ignore all physical damage, he could also act freely. Currently, his physical form had shifted entirely into the Kamui dimension, leaving only a consciousness-like projection in this world. When he began walking directly into the Ukaku barrage, the ghouls behind him couldn't help but wonder what their king was planning. Then something happened that left them utterly dumbfounded. Bayakuya walked straight through the Kagun wall. The supposedly impenetrable structure of layered Kagun walls was no obstacle, he simply passed through as if it didn't exist. All the ghouls froze, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? How is this possible? How did he walk through it so easily? Well, I guess this explains why the king was so elusive back in Cochlea. I have a feeling this will end up like last time, where we won't even get to do anything. Even Tatara, a seasoned warrior, was visibly stunned. He couldn't help but question whether such a power could belong to any ghoul. As for Ido, her curiosity only deepened. She was more eager than ever to uncover the truth behind this mysterious ability. On the other side of the Kagun wall, the members of the Labyrinth were laughing confidently. They think they can take us on. They're too naive. We've ruled the 24th ward for years, did they really think we wouldn't have defenses? One of the members sneered, we've got 5 layers of Kagun walls made from the hardest Kukaku. It'll take them ages to break through, and in these narrow tunnels, large attackers can't fight effectively. And this was only the first line of defense. If the 5 walls were breached, they could easily retreat to the second line of defense. The Labyrinth had been preparing for scenarios like this for decades. Exactly. We'll wear down those Aogiri tree fools through sheer attrition. Whether it's the one-eyed owl or the one-eyed king, they're nothing once they're exhausted. The members laughed smugly, with their underlings feeling similarly at ease. But then, a cold voice echoed through the air. Oh, really? The unfamiliar voice came from the front, sending a chill down their spines. The cadres froze mid-laughter, realizing something was wrong. Through the gaps in the walls, they saw a dark figure emerge, a tall figure wearing a tiger-striped mask with a single glowing eye. You! How did you get here? The members of the Labyrinth were stunned. Bayakuya didn't reply. His Sharingan spun, and in the blink of an eye, he teleported directly in front of them. His dual Kamui allowed for faster movement than a single one. The distortion of space left the enemies unable to react in time. The one-eyed king now stood right before them. They recoiled in terror, stumbling backward. Bayakuya activated his Susanoo. A massive ribcage formed around him, and two skeletal arms emerged, smashing through the narrow tunnel with overwhelming force. Even in its initial stage, Susanoo was far beyond what any Kagun wall could withstand. Up close, the power was even more devastating. One of Susanoo's hands grabbed a cadre, holding him in an unbreakable grip. "Let me go!" The ghoul roared, triggering his half-Kakuja transformation. With three Kakuhas forming on his body, his scaled armor and Rinkaku Kagun emerged as his strongest weapons. But Rinkaku was exactly what Bayakuya wanted. One of Susanoo's hands held the cadre tightly, rendering his Kakuja transformation useless. The other hand grabbed his Kagun. With a sudden burst of force. Rip! The Rinkaku Kagun, along with part of the Kakuhas, was torn away. Arg! The ghoul screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. He was barely alive and unable to rise. Bayakuya didn't spare him a glance. His crimson eyes shifted toward the other ghouls, his voice icy. "Now, which of you still thinks we're the ones who are weak?" Ding! The host defeated the SS-rated ghoul and received a reward, 40 attribute points. The system automatically classified the level of the half-Kakuja just defeated, as the CCG lacked detailed intelligence on ghouls inhabiting the depths of the 24th ward. After tearing out the Kagun of that ghoul, Bayakuya repurposed it as a temporary weapon for his Susanoo. While it wasn't as refined or durable as a Quinqua, its raw offensive power sufficed. Gripping the Kagun in one of Susanoo's massive hands, Bayakuya reversed his grip and pierced another ghoul abdomen, pinning them firmly to the ground. However, the stronger the ghoul, the tougher they are, and this one retained mobility despite the injury. Twisting his body unnaturally, he released a tail-like Kagun, coiling it around the weapon that impaled him, and forcibly pulled it out. The ghoul's body erupted with more Kagun, an estimated 4 or 5, quickly covering him in a robust Kakuja armor. This one was clearly of Kakuja level. However, his Kakuja form was cramped within the narrow passageway, restricting his mobility. He was far less overwhelming than Bayakuya, who could break through Kagun walls with ease. At the same time, 3 other ghouls moved into action, partially transforming into half-Kakuja states. It seemed that becoming a high member of the Labyrinth required at least achieving half-Kakuja status. Die! The trio lunged at Bayakuya in unison. One Kakuja in particular displayed an extraordinary ability. His chest, composed of reinforced RC cells, morphed into a massive cannon-like Kagun. This weapon was the result of incorporating Akaku's cells through cannibalization, adding ranged firepower to his original Rinkaku abilities. Boom! The cannon fired an RC cell-concentrated projectile with such force that the recoil sent the Kakuja reeling a step back. The powerful attack, however, simply passed through Bayakuya without inflicting any damage. Instead, the projectile smashed into the mechanism behind him, obliterating 3 of the 5 Kagun walls in an instant. By then, Ido, fully transformed into her monstrous Kakuja form, destroyed the remaining 2 walls. She nearly collided with the cannon shot but narrowly avoided it as it dissipated after piercing the 3rd wall. Despite the destruction, they focused solely on Bayakuya, paying no heed to Ito or the advancing Aogiri tree members. Yet their attacks couldn't land on Bayakuya, their Kagun simply phased through his body. What the hell is this? Why can't we even touch him? Damn it! His ability is so bizarre. This is bad. Retreat to the 2nd defensive line immediately. Realizing the situation was dire, they began to withdraw. Is that all you've got? Bayakuya's calm voice cut through the commotion as his Mangekyo Sharingan glowed ominously, streaked with bloodshot lines. He activated double Kamui, creating two swirling spatial distortions around the necks of two half-kakuja. Unlike single kamui, double kamui allowed him to open multiple space-time portals simultaneously, albeit at a much greater cost. What is? Before the two could comprehend the strange sensation of spatial warping, their heads were torn off. The severed heads hit the ground, rendering them incapable of combat. Given the severe damage to their necks from the spatial distortion, even their potent regenerative abilities couldn't restore them. Attaching their heads back wouldn't suffice for a quick recovery. Ding! The host defeated the SS-rated Ghoul and received a reward, 40 attribute points. Ding! The host defeated the SS-rated Ghoul and received a reward, 40 attribute points. Ido and her allies arrived just in time to witness the spectacle, struck by the sheer power and mystery of Bayakuya's abilities. Seizing the opportunity, Bayakuya wielded the Kagun weapon in Susanoo-o's hands to skewer another half-kakuja. Ding! The host defeated the SS-rated Ghoul and received a reward, 40 attribute points. With that, all four half-kakuja members were subdued. Only the kakuja leader remained, but sensing defeat, he fled. In his panic, the narrow passage forced him to trample his own subordinates, crushing many into pulp. With the defeat and retreat of their leaders, the remaining Labyrinth forces fell into disarray, scattering in panic. Bayakuya refrained from pursuing them immediately. These ghouls were already trapped, so there was no need to exhaust his kamui further. Deactivating his Susanoo, he conserved RC cells, which had already been heavily depleted. Not going after them right away? Ido asked as she approached him. No rush. Let's deal with these first, Bayakuya replied, glancing at the four incapacitated executives. Although gravely wounded, they were still alive, barely. Bayakuya left their fates to Ido and her group. Without hesitation, Ido consumed their kakuhos. Now dead beyond recovery, these half-kakujas would pose no further threat. These guys carried a stench I hated, Ido remarked, explaining her personal vendetta against them. Fine by me, Bayakuya responded with a slight nod, deducing they had wronged Ido in the past. Aogiri tree had no need for these four half-kakuja, especially when the mission demanded numbers, not strength. Allowing Ido to consume them significantly bolstered her own power. Sure enough, another kakuho grew on Ido's body, and her kakuja form expanded further. At this rate, as Ido absorbed more RC cells, she would eventually resemble the massive, grotesque creature described in the original timeline, a true force of nature among ghouls. Under the leadership of Bayakuya, the Aogiri tree swiftly broke through the Labyrinth's second line of defense. The high-ranking kakuja who had previously fled was notably absent from this line of defense. Without a powerful leader to oversee it, the strongest ghoul guarding the second line was merely an S+ rated. There was no need for Bayakuya to take action this time, Ido alone was enough to obliterate their resistance. The second line of defense was quickly torn apart by the Aogiri tree. While waiting for his RC cells and ocular abilities to recover naturally, Bayakuya took the opportunity to allocate his accumulated attribute points. Ding! Points successfully distributed. Physical strength, +5. RC cell count, +200. Points consumed, 250. Current attribute points, 30. With these enhancements, Uchiha Bayakuya could now sustain the initial form of his Susanoo for a longer period. The ghouls defending the second line who hadn't been killed were promptly absorbed into the ranks of the Aogiri tree. Based on the intelligence gathered from these captives, the next destination was clear, the Labyrinth stronghold. Inside the Labyrinth stronghold. This is bad. They're probably done for. The high-ranking kakuja who had fled, now back at the Labyrinth's base, had already reverted from his kakuja form. By they, he was referring to the four other officers who had stayed behind to defend the second line. At this moment, he was reporting to the king of the Labyrinth, Takeshi Ishikari. Just you. You're the only one who made it back. Takeshi asked in a deep, stern voice. Many subordinates have retreated to the second line, but it won't hold for long. The one-eyed king of the Aogiri tree is simply too terrifying. The officer, Arai, spoke in a hurried tone. Of course, he said nothing about abandoning his comrades and fleeing. Takashi, however, didn't have the energy to dwell on that detail. His focus was entirely on the so-called one-eyed king. How powerful is this person to leave all of you so helpless? Takashi pressed further. If it were just the one-eyed owl, Takashi was confident he could handle it. But with the addition of this unknown entity, the one-eyed king, the situation had clearly taken a dire turn. Even Takashi felt uneasy. Just as Arai began describing the one-eyed king and his strange abilities, a subordinate burst into the room. My king! The second line of defense has been breached. The Aogiri tree is advancing toward us. Enough talk. Prepare to fight. Takashi immediately stood up, his face grim. Although the base had an escape route, Takashi's pride as the king of the labyrinth would not allow him to flee like a coward. If he were to die, it would be in battle. Soon, Takashi led the ghouls to meet the advancing forces of the Aogiri outside their base. The first thing he noticed was the one-eyed owl. Ido had remained in her Kakuja form, a massive and imposing presence. Standing next to her was a one-eyed ghoul wearing a crimson tiger-striped mask. This figure could only be the true leader of the Aogiri tree, the one-eyed king. Without any unnecessary words, Ido launched an attack on Takashi. Takashi's pupils narrowed as he immediately activated his Kakuja form. His Kakuja, similar in size to the one-eyed owl, was humanoid, covered in dark red kagun, and grotesquely adorned with faces twisted in agony, manifestations of the ghouls he had cannibalized. Ido and Takashi immediately engaged in a brutal melee, their blows testing both strength and regenerative capabilities. Neither side's forces dared to act rashly. Bayakuya, observing the scene, remained calm and didn't intervene. Meanwhile, Arai, the labyrinth's second Kakuja, seemed to be alert for potential threats from the Aogiri tree. However, in truth, taking advantage of the moment when both combatants had sustained injuries, Arai suddenly sprang into action. But his target wasn't the enemy, it was Takashi. Arai didn't even fully transform. Instead, he used his tail kagun to launch a surprise attack aimed directly at Takashi's Kakuho. The speed and precision of his attack suggested he wanted to avoid unnecessary delays or mistakes that could jeopardize his ambush. Takashi, focused entirely on his battle with the one-eyed owl, had no idea that Arai would turn against him. Just as Arai's kagun was about to pierce Takashi, Bayakuya suddenly appeared behind Takashi, blocking the attack. What? Seeing the one-eyed king suddenly materialize before him, Arai had no time to stop his attack. His kagun was about to strike the king instead, a move that was entirely unintended. Arai's original plan had been to betray Takashi and pledge loyalty to the Aogiri tree, knowing they were no match for the one-eyed king. Resisting any further was a death sentence. But just as Arai's kagun was about to land, a chain shot out from Bayakuya's sleeve, intercepting it midair. It's about time this ended. Bayakuya said coldly. As his words fell, two swirling distortions of space appeared. Arai's Kakuho was forcibly severed by an invisible force. Simultaneously, Takashi's Kakuja armor was torn apart like paper. Ga! Arai let out a cry of pain as part of his Kakuho was destroyed. Takashi, his Kakuja broken, turned around sharply, his face filled with terror. He had no idea how the one-eyed king had appeared behind him or what method had dismantled his Kakuja. One thing was clear, he had no chance of victory. I've lost, Takashi admitted, his tone calm yet resigned. He reverted to his normal form, choosing to end the futile struggle. At this moment, he noticed Arai's attempted betrayal but chose not to dwell on it, it no longer mattered. The ghouls of the Aogiri tree, though familiar with their leader's abilities, couldn't help but feel awestruck. They silently celebrated their allegiance to the Aogiri tree, relieved they weren't facing the one-eyed king as enemies. Meanwhile, the ghouls of the labyrinth were completely dumbfounded. First, Arai's betrayal had shocked them. Then, the one-eyed king had effortlessly defeated their two strongest fighters in an instant. Their strongest defenses shattered, the labyrinth ghouls knew the truth. This was no longer a battle. This was annihilation. Ding! The host has defeated the SSS-rated ghoul, king of the labyrinth, and earned a reward, 200 attribute points. Takeshi admitted defeat, granting Bayakuya the attribute points. Though Takeshi surrendered early, it wasn't without reason. With his regeneration abilities, he could have restored his Kakuja form quickly. However, during that window of recovery, both Bayakuya and Ido could have killed him countless times. When Takeshi realized he was losing ground against the one-eyed owl and faced an even more mysterious and unpredictable one-eyed king, he knew he had no chance. "I swear, I meant to pledge my loyalty to the Aogiri tree," Arai hastily explained, fearing the one-eyed king might misunderstand his earlier actions. Although he was nervous, he believed the situation wasn't hopeless. After all, the Aogiri tree had been known to spare compliant ghouls. Their raid on Cochlea and subsequent actions in the 24th ward showed they absorbed ghouls willing to submit, killing only those who resisted. Furthermore, Arai considered himself a formidable Kakuja, certain the Aogiri tree would accept him. Seeing Arai's groveling demeanor, Takeshi felt a flicker of anger but chose to stay silent. In their current situation, words were meaningless. Bayakuya cast a cold glance at Arai, his voice impassive. "Ido, you handle this one." He had no patience for traitors. "Understood, my king," Ido replied with a hint of pleasure. Arai froze in confusion. Why? A word from the one-eyed king would have been enough. Why hand me over to the one-eyed owl? Still unaware of the gravity of his situation, Arai watched as Ido approached, her Kakuja form still active. As she drew nearer, the realization dawned on him, something was very wrong. Without warning, Ido surged forward at high speed, closing the gap in an instant. Her Kagun arm swept through the air in a deadly arc. Arai managed to react, but his transformation lagged, worsened by the injuries Bayakuya had inflicted on one of his Kakuhos. Before he could fully armor himself, Ido's attack struck, slicing him in half at the waist and destroying his damaged Kakuho. Arai collapsed, his upper body supported by trembling arms, his expression a mix of disbelief and pain. "Why? I don't forget old debts," Ido replied, her cold murderous intent cloaked in an almost playful tone. Arai's eyes widened in shock. Years ago, he had pursued Noroi and the young Ido but abandoned the chase halfway. He never expected her to hold a grudge for so long. But this wasn't just revenge. Ido had understood Bayakuya's tone and intent earlier, he wanted Arai dealt with, and this was her opportunity to settle an old debt. "No. Please, I." Before Arai could plead for his life, Ido silenced him, severing his head with a swift strike. Afterward, she consumed all four of Arai's Kakuhos. The one-eyed owl grew even stronger, her form mutating further. Witnessing Arai's brutal end, the remaining ghouls of the labyrinth felt a chilling fear. Would they share his fate? Takeshi, however, found some solace in Arai's demise, accepting his own end with greater dignity. "You have two choices, submission or death," Ido declared, addressing Takeshi. Ido bore no personal grudge against him, and Bayakuya had given no specific instructions, so she offered him a chance to live. After a pause, Takeshi spoke, his voice firm. "I choose death." "Very well. I'll make it quick," Ido replied without hesitation, decapitating him in a single strike. Ido consumed Takeshi's Kakuhos as well, gaining further power. Her Kagun grew another Kakuho, and her form swelled, surpassing even her father's size. With their leaders dead, the remaining ghouls faced a simple choice, submit or die. Nearly all surrendered. Only Takeshi had the resolve to resist. The Aogiri tree swelled in numbers, edging closer to their goal of 1,000 members. However, achieving that number in the 24th ward alone would be challenging. The Labyrinth underground territory was vast, with many ghouls hidden away and difficult to locate. With the 24th ward under their control, the Aogiri could stabilize and begin expanding into the other wards, just as they had in the original timeline. First Ward. Bayakuya and Ido had relocated, now residing in a high-end apartment. The first ward also connected to the 24th ward, as did all other wards. 24th ward was, after all, the underground remnants of Tokyo, buried during the first One-Eyed King's transformation into a dragon. This subterranean network spanned the entire city, making it easy for Ido to travel back to the 24th ward whenever necessary. To which ward should we expand first? Ido asked Bayakuya. We'll start with a district where the CCG presence is weak, 19th ward, Bayakuya replied. As someone with deep connections within the CCG, he knew the distribution of their forces. The weaker their presence in a district, the fewer powerful ghouls there were, a perfect opportunity for the Aogiri tree. As you command, my king, Ido responded with a playful tone. Currently, Bayakuya's salary was very high, so naturally, his living conditions had improved. Ido lounged on the couch, her legs casually propped up on Bayakuya's lap. This couch is really comfortable, Ido remarked. No matter how comfortable it is, it's about time to take a shower and get some rest, Bayakuya said as he prepared to head to the bathroom. He had been busy all day in the 24th ward, and there was no need to mention how filthy the underground labyrinth was. Reluctantly, Ido moved her legs aside. However, just as Bayakuya had undressed and was about to start his shower, he suddenly heard light, bouncy footsteps approaching. There was no need to guess, it was definitely Ido. Since Bayakuya had locked the door, Ido tried the handle, found it wouldn't budge, and promptly started knocking. I'm in the shower. Just wait for a bit, Bayakuya reminded her. But I just want to help you wash your back as a reward. Isn't that okay? Ido said bluntly. Bayakuya was silent for a moment but eventually went over and unlocked the door. As soon as the door opened, he was greeted by Ido's mischievous grin. As expected, you're a lolicon. You opened the door as soon as I said that. Though Ido was only wrapped in a towel, she showed no signs of embarrassment and was fully focused on teasing Bayakuya. Then you should leave. You can shower after I'm done, Bayakuya said, his expression darkening. He certainly wasn't about to accept the label of lolicon. Oh, don't be like that. I was just kidding. You worked so hard today, you deserve a proper reward, Ido said playfully, sticking out her tongue. Bayakuya sighed, feeling helpless. He truly had no way of dealing with Ido, after all, he liked her. Because he liked her, he was more tolerant of her antics. So, Bayakuya resumed his shower, naturally using a shred of clothing. Ido, on the other hand, showed no embarrassment and watched him with great interest. This, of course, made Bayakuya feel a bit awkward. Although he didn't act overly shy, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable internally. In this situation, one could ask, who was truly crossing the line here? Bayakuya was now sitting in a chair, and Ido was behind him, diligently scrubbing his back. Despite her earlier playful demeanor, Ido became serious once the task started. Normally, it's hard to tell when you're dressed, but your back is pretty broad and strong, Ido commented suddenly. It's not like it's the first time you've seen my back, Bayakuya replied. That was different. Last time, I was inspecting your kagun, Ido said. Mentioning his kagun brought up memories of the previous incident. Despite not having a kakuho, Bayakuya was able to use a kagun, a fact that made Ido realize there were many secrets about him yet to uncover. But since they were nearly done with the shower, Ido decided to save those questions for later. Ido also took the opportunity to shower while they were in the bathroom. Afterward, they brushed their teeth together, sharing a disposable cup like an old married couple. There was no awkwardness between them, largely because, in Japan, rental apartments usually came unfurnished. While they had prioritized buying essential furniture, small items like toothbrush holders had been overlooked. The disposable cups were stored in a high cabinet and Ido, unwilling to fetch another one, simply used the one Bayakuya had already grabbed. When it was finally time to sleep, Ido eagerly brought up the day's events. "We should review what happened today. The abilities you displayed aren't something any normal human or ghoul could have," Ido said. "You're right." Bayakuya had anticipated her curiosity but couldn't divulge too much. "Those are powers granted by my eyes. I told you before that they're mutated, but that's all I can reveal. Secrets like his Mangekyo Sharingan and his identity as a reincarnator were as untouchable as the truth about his origins." "All right," Ido said, somewhat disappointed but rational enough to recognize that Bayakuya had his reasons. She didn't press further and didn't seem upset. "Fine, I won't ask about it again. But in exchange, you owe me something," Ido said in an even tone. "What kind of compensation?" Bayakuya asked curiously. Ido stretched out her arms toward him. "Hold me." Bayakuya was stunned for a moment but then chuckled softly. "All right." The two embraced and fell asleep together. 19th Ward. Early the next morning, Ido dragged Bayakuya to 19th Ward to scout locations for their next expansion under the Aogiri tree banner. "Come on, let's check over there," Ido said excitedly. But soon, she was wandering around a shopping mall. "Are we scouting or shopping?" Bayakuya asked, exasperated. "Why not both?" "We have plenty of time today," Ido replied nonchalantly. Since defeating the Labyrinth organization, the Aogiri tree had been recuperating in the 24th Ward. With most obstacles in the 24th Ward eliminated, Ido no longer needed to remain stationed there constantly. "Fine, just don't get too carried away and lose track of time," Bayakuya said, indulging her whims. He couldn't spend too much time with Ido in the 19th Ward, as it might raise suspicions with the Washu clan and the V. Half a day or even a full day might be fine, but staying longer could lead to trouble. As for the Washu clan and V, they already believed Ido was Bayakuya's wife due to a misunderstanding at the CCG. Although Bayakuya had initially wanted to clarify, Ido insisted he let it slide. To make matters worse, the Washu seemed to take it seriously. Bayakuya noticed that his CCG profile now listed Uchiha Ido under the family section. The Washu clan naturally had the V conduct a basic background check on Uchiha Ido's identity. However, they didn't verify the legitimacy of the supposed marriage. After all, Bayakuya hadn't denied it, and digging deeper into such matters would be a hassle. All they discovered was that Ido's background appeared clean, and she passed the RC gate scans without issue. As a result, they saw no need for a more thorough investigation. The possibility that Ido might actually be Yoshimura Kyuzen's daughter, explaining her ability to bypass RC detection, never crossed their minds. After all, both the Washu and the V placed great trust in Bayakuya. How could they imagine that their most reliable operative was secretly collaborating with the very half-ghoul they saw as their greatest threat? Moreover, the V could only operate covertly. Conducting an in-depth investigation of a half-ghoul with legitimate human identification wasn't something they could easily achieve. Such investigations would fall to the CCG, but only if there was sufficient evidence to suspect the individual of being a ghoul. This explained why, in the original story, Ido had been able to sign a contract with Shueisha under her real name and live as an author for over a decade without detection. Naturally, the V couldn't blatantly demand private information about a specific writer from a publishing house. Ultimately, it was Kaneki and Furuda, under the CCG's authority, who launched an investigation into Sen Takatsuki as a suspected ghoul. To the Washu and V, Bayakuya had always been obedient, so they didn't feel the need to meddle in his private life, unless it involved spilling their secrets to his wife, assuming they even found out about such a betrayal. In the past, if it hadn't been for Yukina investigating the secrets of V and getting caught, the organization wouldn't have interfered with Yoshimura marrying a human. At most, they'd have taken the resulting child to nurture in the sunlit garden, especially since, statistically, the offspring would likely be a half-human. Since we're already at the mall, let's stock up on paper and pens, Ido said as she grabbed several notebooks and pen refills. Although she could use a computer, she preferred jotting her ideas down on paper. It made it easier to capture inspiration anytime, anywhere. Buy as much as you like. It's on me, Bayakuya said casually. Love you, Ido replied in the same offhand tone. Your love sure seems a bit cheap, Bayakuya muttered, shaking his head. And yet, her casual proclamation of affection in public had him on edge. Who knew if someone might overhear and call the cops? What's so cheap about it? As far as the CCG is concerned, our marriage is already an established fact. Saying, I love you, is perfectly normal, Ido said with a teasing smile. Bayakuya, however, had gone silent. His gaze had locked onto a young girl nearby, stirring a faint sense of familiarity. The girl looked about 10 years old, with short black hair, dirty clothes, and no shoes. She stood outside a women's shoe store, her eyes fixed longingly on a pair of red high heels inside. Her expression was filled with yearning, as if she desperately wanted those shoes. Bayakuya quickly realized who she was. This was a young Nutcracker. Because of her tragic childhood, Nutcracker would grow up twisted, willing to resort to any means to make herself beautiful, and even developing some bizarre tendencies along the way. Ido noticed Bayakuya's sudden inattention and narrowed her eyes. You've been staring at that little girl. Don't tell me you're smitten, you lolicon. That's not it. I think, she might be a ghoul, Bayakuya whispered cautiously, careful not to draw the attention of passers-by. A ghoul? Ido initially thought it was just an excuse, but after approaching the girl and sniffing carefully, she detected a faintly distinct scent. Though the girl reeked of filth, there was a distinct hint of decay beneath it, suggesting she'd been eating rotting flesh. Moreover, there was a faint trace of the unique scent of ghouls, subtle but unmistakable. This little one really is a ghoul. So, what do you plan to do? Ido asked, her curiosity piqued as she studied Bayakuya with a sly grin. You're not thinking of abducting her, are you? Bayakuya sighed, exasperated. What kind of person do you think I am? A lolicon, Ido replied without hesitation. Knock it off. Just then, a store clerk came out. Noticing the disheveled girl loitering by the store window, the clerk seemed worried that her presence might drive customers away. She handed the girl a coin and said kindly, Here's a coin, little one. Go buy yourself some candy and head home, okay? Thank you, the young Nutcracker muttered, her expression complex as she accepted the coin and thanked the clerk. Though reluctant to leave the red high heels, she knew that stealing them would only get her killed by the doves. At that moment, Ido walked over to the girl and said, Little one, I can grant you one wish. Tell me, what do you want most? The girl looked up, stunned by the sudden appearance of the elegant woman before her. She couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful Ido was, her clothes impossibly luxurious compared to anything the girl could dream of. After a long pause, the girl finally pointed to the red high heels in the store window. If it's possible, I want those. Of course. Let's go in together, Ido said, taking the girl's hand and leading her into the store. The girl stared at Ido in disbelief, wondering if this was all just a dream. Bayakuya recalled that Nutcracker was indeed a ghoul from the 19th ward. It was quite a coincidence to encounter a young version of Nutcracker on her very first visit to the 19th ward for shopping. What surprised Bayakuya even more was seeing Ido directly taking the little Nutcracker into the shoe store. Naturally, he followed them inside. At this moment, the confused store clerk turned to Bayakuya and asked, Excuse me, are you related to that little girl? We're not, but her parents are our friends, Bayakuya replied calmly. His tone was so composed that it left no room for doubt. Oh, I see. The clerk immediately believed him. She had no reason to question such matters, her curiosity stemmed more from the unexpected situation. Little girl, this is the pair of shoes you wanted, right? By now, Ido had already brought the little Nutcracker to the pair of red high heels she had been admiring. But you're still too young, so these might not fit you properly. The heels were clearly designed for adult women. Turning to the clerk, Ido asked, do you have something similar, but in a children's size? Yes, please wait a moment, the clerk replied promptly before going to fetch the requested shoes. Nutcracker, still bewildered from being pulled into the store by a stranger, could hardly process what was happening. It was hard for her to believe that this beautiful older sister wasn't disgusted by her dirtiness and stench and had even grabbed her hand and offered to fulfill her wish. That pair of heels is too big for you, so I had the clerk bring you this one instead, Ido said as she accepted a pair of red children's high heels from the clerk. Let's go wash your feet first, and then you can try them on to see if they fit. Okay. Nutcracker, still in a daze, followed along. With help from the store clerk, Nutcracker used a faucet to wash her dirty feet. While washing, she couldn't help but ask Ido, big sister, why are you being so kind to me? You should ask that nosy guy over there. It was his idea, so I'm just following along, Ido replied, casting a glance at Bayakuya. Nutcracker followed her gaze and spotted the unfamiliar older brother. This was her first time encountering people who treated her so kindly. Still, her heart was filled with anxiety. Deep down, she was terrified that her true identity as a ghoul would be discovered and that they would end up hating her. Noticing the fear and tension in Nutcracker's expression, Ido quickly guessed what she was worried about. However, she chose not to address it directly and instead kept smiling warmly at the little girl. After washing her feet and face, Nutcracker eagerly tried on the children's high heels. Her face lit up with joy. Although Ido was primarily helping this little girl because of Bayakuya's wishes, seeing Nutcracker's happiness gave her a sense of satisfaction. How do they feel? Do you like them? Ido asked with a smile. Yes. Nutcracker nodded enthusiastically, her face brimming with excitement. But then, as if remembering something, her expression fell. But I don't have any money. She didn't know how much the shoes cost but was certain they weren't cheap. It's okay. Didn't I already tell you I'd help you fulfill your wish? Ido reassured her. Thank you so much. Nutcracker exclaimed with delight. Of course, the money is actually coming from that big brother over there, so you should thank him too, Ido added with a playful correction. Big brother, is he your friend? Nutcracker asked curiously. Ido smiled mysteriously and shook her head. Not quite. Why don't you guess again? Not your friend? Then. This question stumped Nutcracker, whose life had been focused solely on survival. After a long moment of thought, she admitted, I can't figure it out. You'll understand when you're older, Ido replied with a cryptic smile. Suddenly, Nutcracker seemed to have an epiphany. Could it be, like mom and dad? Like, family? Exactly. Congratulations, you guessed right, Ido said with a grin. Alright, that's enough. Stop putting strange ideas into her head, Bayakuya interjected. Hee, I'm just being honest, Ido replied playfully. Nutcracker, still too young to fully grasp their conversation, sat there with a blank expression, unable to understand what was going on. Soon after, Bayakuya paid for the shoes, allowing Nutcracker to wear her new red heels immediately. As they left the store, Ido turned to Nutcracker and asked, by the way, where are your parents? Do you need us to take you home? My parents, they're gone now, Nutcracker said, her tone and demeanor showing no signs of sorrow. It was as if she had already come to terms with it. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up, Ido said apologetically. It's fine. I don't have a home to go back to anyway. Thank you so much for today. I've never been this happy before, Nutcracker said with a smile. For her, the day had been like a dream. Not only had she met such kind people, but she had also received the beautiful shoes she had always wanted. After thanking them, Nutcracker prepared to leave on her own. She had grown used to wandering the streets alone, scavenging for human corpses to survive. However, before she could leave, Ido hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "How about staying at our place for a while?" "Huh?" Nutcracker was momentarily stunned. She couldn't believe that this older sister was actually inviting her to stay overnight at her place. But, her true identity was that of a ghoul. If they lived together, it would be easy for her secret to be exposed. So, after snapping out of her daze, she immediately showed a look of concern. This was her greatest worry. Even Bayakuya was slightly surprised. Ido's actions were somewhat unexpected to him. At this moment, Ido guessed what she was worried about. She leaned in and whispered into Nutcracker's ear, "Little one, I know what you're afraid of. You're scared that we'll find out you're a ghoul, right?" Hearing this, Nutcracker's face turned pale with fright. "And no, that's not it." She denied it outright, terrified of what might happen next. However, her facial expression had already betrayed her. "Little one, lying isn't good, you know." Ido smirked mischievously. "My intuition is very accurate, and my husband is also an investigator with the CCG." Although Nutcracker didn't fully understand the word husband, she could guess it referred to the older brother standing nearby. This made she even more frightened. She was already thinking of running away, feeling that if she didn't escape now, she would be killed by the ghoul investigators. But then, Ido spoke again, "You don't need to be so scared. We have no intention of harming you. If we did, we would have acted already." These words made she hesitate for a moment. "Are really?" "Of course, it's true." Ido nodded. "But aren't ghoul investigators supposed to treat us as enemies?" Nutcracker couldn't help but express her confusion. "That's not always the case. Not every investigator hates ghouls to the core, like this guy here." Ido said, "In any case, we won't hurt you, so you can rest easy." "That's right. Although the CCG is the Commission of Counter-Ghoul, we don't aim to exterminate every ghoul." Bayakuya also explained to her, "As long as they haven't harmed humans, we won't indiscriminately harm ghouls." Oh. Nutcracker was quite quick to believe Bayakuya's words. After all, she was still young and didn't have much guile. She found it increasingly hard to believe that there were such kind people who, knowing she was a ghoul, were still willing to help her. She was all alone now, with no one to rely on, and had been barely surviving in the 19th ward. Furthermore, she didn't know how long she could last on her own, and she didn't dare leave the 19th ward for other completely unfamiliar areas. Feeling extremely insecure, she truly longed for a place of refuge. And so, Mayu was taken home by Ito. They took a taxi directly back to the first ward. This was Mayu's first time riding in a human vehicle and her first time entering a human's house. Little did she know, the older brother and sister she saw were not truly human. "We're home. Mayu, why don't you go take a bath first? You can wear my clothes for now." Ito had already asked for Nutcracker's name earlier. Since Mayu's parents were low-level ghouls, they couldn't obtain human surnames and identities through various means like more powerful ghouls, allowing them to blend into human society. Without a surname to inherit, she could only use Mayu as her name, which was also not recognized in human society. At this moment, Ito found a set of her own clothes for Mayu. Her figure wasn't much larger than Mayu's, so the clothes wouldn't be too ill-fitting. "Thank you." Mayu felt overwhelmed with gratitude. The clothes looked beautiful and cute to her, and she had never imagined she could wear something so nice. While Mayu went to take a bath, Bayakuya couldn't help but ask Ito, "Why did you suddenly decide to bring her home?" To this, Ito smiled faintly. "Can't I guess what's on your mind? I figured you wanted Mayu to receive help in the 20th ward, right?" "Indeed." Bayakuya couldn't deny it. His thoughts had been accurately guessed by Ito this time. "So, I simply brought her home. Isn't that more convenient? We can send her to the 20th ward later," Ito said. However, she wasn't solely influenced by Bayakuya. Due to her own childhood experiences, she also felt some sympathy for Mayu and wanted to help her a little. I see. I was originally thinking of persuading her to go to the 20th ward right away. Bayakuya said. It's fine. Once my work is successfully published, we'll take her to Antiku together. That old man will surely be happy to take her in. Ido had already made plans to meet her father at that time. The old man she referred to was, of course, Yoshimura. That works. But before that, we'll have to take good care of her. Bayakuya said. It's just rotten meat, right? Our Aogiri tree often collects human corpses from various wards, especially those who have committed suicide. We've stored a large amount of rotten meat at our base in the 24th ward. If distributed properly, it should be more than enough. Ido planned to return to the 24th ward later to fetch some rotten meat for Mayu. She herself didn't need rotten meat, nor did she need fresh human flesh to replenish her RC cells at the moment. The cannibalization during the attack on the Labyrinth organization had significantly increased her strength, allowing her to go without feeding for a while. Moreover, Ido was considerate of Bayakuya's feelings. She knew he wouldn't want her to harm innocent humans. Now that Bayakuya had displayed his unfathomable strength, she could trust and rely on him, eliminating the need for her to voraciously consume human flesh. Besides, consuming human flesh wasn't an effective way to gain strength. The real method to grow stronger was through cannibalization. Eating human flesh was largely for satiation and had some use in maintaining RC cells in the body, but that was about it. The aspect of satiation was unnecessary for Ido, as she could easily consume normal human food. Especially at Ido's level as a high-level Kakuja, there was no way to grow stronger except through extensive cannibalization. Right, that works too. Bayakuya nodded slightly. Yoshimura would surely accept Mayu. He himself would need to carefully consider how to explain everything when the time came to meet Yoshimura.